Good morning. I'm Christopher Lloyd, and I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot, do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know it stunk.
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show.
It's not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed and conventions burned to the ground. Would you like to make some fucking second? With Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you want it? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help.
Fuck you!
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Double guns, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
And we're off.
Hey. Hi, everyone.
Morning.
Hi, everybody.
Man, it's starting to become fun. You go to sleep and then you wake up and turn on your phone to see what's the next fucked up thing happening in the country or the world.
What happened? Yeah.
It's like Christmas. It's like a fucking demented Christmas.
Tragedy Christmas.
Tragedy Christmas, we'll call it.
Maybe Tragedy Hanukkah.
Tragedy Hanukkah.
Yeah, 'cause every day you get a different little fucking tidbit.
And the reason I say it's like Christmas, because let's be honest, Christmas is a fucking nightmare for all of us. Well, no one enjoys it. Enjoying it a little bit now that I have kids, but not. But still, it's a fucking nightmare. So we had a huge blast in West Texas.
Big fertilizer plant explosion in the town of West.
Right.
Yes. Near Waco, I guess.
Which I'm learning is not West.
Not really West
Well,
Texas.
it's west of something.
Yeah.
But it's not West Texas.
If you really look on the grand scale of things, everything's west of something.
True. Good point. Very good point.
Yeah, except I guess the North Pole and the South Pole.
No, but then I think you could start over.
I don't think the North Pole is west of anything.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The North Pole is north of everything.
I was going with directions in general.
I think no matter where you are, North Pole is north of it, unless you're on the North Pole.
No, but when you're in the North Pole area, you're west of some part of the North Pole area.
No, I don't think you can go west when you're on the North Pole. You can only go south.
But how far? How big is the North Pole? Are you talking about the actual pinpoint?
Yeah,
of
if you're right there.
Yeah, of course. But if you go one step to the left of that, then you're west.
And you got to make this little curvy walk.
Semantics.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of semantics. So a fertilizer plant?
Yeah, there was a fire there, and a bunch of firemen went, and they're trying to put it out. Mm-hmm. And it was a pretty big fire.
Right.
And then it must have made contact with the goodies that they keep there. For some reason, I don't even know why. Fertilizer, very fucking explosive stuff.
Isn't it just shit?
It's like, no, they put all kinds of chemicals in it now. They got like all kinds of fucking chemicals that just make it really fucking explosive.
Oh my God! And
nitrates, yeah.
Of course, everyone jumps on the terrorist thing immediately.
Yeah, this looks like it was just a fire that got out of control.
Right.
A little hit one of their little storage silos.
Right.
And kaboom! What a fucking explosion! I've seen some video and photos. It looked like an atomic bomb. The mushroom cloud.
Yeah, unbelievable.
You
right?
have that? I haven't seen it.
My God! You got to hear
video.
you got to hear the video of the. I would assume the father and the daughter.
Yeah, it sounds like a daughter. It might be some pissy-eyed little son.
Little kid that his
little
balls
Anthony.
haven't dropped yet.
Little Anthony crying.
Doesn't have hair on his
Daddy.
balls yet.
Yeah, but the poor kid is like,
Oh my God.
because the father and the kid are in the truck, I guess, and they're watching the fire from a distance.
Right.
And the father's videoing the
Right.
whole thing.
By the way, videoing it the wrong way again.
Fucking portrait mode.
Fucking turn that goddamn phone sideways.
I'm stunned how stupid people are.
So they're like, pause. We still need to set this up a little bit. How far away do you think they are from the plant? That's it. About a mile? Is that about a mile, maybe? Maybe less,
Maybe
right?
less,
Half
yeah.
mile?
Yeah, that's less than a mile.
Half mile away. The father obviously has his camera outside his window because you can see the side view mirror. And, they're capturing something. They're capturing a pretty impressive fire at the fertilizer plant.
And the father's chatting with the kid like, yeah, well, that's some fire.
They're kind of having a moment.
Yeah, having a moment.
Kind of having a nice little
Having
moment.
a moment. Could you go full screen with that when we get
By
to-
the way, everyone is
Excellent.
sending me this video, and I've already tweeted it. So just go to my Twitter. It's everywhere, though. What the fuck?
And
what the fuck?
So they're chatting, and then holy macaroni, this fucking thing unleashes hell.
Is this the only video of the explosion?
So far.
It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, this plant. Not in the middle of nowhere, because there is a town close by, but I mean...
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, I guess what I'm trying to say, I don't know if we'll get at other angles of the explosion.
Maybe.
Finding a lot of security cameras right around there.
You know what? We will get more video, because if there's a huge fire like this, there's got to be other people filming it from other angles. So what am I talking about? I forgot what year I was in for a second.
Yeah. When you look at the moment of explosion in this video and see like how far away it is there and how close the fire gets to them in that instant, it's just a giant explosion.
It's unbelievable.
Giant.
They're probably half mile away, I would think, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. I mean, I want to...
Maybe not even.
You know, in high school, I was voted boy to most likely to misjudge distance. I was very bad at this.
All right, let's play this out. So the father's just filming this fire out his car window.
Put the wind blowing that way.
He's like, yeah, look at this. That's great.
Turn your phone sideways.
Oh, boy. Hopefully. A little wind. And, oh, boy.
It should play out.
Keep your camera steady.
Jumped out the window.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, you okay?
Dad?
You okay?
Dad, I can't hear.
Come here.
I can't hear. Get out of here. Please get out of here.
Oh my God.
Please get out of here. Please get out of here. Oh my God. Dad, please get out of here. I can't
Chloe.
hear. I can't hear
Oh,
anything.
shit.
I can't hear anything. Poor kid.
Oh my God.
Dad.
Chloe.
Holy fuck!
can't
That went
hear
from
anything.
a kind of nice little moment to holy shit! Get me the
We see that
fuck out of here!
Can we see that explosion again? That's fucking
Amazing.
Isn't
Can you pause it?
Huge.
Or can you capture? Yeah, there you go.
Wow.
Holy fuck!
That
Go frame by frame.
Fucking came. That explosion is giant. Wow. Look at the shit flying out. That's a huge explosion.
Holy fuck! When you stop this video,
you see debris firing out one side. Giant fireball.
And the concussion. Now, what happens to that girl that says she can't hear?
It could have either, in a worst case, just puncture her fucking eardrums.
Right.
And in the best case, when you hear a loud noise, your ears kind of fuck up for a while.
Right. I think she's fine because the guy had to post this video. So I would assume all hell breaks loose. They get home, they check out the daughter, everything's, starts checking out okay. And then he goes, oh my God, I got that on my phone.
Yeah, if your kid's in the hospital with blood coming out of her ears, perhaps you hold off on the upload to YouTube.
Yeah, I don't think we see this for a day or two. But because it went up there immediately, I'm assuming that the girl, I'm going to say the little girl is all right.
Yeah, it sounds like a girl. If it's a boy, then fuck him, he's a girl.
Well, we have a guy that used to drive by the plant that blew up. Do you want to talk to him?
Is he okay?
He's almost an eyewitness.
You drove.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, guys. First, let me say I'm a new listener to your show, and I love it.
He's nude?
Love it.
Sexy.
Who did you used to listen to in the mornings as a truck driver?
For a while there, I listened to the guy on the other end, and I got bored with him.
Oh.
And I just happened to be scanning, and I came across, I guess, one of your replays, and that was like 6 months ago.
No.
I haven't turned it off yet.
Well, very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So what do you got on this explosion, besides the fact that he used to drive by it?
Yes.
Well, I used to drive by when I picked up a meat load, and it is kind of far out in the middle of nowhere, so I don't think there's really much other damage. I mean, I think the closest town was like 5 miles away.
No. We already know there's major damage.
There's deaths.
No, there's damage. There's small buildings around.
It destroyed homes. Supposedly there's a school across the street that is completely leveled. We know this now.
Houses and an old folks' home is totally destroyed.
Right.
Yeah.
We know this to be a fact.
Yeah. You must have driven by very quickly.
Right.
Yeah, well, basically that.
You probably were too busy laughing at our radio show to pay attention to the surroundings around you.
Chuckling at the new find you got. Right. Your new golden tidbit.
Yeah.
Well, off your goddamn ass off.
Oh, I do, man. You guys are great.
All right, Rick.
Thank
you have
you,
nothing.
sir.
But I appreciate we have another listener out there somewhere.
Love it.
No, what do we know? I mean, it took out how many houses? They're saying a couple dozen dead, right?
Yeah, at least right now. There was an old codger's home right there that was leveled.
Right.
A bunch of houses that are literally gone for the area of what would be a few blocks.
Right.
Just flattened. That was a big fucking explosion.
Yeah.
That'll get rid of a lot of shit in its way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
the new news that has pushed Boston off of the top story of all the news agencies. Now they're talking about this Texas explosion.
Unknown death toll, hundreds injured in fertilizer plant explosion. Jarring video shows explosion size and force. Yeah. Wow. Said buildings in a 5-block radius from the plant were severely damaged by the explosion.
Yeah.
So 75 homes damaged. So what is this guy talking about?
Well, he's a new listener. Let's cut him some slack.
All right, fair enough. There were 133 victims in the nursing home that we had to get out. Oh, okay. So they had to, evacuate.
Yeah. I heard some guy on the news on the way in, though, that was talking about pulling bodies out of that place, the old folks' home.
Really?
Yeah.
That's just a Tuesday.
Yeah,
what day are we up to?
Maybe
that's just a Wednesday. Should have figured out what day it was in first before I attempted that lame joke. So, and then you got the Boston bomber thing.
Yeah,
they got 2 guys on fucking film, man. They got these 2 guys.
Is it these are 2 guys that they really want to talk to? The guy in the blue and the guy in the black.
He needed the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Definitely.
Yeah, they're saying that I've seen a bunch of breakdowns of these pictures, and a lot of the little circling and arrows and little notes and stuff that people have put on Reddit and other sites, I guess.
4chan.
Yeah, 4chan and
4chan,
and they've. I mean, a lot of it makes perfect sense.
Well, yeah,
and they're actually looking at this guy's backpack, and you can see it's very weighty, very heavy.
Right.
And they're assuming that this bulge on the back is the lid to the pressure cooker.
Right.
That's laying sideways.
Right.
And showing the little bulge on the back. So it's just very...
And the other guy's bag, the blue bag, it looks like it's being weighed down by something in the middle of it. It looks pretty fucking heavy.
It looks ridiculously heavy.
Yeah. And I don't know. What does that guy look on the right?
You can't tell. I mean, he could be Middle Eastern or he could be a fucking white guy. It's really hard to tell. Or it could be Spanish.
Yeah.
It's really hard to tell. He's not black, and it's not a woman.
And he's not white.
I'm gonna say,
he's not white.
I'm just going to say right now, I think
he's
Saudi.
Yeah, I think Middle Eastern. They look. He looks at it, but whatever. What do we know?
And look at that picture they got of those 2 guys. They so look like they're not there for the marathon. My God, man!
Aren't those guys cops or no?
No,
were they?
Oh,
no. Those
are those the same 2 guys? No.
Yeah.
But they don't have the same pants on.
Those are other guys.
Let me say.
Those are two different guys.
They're different guys.
There might be more guys involved.
Those are
The two
different
guys that were on the cell phone standing together.
Yeah.
They're the different guys.
That's a different guy.
Yeah, but they're not. They're not cops with heavy backpacks like that.
No, but I heard there was maybe I'm wrong, but I was looking at the one Alex from InfoWars, and I retweeted it, and I looked at all those pictures. I think a couple of them were deemed to be undercovers.
Yeah.
But
Alex Jones? Alex Jones ripped off all these pictures
yeah.
from... Yeah, but he didn't give him any credit, according to Travis.
Oh, I heard he
Why
did.
would he?
Huh?
I heard he did credit the 4chan.
Travis said he didn't see any credit. That Alex put all that up there, like his war room took care of all this and put it all together.
The war room.
How great was that woman yesterday from Boston with Alex Jones?
Lindsay, yeah,
she got a few followers out of that on
She
Twitter.
did?
Yeah.
She did all right with that?
Yeah. Yeah,
But
she did.
This is pretty well, like when you look at all the photos taken of this area and all the people with backpacks and how they look at the ripped up wreckage,
right?
And they're circling little things on the wreck. It's amazing that much of the bag survived.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? That like the fucking bomb blew out and there's still like identifiable pieces of the bag.
Yeah.
You think that a bomb would leave nothing left?
The bag just blows out, right?
Yeah.
They find a lot of shit, man. They piece it all together.
It's just a matter of time now.
Yeah. The latest headline, I guess, is as I was driving in, is that they do have suspects, and they are looking.
Right.
'Cause yesterday they really fucking. The news took a big hit yesterday.
A big shitteroo.
They went on with claims of a suspect with an impending arrest, and then that was arrested.
Right.
And then they said that the suspect was being brought to the courthouse.
Federal courthouse.
And all this was just nonsense. And a lot of people went with it. And then the news agencies, like I was watching Fox, and Megyn Kelly was on, and she's backpedaling like a mad woman, saying like, well, this disputes earlier reports that were heard.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, reports that were heard? You were saying it.
Right.
Don't make it sound like it was other people.
I was watching CNN. John King did the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they try to cover their ass by saying like, there were erroneous reports put out earlier. Yeah, I know. I heard them right here out of your mouth. They ran with it, and it turned out to be complete horse shit. The FBI.
Are they officially asking the public for help right now?
I don't think they've put out officially any pictures yet. They did say that because of pictures and video that they do have somebody that they consider a suspect.
Right.
Whether they're going to release it before they actually find the guy.
Right.
Is, I think they don't release pictures until they really, till things kind of go a little chilly.
Who's the creepy guy in the bathrobe? That guy.
I know.
They were showing that guy yesterday for a while.
Jesus.
If he didn't do this, he should be arrested for something.
Yeah, there's about 5 guys right now
who should be arrested.
Yeah, that guy
is
creepy. It looks like a bathrobe, doesn't it? It's not, but he's got a backpack that he's kind of trying to hold up.
Yeah,
it's slung over his right arm, and he's using his left arm to kind of brace it, like it might be heavy.
A backpack.
This guy in the blue, man. I hope it's. He looks so guilty.
He does look guilty.
So I'm certainly hoping it's not him because I don't want to be so like, yep, I knew it.
Right.
I
really don't.
Yeah.
We got a West Texas guy. He's all pissed off at the last guy.
Oh.
But the last guy just drove by the plant once.
He doesn't know.
We
He's
knew
a
that
new
going into
listener.
the phone call.
He
cut
means
him some
well.
slack.
Give him
Yeah.
a break.
Brad in West Texas, what's up?
Oh, no. That video y'all
Well said, Brad.
His first statement was, Yeah.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Are you panicking?
He is.
Yeah, I'm fucking nervous.
I love it. It's all good, man.
What were you trying to say, Brad?
In the end, we don't bite.
No.
No. Well, the video y'all talking about, that guy was probably 200 to 300 yards away.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
The apartment buildings, they're right across there. They're fucking level. I think I sent pictures of all of those. I'm not sure. Nursing home collapse. It was probably 200 to 300 yards away. Middle school's gone. My brother's house was about 1.5 miles away, and it blew in all the windows on it. It was pretty fucked up.
Wow.
That's really all I got for you.
Oh, that's okay.
Wait, do you live in West Texas or the area?
Yes.
Did you?
Yeah,
All right, so I got a couple questions. Fuck it. Like, did you feel the explosion?
No, I didn't where I was at. My mom says she felt it about 8 miles away. I live probably 10 to 15 miles away. So.
I was saying, like, people felt it 90 miles away.
All right, we're doing better here, though. We had a guy that drove by the plant once a while ago, and now we got a guy that was about 10 to 15 miles from the explosion, so let's try to beat that.
It's pretty good.
Yeah. But according to this guy, he felt it. People felt it all the way. My friend in Australia had his ice cream blown out of his hand.
His ice cream. Because they just love their ice cream over there.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes,
Brad.
sir.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. A lot of speculation, a lot of photographs, and a lot of red lines and circles and blue lines and circles in Boston.
They'll have it all figured out very, very soon. Did you see the Boston Bruins game?
No.
Did we pull that? Sammy! Sammy!
Oh.
Nice. I kind of liked it.
What do you got?
I'll show you.
Oh.
Boston Bruins played last night.
Ooh.
In Boston.
Yeah.
You haven't seen this yet?
No. It's the whole crowd is singing along.
Knocked the singer right out of it.
That's loud. Could you see if the guy on mic was like, could you guys shut up? I'm trying to sing this. This is my moment. This ruins everyone's fucking good time. Oh, they hit the high notes? Some people are already.
It's all right, man. I got chills.
That's pretty cool.
And of course, I have to tweet that, and then someone goes, "What of the douche variety?" It's like these people are everywhere. They don't let you rest for a second. How are you not affected by that? Of the douche.
So you tweet that you gave you chills.
Yeah, like you can't show that
what an asshole.
In our stupid fucking world that we fucking developed, you can't have a human moment ever.
No.
We built this whole fucking thing, but these assholes don't even allow you to have one lousy fucking human fucking moment.
That's hilarious. What a tool.
Like, everything has to be a fucking joke and a kick to the balls and a fucking slap to the face. Dare you try to show any human emotion on fucking Twitter or Facebook, you get fucking hammered.
People don't get it. They don't. On Twitter, it's how about when you write down like a comment or a little joke or something, and then people go,
Yeah, they don't even understand how that works.
They don't even understand like a chip.
That's a compliment. They're telling you that's a fucking great joke.
They don't understand how to use it properly.
Like, there are times that you'll write something and obviously it's a Chip joke.
Right.
You're like, all right, Chip. But then you write something with a joke to it and they're like, oh, really, Chip? Right. Like, that's not, no, it makes sense.
Maybe the tweet bombs or whatever, but there is a difference between
a Chip joke
and an actual, I really am trying to do a joke here.
These Twitter people are fucking annoying,
like, man. That, to me, was fucking cool as hell.
It was. It was a fucking...
Got a whole city coming together before the Bruins game, showing unity, and the douche variety. I'm like, forget it.
Of the douche.
It's like...
That is a funny way to phrase that.
Oh, it really is.
But he means it. Like, I understand when someone is going for a fucking joke or a line, but this, you just know when someone means it. Like, really? Really? You were affected by... Yeah, I was. I'm sorry. sorry.
What an ass hat.
Yeah, I was affected by that.
God damn. Funny. Fucking people. Yes.
Fez jerked off to one of our staff members. What is he?
Wait, what?
Well, which one now? Let's not
What?
judge.
What is this about?
Was it to Sam? I mean, who?
I just see this in front of me.
Sam's old hat now.
Oh, you really are.
Yeah.
You're like the fucking fifth one down the list when we're all trying to
Yeah.
come. How does that feel? Fucking 30-year-old.
Actually, okay with it.
Fez says he jerked off to an O&A staff member, but it's not Troy because Troy's too cocky. Does he admit who he jerked off to?
No, it's a
Sal?
mystery.
What is that going to be an 8-year mystery too?
It's got to be Sal.
How about he just tells Ron who it was, so Ron
knows.
can move on?
Ron knows. And
Then how
Pepper
about
knows.
Ron just Pepper? Please, I beg you, today, just say who it was.
I don't know. He did say
Enough with these mysteries.
he had a dream about somebody who works at SiriusXM making out with him. He said who that was, but he wouldn't say
Who was that?
Handsome Johnny Tube Steaks.
Handsome Johnny Tube.
Who's Johnny Tube
Handsome
Steaks?
Johnny Tube
He's the
Steaks.
guy we want to get on staff and trade Sal for.
Yeah.
But where does he work now?
He does a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah, he's a music guy right now, but he's
Does
done
weekend programming for us. He runs the board here and
things for
there.
us, yeah, but
Oh, I might have seen him.
Yeah, we had him. Oh, maybe you weren't here.
I think he's introduced himself to me.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
but yeah, Fez wouldn't say he wouldn't say who
Yeah.
on the O&A show he's jerked off to.
How close to the O&A show? Is it peripheral people? Are interns involved?
I don't know if I don't think it goes further than interns. Like, I think that's probably as peripheral as it goes. It made it seem like they work for the show. Technically, I guess they could be one of you guys.
Could be E-Rock. Little fucking playgirl type pose. Leaning on his arm, on his elbow. Like Burt Reynolds in Cosmo.
Do we have to play this audio?
If you want to.
Oh.
I mean, it's Fez talking about jerking off to somebody on the show.
Let's
I
hear
would.
it.
Oh,
Yeah, I think we
sure.
should play that.
Sure.
Does
We
Fez
should- we
like
should.
twinks? What is Fez like?
Then again, I've lost a few pounds.
I think Fez likes men.
It may have been me.
Men.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It could have been you?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Jimmy.
If
Are
I
you
had-
honored?
I
was
walk
thinking-
around with these tight jeans. How could he
Yes.
not? I'm surprised you guys haven't.
That was to say.
I was thinking about it yesterday. I would think it's. My guess is E-Rock.
E-Rock?
I think he's looked at those eyes that he's posted on Facebook
He does
so
put on
many
those
times.
bedroom eyes.
He's got those dreamy eyes, and he knows when to use them.
Oh, yeah.
Right, E-Rock? You know.
Pretty
I know.
cool, huh?
You put up numbers with those dreamy eyes, didn't you?
I'm adorable.
When you were going to high school in Florida with your speedboat.
Long Island, but that's okay.
For the record, I held back on a joke right there.
A fat joke.
Yeah.
Come on, get the poor.
I held
You
back.
dropped a few pounds.
But I held back. See? You never know when I don't say it, E-Rock.
But we can't say we're holding back on fat jokes. I know what you're going for, but I just want to hammer it home for the people. You can't fucking tell them you're holding back on fat jokes
Because
you
that's
just hold
as
back on
bad
fat jokes.
Just as bad as saying it.
And I know that's exactly what you're doing. Trust me, I'm
Oh,
just
that's
fucking
funny.
pushing it forward for you.
Oh,
Jesus,
Christ.
you can't say that.
Oh, how much was that? Well, you got to put it on my tab. I still got my multi-symptom cold.
Wow.
Nasal congestion, cough, and mucus.
What does your immune system do when a cold comes in? Just lay there and get the fucking put its asshole up in the air?
The cold is gone. It's been gone. It was only there for maybe 2 or 3 days. But this lingering cough. Oh, it's the worst.
You have the immune system of an AIDS baby.
Jesus.
Fucking amazing to me.
I have a great immune system. It's just that the cough itself lingers on. I don't know
Lingers
why.
longer.
I don't know why.
I was at the drugstore yesterday. I discovered something fucking terrific.
What's that?
I'm back taking vitamins.
Yeah, which ones?
I found fucking
Centrum Gold, a silver. So you're taking Centrum Silver?
No. I see that number.
Oh.
Not yet. I'm taking gummy vitamins. I had no idea these things existed.
I have a fucking jar of those.
You know, I had no idea there was gummy vitamins. I'm all in.
Really?
They're gummy bears, basically.
Yeah,
And,
those
and I was
things-
looking at the stats on the back of the bottle. It's everything you fucking need. I'm like, all right, I'm in.
Are they the
It's
same?
dangerous to have in a house with kids.
Yeah.
You think, like,
Yeah,
that's fucking candy.
There's probably hundreds of things that are dangerous in my house right now, and that's after fucking making sure there's not dangerous things in my house.
Yeah.
But a gummy bear, fucking vitamins. You take one every morning?
No, I forget, like, I take my regimen of a few things I take, and I always forget to take the vitamins. I want to take a multivitamin.
I kind of let it melt in my mouth a little bit. Oh. It's nice.
Really enjoy it.
I really am enjoying.
Savor that.
I'm savoring my gummy bear vitamin.
Take 2.
I had no idea that this shit existed until yesterday. Take 2?
I think 2 is the dosage for those.
Take
Are you serious? I didn't read that.
Yeah, I believe it's 2.
Oh, fuck. So I need another.
You're only
gummy
taking
bear
half
vitamin.
a vitamin, really.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dr. Steve will explain why it's a complete waste of time.
I've heard that vitamins are a waste of time from people, but
really,
yeah, that if you eat properly,
but no one eats
really,
properly.
Yeah,
there's not a person alive that eats properly.
Really?
Yeah. How many servings of vegetables and fruits you're supposed to do a day?
62.
All right. And how many do you do? 1?
8.
Oh.
Yeah.
Still not nearly enough.
No.
You're still under the 62, though.
Yeah. I can't stop eating vegetables. Sometimes I'll run around like holding a bag of baby carrots and I go from room to room alone and I shake them over my head and I scream, "Carrot boy."
I tried sauteed kale last night.
Holy fuck.
Good, right?
Horrendously bad.
What the hell are you thinking?
And I could eat kale if it's kind of like raw with a little lemon shit on it.
Kale? It doesn't even sound good.
Kale's not bad.
Kale's really good for you, but you got to figure out how to get it into your system because it's shit.
I'll tell you what sucks.
It's like lettuce if you just rubbed it in shit and then rinsed it off a little bit.
Spinach is terrible.
I love spinach.
Oh, I wish it's so fucking good for you, and I eat it. And
I shouldn't say I love it,
sopping
but
wet like fucking toilet paper. I'm like, this stinks.
Ew.
This stinks.
You got to put them in some mashed potatoes.
Oh, I guess I should mix it with something.
And then I, for the first time in years, I tried sweet potatoes. I fucking hate sweet potatoes because it looks like you're having a potato.
Yeah.
And then you get that. I don't know what it tastes like. Sweet, obviously, but there's something else, the yammy or something.
I'm not a fan.
Everyone is like, oh, sweet potatoes are great. No, they suck.
You only have them during like fucking Thanksgiving and shit. Yeah. Once a year, you eat yourself a sweet tater.
No, not even then.
Yeah, I don't mind them.
Do you like sweet potatoes?
Nah, I'm not like, it's like if it's in front of me and I'm hungry, I'll eat the fucking thing.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I don't think about them much. But kale? What is it, like a lettucey thing?
Kale, it's bitter. It's some bitter shit.
Shit that's just supposed to be kind of just a few thrown in with a real lettuce salad?
Maybe that would be a better way to eat it. I throw it in my vegetable drinks. It's not as bad because I just slam my vegetable drinks down.
Yeah.
I'm not really enjoying them. But that's how I'm trying to get my vegetables in because I realize I don't really like vegetables. I finally realized that.
I like myself a good fucking
salad.
Like grilled asparagus is good.
Oh yeah, I like
shit.
that.
A nice fucking regular lettuce, tomato, cucumber salad.
Like that.
Good shit right there. How about some broccoli, Rob? I'll eat the shit out of some broccoli, Rob.
Acid reflux.
What?
Yeah, broccoli is off my fucking plate.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll even believe it or not, if they're properly fucking like whatever they're supposed to be, good, ripe, whatever. I don't know. I can't say ripe. Like even Brussels sprouts. I don't mind a good Brussels sprout with a lot of lemon squeezed on them.
I had one recently. It's there. It's all right. If I'm not gonna eat a plate of them.
If vegetables could be considered gamey,
right?
They're gamey,
right?
For a vegetable, it's gamey.
Where you at with summer vegetables? The squashes and the
squash.
Zucchini.
You can take
fucking hate all that
and
shit.
Cram them right up your fucking ass.
Good.
I hate squash. And all I think of when I hear squash is that fucking time our chicks at the time decided to surprise us.
This was our big surprise as we're taking on Boston radio. We come home to a dinner.
They were
these two
conspiring
knuckleheads
together. These two fucking baboon brains were deciding that they're going to cook for us. And they were very excited. And we're like, well, what are you making? Oh, we're not telling. Tee-hee.
So we're sitting around waiting. And I remembered the smell going, this can't be good.
We were just going, this got to suck.
It doesn't smell good.
Suck. So they throw these plates in front of us, and it looks like spaghetti and sauce.
Yeah, I'm like, and then at that point, I'm excited. I'll eat spaghetti every night of the week.
I like a good spaghetti and some sauce on top. Oh, nice. So I take a forkful, and they're doing that look like they're waiting for the big response. Like, what is this? It's squash pasta.
Ooh.
They made spaghetti out of squash.
By hand.
By hand.
They really did work hard.
And then fucking cook it and then put sauce on it. It's like, if you're going to go through that trouble, why not just make fucking spaghetti?
Yes.
It was terrible.
It was
Is squash pasta lousy?
It was horrible. We ended up... And then, of course, they get all the press. And I think there were tears. I'm like, well, we can't eat this. It's horrible. And it's not because... And then we had to explain it's not horrible because you cooked it wrong. It's just a horrible dish.
I don't like it.
I remember we all started fucking dumping it into the garbage. And then I think, if I remember correctly, we ordered pizzas. And then we were very happy.
Yeah, they weren't happy.
But then all of a sudden it turns into tears. I'm like, what? I'm supposed to make believe I like squash pasta? This is horrendous.
Fucking, yeah. It turns into a big drama fest.
You probably didn't handle it the way you probably should have raging bulled it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That would have been good.
It's like,
fucking squash pasta.
Yeah, I don't like any of those summer vegetables.
No.
I like eggplant if it's
squash.
Oh, I hate eggplant. I hate squash. Summer vegetables stink.
Eggplant if it's cooked properly. You gotta soften that shit up.
Eggplant has to be done good and made into a nice parmesan, eggplant parmesan, but it's got to be done right. You can't slice it thick where it's chewy.
Right.
It's got to be sliced thin. You got to like soak it or something and then dry it out.
Sure, yeah.
There's a lot of shit.
You got to know how to
that
prepare it
goes along with
properly.
Yeah.
The guys from I forgot, was it Sunday Gravy?
Yeah.
Might have been the Sunday Gravy people brought some eggplant parmesan recently. Holy fuck, was that good.
Hey, manigot. Some manigot.
Anything more depressing, you go to a barbecue and they start breaking out the squash and the zucchini to grill it.
They're going to grill it.
And then you're like, oh, no, you got to taste it after it's grilled. It's so much better.
Yeah, so much better than a steak.
And then you got to figure out how to fucking dump that shit in one of those big garbage pails that they set out.
That's where the napkins come in handy. Just fucking, you crunch them up and distribute them on top of what you don't want to eat and then go to the garbage pail.
Just slide it in.
That was great stuff.
This guy's like, the only way to eat a sweet potato is with butter and brown sugar. Yeah, I get that.
That sounds pretty delicious.
Sugar and butter makes anything good, but if you're trying to eat healthy and you're trying to eat vegetables and someone throws a sweet potato down, yeah, I could have jazzed that shit up last night. I would have put a shitload of salt on it, some fucking butter, and I probably would have enjoyed it. But I'm trying to avoid all that if you're trying to eat healthy.
Exactly.
Like cream spinach, why would you bother at that point? There's nothing healthy about cream spinach.
Still a good sweet potato. I hated them my whole life. Like they upset me.
Yeah.
And I had them probably within the last year at Del Frisco's next door.
Right.
I was out with some friends and it had the sugar and stuff, but it was still a tasty snack.
Yeah, you put brown sugar on. Brown sugar will make your shit taste good.
That's why I think just the opposite. if you're gonna eat shit, man up.
Man up. Let me say hi to Ron and Indy. Ron, what's up?
Yeah, my mom made something similar one time, but it was like half pasta, half squash, and we ate it all. Then she was like, "Oh yeah, you're dead. Jump the load in it."
What did he do?
And then he hangs up.
What happened?
He nailed you is what he did.
He got us.
But I don't know what he said.
He said that his mom made pasta once. It was half pasta and half squash.
Right.
And then when we ate it, after we were done, she said, Dad dumped a load in it. And then he got scared and hung up. He got us scared from his prank phone call.
All right, it was a little too quick.
Yeah,
funny.
Could have hung in there.
That was funny. So Fez jerks off to an O&A staff member.
Yes, he does, but it's not Troy.
We know that 100%?
He says he does not like Troy. He thinks Troy walks around here very cocky.
How long do we have to wait for the answer? I need to know.
I don't know. He first mentioned this a while back.
So this is his new thing that he's going to fucking tease for years.
I don't know. I just wish he would say it. It's just jerking off. Like, who did you jerk off to? I'll tell you who I jerk off to if you tell me.
Yeah, then you say the name, and then Ronnie's like, and then you like fool around with it for about an hour, and then you move on to something else.
Right. Then we
Why
come
does it
on
have
and
to
bust
always
his
be
balls.
a thing that lasts years?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have that much to talk about. I don't know.
Do you want to hear the audio?
I certainly do.
Do you have it, E-Rock?
Yes.
All right, here's the first clip. Fez says he jerked off to an O&A staff member, but it's not Troy.
No.
Anyone who works here like that? Well, there was an O&A producer who we no longer... Do you know who it is?
Oh, yeah, I know
The
who it is.
O&A guys to this day are interested.
And I would always-
I can't believe that they haven't figured it out yet.
I would always notice.
I had the other night, a very homoerotic dream of somebody here that I was making out with in the lobby in the dream.
No, Scott.
Yeah. I feel like Troy could be your type, right? Troy Kwan?
He actually doesn't like Troy at all.
What? Really?
No.
Weird. I feel like he's...
Because we all
not my
thought it was
type.
going to be Troy.
No.
Did you say he's too cocky or something?
Yeah, because when I said that there was an O&A person
Right.
that I had jerked to before.
All right, jerk to. Disgusting.
Troy just assumed it was him.
Right, well, everybody would. He's the most
I
flamboyant of... Yeah, he's the pretty boy on the channel. He really is. No offense, Pepper.
I was kind of offended at that, but I was let it lie.
You're going to let it go?
Cunt. You're a dick, Liam.
Thanks.
So no, there's no interest in Troy.
Oh, that's too bad.
That was some good chemistry there. I heard some really good chemistry.
Yeah, just everybody kind of meshing.
Yeah, they were meshing good there.
So he jacked off, fantasizing about somebody.
Somebody from the show, yeah. My guess is E-Rock.
Wow.
I also believe that Troy is probably a little offended that it's not him.
That it's not.
Oh, really?
him.
I think Troy likes to be the object of desire, whether it's, who doesn't, really?
By a male or female, he doesn't care.
No, I mean,
No,
to
he
be the object of desire, he wouldn't... I don't think he'd fuck Fez, but...
You don't think he cares who's creaming in their jeans over him?
Why? I think he would like, as many people as possible, male or female. Who wouldn't, though?
Well...
And then Fez admits which Sirius XM staff member he had a dream about making out with.
Yeah.
So
like you could
who's
get a
the
little
other person? Do you want to write it down?
I'll write it down and I'll give it to you.
Oh, can I see?
Because this hadn't happened before, but it happened in the dream.
Well, what do you mean it hadn't happened before?
Like I hadn't thought of this person. I hadn't had any sexual thoughts.
All right. Well, how long does it take?
It's a long
I
name.
bet you're right.
I'm a little
I
nervous.
bet you're right.
I got a long last
Holy
name.
shit. If I'm fucking right, please, 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 please. Oh.
Oh, this is so easy. Handsome Johnny Tube Steak.
Oh, wow.
Handsome Johnny.
Handsome Johnny Tube Steaks. The poor kid. You had a dream about him? Was that...
Yeah,
And
it was
there's
very
no
weird.
Does
way
he
you
know?
could get him because he had Brazilian Julie
Right,
and was turned off by her.
right. I love Pepper.
Pepper Pig Kid Kelly.
That's a good guess.
All right then.
And doable.
Kid Kelly, oh my God.
That was the dream Fez had about making out with somebody that we were talking about.
That was
It
great.
was Handsome Johnny Tube Steaks. Wow.
Who do you think it is that Fez jerked off to?
I think it's Who Gives a Shit.
You really don't care? I do.
You do.
Very much.
Yeah, that's in your wheelhouse. Have fun with that.
I will.
What do you think it is?
Enjoy
I honestly
that
think it's E-Rock.
storyline.
Why E-Rock?
I don't know. He's just because he's
a
innocent.
tender, sweet boy.
Yeah, he's sweet. He's got those. He's got that come hither stare he's been practicing for so long.
God.
Do you think Fez probably thought of kissing, like laying behind E-Rock and just snuggling with him?
Yeah, like Fez is a romantic guy. He doesn't want to
We have
aggressively fuck someone, you know.
we have investigators that are breaking down the audio. Tim on Long Island. Tim.
Well, boys,
Hey.
I'm going to say it's a former Danny Ross. Ron does say an O&A producer who used to and then cuts himself off. So
Yeah, he did. He did. There was something there.
Wow.
So it could be anybody, though.
You think it's
from
Danny?
the past.
Danny was always very sexual. It could be him.
Maybe. Maybe.
Danny had a juicy rump. Fez probably thought about nuzzling it and just kissing it.
Oh, God.
And smelling the seat in it. like a little bit of sweat.
You think so?
Yeah, like you'd probably want to kiss it in July or August.
Oh, and it was nice and warm and humid.
Yeah.
What about D-Boy?
Maybe
Derek.
I guess it could be.
Because the production office was private back there. They'd probably think he'd walk in and Derek would be drunk.
Yeah.
And he'd start kissing him. And Derek would be like, all right, whatever.
I think Fez would like that he would kind of just be in the background. Like, he's more behind the scenes. He's not.
Yeah.
Because he obviously doesn't like Troy showboating, so maybe he does go the opposite.
No. What about Than?
I guess that would be from a long time ago, though.
A long time ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, what about Steve?
You know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Steve was a bear. Fez might have liked Steve. Steve was nice. Hello, Fez.
Yeah.
Steve wouldn't reject him angrily. Like if Fez tried to fuck Steve, even if Steve didn't want to, he probably would. I'd rather not do that. He wouldn't have hit him.
Well, pencil in April 18th, 2015, because that's when we'll find out.
Is that it?
Oh, God.
We gotta wait. Stay tuned, everyone.
That's why I'm not fucking biting on this.
Stay tuned.
I don't feel like waiting for shit anymore.
Steve is a good guess.
Yeah, you think that's a good guess?
Might bang.
We got a busy show today. We got Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes coming in today. We also have Tom Sizemore coming back.
Tom Sizemore.
His book is great.
It's fucking fantastic.
I read excerpts from this book a few weeks ago. It's called By Some Miracle I Made It Out of There, a memoir. Tom Sizemore.
He fucked a lot of hot chicks, man.
Yeah.
Tom fucked a lot of good girls.
And he had some high-profile fucking friends, man.
Yes, he did.
Holy shit. He hung out with all of them.
Everyone.
Yes, and then Ricky Gervais at 10 o'clock. We're staying late today for Ricky, who's coming in to do our show.
This is like fucking pretty fucking good television. PFG TV. You know, we're naming off these guests like Scorch does.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, coming up on the show today, Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes. Yeah, that's it. Hey, we also got Tom Sizemore. He's coming up on the show. Hey, Ricky Gervais, ladies and gentlemen, Ricky Gervais.
Scorch is very excited that we pushed a lot of people toward his videos.
I follow Scorch on Twitter now.
He's thanking us. He's actually thanking us.
Yeah.
He's unfazed. I love it. That's what I love about him. Nothing phases him.
Yeah.
Hey, it's more numbers.
More numbers. All right. Obama's pissed off. We could do that after the break. We can figure out what's going on in Boston after the break. And maybe more info on this big, huge explosion in West Texas.
What happened?
Hundreds injured and dozens feared dead. Wow.
That's,
holy fuck.
That was a pretty big explosion. Wow, man. They're showing this aerial view and the blast radius on Fox.
Wow.
And, geez.
Yeah, they're slowing down. CNN was just slowing down the video that guy made with his daughter.
Yeah.
Which we kind of did ourselves, but it's just unbelievable. Yeah, see, they didn't slow it down on fucking MSNBC.
No, it's very...
Oh, wait, no.
Very big explosion.
Yeah, slow down that video and you could see just how massive it was. Holy fuck.
Fucking fertilizer. Jesus Christ.
Do we really need fertilizer that bad?
That blows up like that?
Do we
really
really
exploding fertilizer? What the fuck? Yeah.
And doom and gloom got me this morning on the way in.
What happened?
We were talking about the fertilizer explosion. I forgot about this. Kenny goes, do you know there's a chlorine plant in Jersey? And if that ever blew up, it would take out the entire metropolitan area. I swear I've been awake for 7 minutes by the time I jump in his car.
Yeah.
You just don't want to hear that early because you can't fucking digest that info that early. You just start thinking all sorts of shit. Goes, if that ever went up, oh, here he comes. If that ever went up, it would take out the entire metropolitan area.
Entire?
He said entire.
Like New York City.
That's New York City, yes.
Well, doesn't it depend on which way the wind is blowing?
And then my stupid brain's like, well, fuck, are they watching that plant? Are they guarding it?
Yeah.
What kind of safety things they got in place? Kenny's coming in now. I don't know if he heard us talking about this.
Oh, no, I don't think he did.
Kenny!
No, he's doesn't have his ear plugs in. He's got our prefixed as his
cool
Kenny.
There he is.
I was telling him what you told me this morning on the way in. You freaked me out.
Big chlorine plant, Jersey. What's that about?
Yeah.
What did you say would happen if that fucking unloads?
Was that private info? It wasn't private info.
Chlorine plants? No.
Yeah.
The chlorine gas is not good.
No, it's not.
No, we all know that.
Depending on which way the wind is blowing,
exactly.
What could it do, in your estimation?
Wipe out the whole metropolitan area.
So all of New York City, everyone would be dead.
Depending, right, which way the wind's blowing.
Damn.
That's fucking scary.
That's movie shit right there.
Yeah.
Do they protect that plant?
I hope so.
Kenny hopes so. That's what we've heard here, folks.
Fuck. I just don't trust humans with this shit in the end. I never trust them with nuclear power plants.
Yeah, we are pretty stupid when it comes to trying to fucking keep this shit under wraps.
No, man.
We got caves in the desert with nuclear waste in it.
Right.
Old nuclear rods from the power plants.
Right.
Big barrels of fucking glow-in-the-dark shit.
All over the place.
All over the place. They send somebody every so often to check if they're leaking.
Right. Those weird swampy areas in your neighborhood that are fenced in, but as a kid you had to go in there.
The sump.
And they knew that. They just assumed, we might take out a couple kids here and there, but this is the best we could do with this shit.
Play in the sump.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It's like a Long Island staple.
Yep.
Where are you going? The sump.
The sump.
Because if it was like, if it wasn't the rainy season, the sump would dry out. And there'd be the big drain thing at the bottom, the big sewer pipe thing, and you'd walk in there.
You'd crawl
hang
in.
out, smoke your cigarettes, and cop a feel off a girl's titty.
How far in would you go? You had to stay within seeing the light, right?
Yeah, I would go in until like you'd see a street, one of the grates of the street.
As long as you had a little light around you,
came
were cool.
In. Yeah.
Down in the Philly area, go down there a lot. They were telling me they used to go underground for a while. I'm like, you're fucking nuts, man. I always had to be kind of close to the entrance, within a run of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't mind as long as.
But they would go because going out the other way was another cool area to hang out. So they would just fucking make the fucking journey.
Yeah,
that's fucking crazy.
The sump.
They said easily half-mile underground, no problem in the dark. They would have flashlights and go out the other side to do shit.
Yeah, I recall going down into the sump with some girl. Back when
what a romantic.
It was. No, this is like fucking like third grade or something.
Right.
And she was like holding on to my the back of my pants while we were walking in there because she was all scared.
And you were in third grade too?
Yeah, and that was like a date. No, it was last week. She's still there.
How do you
rotting?
How do you know how to? How do you know how to get things done back then as a third grader?
No, it didn't go any further than that. I just knew something was cool about this.
Right.
Like the girl being scared and kind of holding on to me and me like walking there. I was kind of like, hey, this is good something. This is something kind of fucking like, I got to remember this because it could come in handy.
I think this is going to grow into something
that
I'm going to really appreciate in a few more years.
Yeah. That was like the first action I got since the a kindergarten show each other our hiney in the shed action that I got.
I didn't have balls to show my hiney to the girls, man.
Oh, kindergarten.
In kindergarten?
Fuck
Fuck no, I didn't have balls back then.
I remember the girl, she'd pull her pants down and she'd like show her ass and then she'd turn her head over her shoulder and look and smile like, look at my ass. And I'm like, oh, cool. And then I'd be like, oh, here's mine.
She probably didn't even want to see it. You probably just insisted.
No, she was asking for it. That little fucking whore.
Jesus.
First, she was a hooah.
Yeah.
All right. We should break. Once again, Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes coming in. Also, Tom Sizemore and Ricky Gervais at 10 o'clock today. So we're staying late. Just get the word out for that.
Yeah.
And then I drive to Baltimore for my sold-out shows Friday and Saturday. I lied. Tickets available.
Oh, Jimmy. They're selling well, though, right?
I don't know. I try not to look at the counts. Magoobies.
They should be.
Big counts.
They should be selling well.
Yeah, I haven't been there almost a year and a half, so it's not like I've been there too much.
We got a nice little fan base in the Baltimore area. All right.
Look at this fire guy. He's all fucked up.
Wow.
Yeah, but he's lucky.
But maybe he just really likes jelly, and he didn't wash his face after, and he's a sloppy eater. His face is fucked up.
At least 5 to 15 killed, more than 160 injured. That was one hell of an explosion overnight. I guess it wasn't overnight. Why didn't this hit the news
yesterday? I know.
Why did it take so long to hit the news? Because it was about 7:30 West Texas time, right?
Yeah, it was still light out. Well, let's eat our stuffs. All right.
Well, I was ready to fucking go to break. E-Rock's making us suffer today for whatever reason.
Comment?
What are you doing, E-Rock?
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Retard brain, laugh your tears away, laugh your tears away. Cause I'm a retard. Shut up, brain damage cunt. You fucking dummy. You're not smart, you're not funny, you're not clever, you're a retard. But you kill a child. Laugh your tears away. Laugh your tears away. Get your own fucking life. Fuck you, you nosy body. Get your own fucking life. Fuck you, you nosy body. Fuck you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Fuck you. Bye bye. Bye bye. Away, laugh your tears away, laugh your tears away, fucking retard brain, laugh your tears away, laugh your tears away, take your medication, but you kill a child, laugh your tears away, laugh your tears away, get your own fucking life, fuck you, you nosy body. Get your own fucking life. Bye bye. Bye bye. Laugh your tears away. Laugh your tears away. Laugh your tears away. Fucking retard brain. Laugh your tears away. Laugh your tears away. Take your medication, but you kill a child. Laugh your tears away. Laugh your tears away.
Ahoy, mateys! Time to launch back onto the seven seas with your favorite aqua adventurer, Captain Louis!
It was my first day in the boat. I just bought it, but it's this big fucking boat with 2 engines, and it's really complicated to drive. I took Chris Rock and my manager out on it. We went out to the Statue of Liberty, and there was this thing floating in the water. Chris saw it. I said, "What is that?" And it was this big thing, and it was dark. It was night. It was like 1 a.m. So it looked like, like a big round raft. That's what it looked like to me. And I yelled over, "Hey, is anyone in that boat?" And then we noticed that it was coming towards us, like kind of with some speed. And Chris goes, "Get the fuck away from that thing." Like, it was creepy. So I backed away from it, and I put a light on it, and it looked like a giant manhole cover sticking out of the river. This was the weirdest night fucking ever. And it's right by the Statue of Liberty. It's like, I don't know, 20 feet across, and it's moving. It's leaving a wake. So I call up, and then this woman came on and says, "New York Harbor Coast Guard, give me your phone number." So I give her my number. This guy calls. He goes, "Describe it as well as you can." I go, "I don't want to cause a problem, but it looks like the hatch of a submarine, and it's headed towards Lower Manhattan." That's what I'm seeing, and I'm sure it's not that, but my main concern is it's not lit, and it could cream anything that hits it's going down. And the guy goes, "All right, well, I'll call a boat and send them to you." So he hangs up, and like 20 minutes later, there's nobody there. So anyway, I call back, and they're not sending anybody, and I at one point, I got crazy, and I was like, "You are the Coast Guard, and I am saying to you now, there's a submarine attacking Lower Manhattan." I'm saying it, and they're like, "We're trying to get park police over here." I'm like, "Send a fucking helicopter." And he kept asking me to hover. We kept hovering around it and stuff, and then finally this big police boat comes and shines like a massive light on it. And then he calls me on the radio. "Hey, Captain, are you the one who reported this?" And I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "It's a mooring ball. It's been there since 1965. Mooring balls are so you don't have to throw an anchor down. You just hook up to it." And I go, "What if you don't see it?" And the guy goes, "Well, most people navigating those waters know what the fuck they're doing. I have no business being on the water." And I would have hit it if I hadn't stopped at the Statue of Liberty to show it off to Chris and them.
Arrgh! Maybe not quite the adventure you were looking for. Well, shiver me timbers and all that bullshit. Pegleg! This fucking parrot just took a shit on me! God damn it!
Somewhere in the Middle East, a murderous crime ring is about to trigger an international crisis. Who can the world turn to face this nightmare head on? Two of the world's most notorious mercenaries team up to face this never-ending catastrophe. If only they could stop arguing.
Are you professional or not?
Suck my tenant's cock!
He's an international superstar with an overblown ego and a really short fuse.
What don't you fucking understand? Give me a fucking answer!
He's a drug-addicted, alcoholic, incontinent, bankrupt former wrestler with blown-out knees and a 10-inch penis.
Suck my tenant's cock!
If they can get along, they might just manage to save the world.
Think for 1 fucking second.
Keep your fucking mouth shut!
Christian Bale.
I'm gonna fucking kick your fucking ass. You don't shut up for a second, all right?
The Iron Sheik.
That son of a bitch!
This summer, one gets pissed off.
No!
Really easily.
No!
The other pees all over himself.
Fucking bitch, pussy!
Pissed on and pissed off. Coming this summer.
The Opie and Anthony Show is back. Go on, sit down. The celebrities are ready to entertain you some more.
Now, here's a little story I got to tell about 3 bad brothers you know so well. It started way back in history with that Rob and me.
My team!
Been had a little horsey named Paul Revere. Just me and my horsey and a quart of beer. Riding across the land, kicking up sand. Sheriff flashes on my tail cause I'm in demand. One lonely BCIB. All by myself without nobody. The sun is beating down on my baseball hat. The air is getting hot, the beer is getting flat. Looking for a girl, I ran into a guy. His name is MC8. I said howdy, he said hi. He told a little story that sounded well rehearsed. 4 days on the run and that he's dying of thirst. The brew was in my hand and he was on my tip. His voice was hoarse, his throat was dry. He asked me for a sip. He's sick and I get some. I said,
Oh, I see what you're doing here, E-Rock. Remember that Paul Revere guy?
Yeah.
238 years ago today.
Wow.
He was warning that the British were coming.
Yes, he was.
Did you ever go to the place where the revolution started when you were up in Massachusetts? There's an actual spot.
The old North Church.
There's a spot.
All that shit.
Where it all began.
Walk the Freedom Trail.
Right. I believe there's, 3 British soldiers that are buried right in that spot, too.
Oh, yeah?
I believe so, yeah.
No, I didn't.
I saw it in my underpants.
Ooh.
I was with John O'Brien. Remember
Yeah.
our pal John O'Brien?
Sure.
That was the famous kayak trip.
Oh, so you were taking a kayak.
Well, we were on, I think it's the Connecticut River, I don't know.
A kayak.
And he's nice enough to set up the whole trip. Kayak for him, kayak for me. It's a fall day. There's a little chill in the air. The water's definitely cold.
Uh-huh.
And he's got everything set up. He's got sandwiches and we're going to make a day of it, right? He was an adventurer, and I liked doing some stuff with him every once in a while.
Yeah.
And the first bridge we came to, I kind of moved my body sideways and fucking dunked the entire kayak, ruining everything he set up for me. And then we pull over to the side, and he's so bummed out. And I'm like, no, man, we could continue. So we wring out my clothes, and now I said, fuck it, I'll just go in my underpants and a wet shirt, and maybe my jeans will dry in time. Because we were going to go for hours. And then we stopped where the revolution started, and I said, fuck it, and I actually, because I never got to see it before, so I jumped out of the kayak, still kind of wet, with my underpants to check out the whole thing.
Underpants.
I think I was wearing boxers back then.
Oh.
So it was sort of made sense. But I was walking around with all the other fucking tourists in my
other
boxers.
people there?
Oh, yeah, I didn't give a fuck. Yeah. I had to show John O'Brien I was a man because he was so bummed. He's like, fuck, trip over. I'm like, no, man, we could do this.
Did you have to portage?
Oh, what was that?
I don't know. That's when you got to take the fucking thing out of the water and carry it for a while.
Oh,
right?
no, I don't think so.
I hate that.
That's what they call carrying a kayak?
Yeah, or a canoe or something like that when you're doing it.
How about you call it, let's get it out of the water and carry it for a while?
Canoe carrying.
Yeah, canoe carrying. But the water level was high, and he's like, "You think you can make it on that bridge?" And it was like, it was like curved or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was too close to the side, so I was going to hit my head. So I just leaned like this.
Why aren't you supposed to lean backwards or something?
Of course, if you knew what the fuck you were doing.
Oh.
It's not like I was in kayaks all the time. Of course, that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, because if you lean over the side, you're going to roll over.
And I rolled over. And everything went in the water. It wasn't one of those kayaks that had all the... It was just all out. It was just all out.
You weren't shooting rapids?
No, it was just a lazy fucking kayak ride.
Weren't supposed to get that wet.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah.
I had jeans on and just like a fucking, I don't know.
You fucked
like
up.
Like a fleece or something.
You fucked up.
I remember to this day, I walked around in my boxers, just shaking out where the war started. I don't know. But Paul Revere, 238 years ago today.
Wow.
Now that's a bike path.
That's too old to like be real like history thing that you talk about on the radio.
You think?
Yeah, it's that shit that like did it happen? Didn't it happen? I don't know. Too long ago.
I used to ride my bike and rollerblade because that route is now a bike path.
Oh, is it?
So you kind of feel like, oh, this is what Paul Revere did.
This is what he would have. He rollerbladed and
look.
told everyone the British were coming.
And that was the famous time I was by myself and I hit a stick and went flying off the bike path down a ravine by myself.
That must have looked embarrassing.
No one was around, but I was like, how the fuck? I was hurt. I was all fucked up. Because, I mean, the people that inline skate, they understand, and you get a little cocky when you get really good at it, but it takes one lousy pebble or stick, and you're fucking airborne.
Were you cursing yourself?
Oh, I was so mad. I was just chewed up, bruised, hit trees and all sorts of shit. I rolled down this embankment. I had to get my sorry ass up and get back on the bike path.
Doesn't sound fun.
It's fun until you hit a pebble. You're always looking about 10 feet in front of you, just making sure there's nothing on the ground.
I like motorized things.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like what?
I don't know, a little fucking scooter. Something, anything with a motor on it beats like having to pedal or fucking like roller skate or...
You know, we've never talked about this over the years. You don't like just getting on a bike or anything and just getting out there?
No.
I know you never really liked running or anything.
If it's nice, I'd rather fucking like drive.
Wow, man.
Like I could drive a fast
I
car.
just get a fucking taking a seat off a bike and hopping on.
I could get on a bike every day. Jimmy
Yeah.
talks about it, but you still haven't gotten your bike, right?
Sure I have.
No, see,
No, I haven't.
I don't.
You don't like that at all?
No.
Or just like hiking or walking or none of that, huh?
None of that shit. That's what my trainer's for. To whip me into shape so I could fucking,
But you never
have me move a few days a week.
You never got into just exploring or any of that shit?
When I was a kid, but after that, fuck that. No, I like fucking...
I used to like biking and
toys.
Inline skating up and down the Charles River. To this day, it's one of my favorite things to do up there in Boston. And then I found that other bike path where the Paul Revere thing. I forgot the towns because it's been a while now. Everyone else knows them. It goes from one fucking town to another. It's a nice fucking ride. And they have a little shack at the end of it, and you get some food and drinks and shit, and then you turn around and go back from where you came.
I'd rather have a nice high-performance automobile.
Yeah, that's your
and
thing.
Do shit like that.
Yeah, see,
or just stay inside and play video games.
See, I was never a car guy. Never. I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe because I just didn't have money ever. For most
I
of
didn't really have money either, but it was like always fun to kind of pop the hood around. You'd always go over to one buddy's house that had like the garage with some tools and shit like that. And and then you'd just work on cars and drink beers and smoke some marijuana. Yeah, that's what you did. And then, you'd fucking, we're putting headers on. We're putting headers on the Chevelle this weekend. And then you'd fucking be drinking and shit and you're smoking and put them on. Then when you start it up and get that, like, cool.
Jimmy, would you know how to put a header on?
I would. If Anthony said he put some headers on, I wouldn't know where to look.
I swear to you.
I wouldn't.
I don't even know what that is.
Here the first.
I've heard the term header and headers forever, but I swear I have no idea what it is.
Out of the engine block for the exhaust.
Right.
The exhaust manifold. That, but they're like, opened up so they're throaty and you get that nice sound.
I once changed my oil.
Oh.
Yeah. That was kind of fun.
That's cool.
That was probably the only thing I ever did with a car.
Growing up, it was all about like the old cars too. You'd have to like tune up, give them a tune up. So, if it was running like shit, you'd get the points and spark plugs and shit like that, and new plug wires, and pop your little distributor cap and change the fucking condenser and do all that like little shit. Gap your plugs.
That was the local mechanic.
That was what that was like all your friends did it. You just hung out with your friends.
We didn't have those type of friends in Centerport.
And then you started getting up into the cars that just like fuel injection and stuff. So you just didn't know what to do anymore. So that kind of ended that.
Yeah, you missed the old days of putting headers on.
You never worked on a car either, right?
Never.
No,
I don't. I wish I could.
Changing your brakes. Like, then it would be like, all right, we're changing our fucking brake shoes and fucking...
That's what we need to do on this show more often.
I was proud once because I scraped that crud off my battery to get it going and working properly.
I've done that.
I've done that.
Yeah, crud scraping.
Right, and I changed the oil, and I think that's it.
I
man.
tried that. Dismal failure.
I only did it once. What a fucking pain in the ass that was. Thank
changing
God
the oil?
for Jiffy Lube. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know where it was. I thought it was the gas tank. I turned the car on its side and drained it. I have zero mechanical ability.
Oh.
Zero. I'm
It
like
was
Peter.
just kind of a fun thing to do with your fucking pals.
Oh, and I
back
once
in the day.
I once stole a headlight because my headlight was out, so I found a car that was like mine, and I switched it out.
Midnight Auto Parts.
I did that once
was on Long Island. You
I was
would just
bummed
go
out.
and find
I fucking had a little fender bender and nothing major, but my headlight was fucked up. So I said, "Well, let's go find another one."
Yeah, you'd always do.
I'm not proud of that, but I did that.
Get a call from one of your friends, like, yeah, I need a drive shaft, or I need a universal joint for something. And then you just go under the fucking vehicle.
You
with
did
the
this
socket
shit?
wrenches. Oh yeah,
I only
stole
did
an
it with a
entire
headlight.
An entire front drive shaft for a 4-wheel drive truck I had. because I was blasting through puddles.
Right.
And the front drive shaft just fucking, the little universal joint broke.
Yeah.
And so I just went out that night and found a truck similar.
Where'd you find it?
Yeah, just on the side of the road. You drive around until you find another Ford F-250. And then went under there with the socket wrench.
Oh, that guy.
How long did it take you to get it out?
It's no time. It's like fucking a few U-bolts. So
Aren't you scared of getting fucking caught when you do
yeah,
it?
that's stealing. You're scared of getting caught. But, you just try not to.
So you stole a drive shaft with your giant afro?
Yes. I had my giant afro. I stole a tailgate to the truck once because I had backed through someone's garage door,
right,
and fucked up my tailgate. So
I just did a headlight once. It was actually the cover when they used to have screws.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
the old days when it was very easy, you just fucking had a screwdriver, and I felt guilty about that. You fucking got a drive shaft.
We would steal all kinds of fucking shit from other cars.
No kidding.
Yeah, and then I stole a stereo out of a car once. It was and I put it in, and then about a month later, someone stole it from my truck, and I was
and you were
so
mad,
pissed.
Right?
I was so pissed.
Like, how dare they?
Motherfuckers! I probably threw out some N-bombs and shit. Meanwhile, I fucking stole it originally.
That used to be a big thing, stealing car radios.
Oh, you didn't buy a car stereo. You stole one. Like,
I remember
only a few that just rotated around everyone else's vehicles.
I remember when I first moved to New York City, they were still stealing car radios a lot.
I wasn't called the pissy-eyed thief. Shut up.
I've been a New Yorker official. Oh, I can't even believe this. I've been a New Yorker officially like 12 years now. I haven't lived on Long Island in 12 years.
Ooh.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Full-time in New York about 9 now. And then I kind of was bi-coastal. Had a place in Manhattan and a place on Long Island. But I remember when I first started really spending a lot of time in New York around 2001, 2002, they still would put the fucking notes in their windows saying, look, no car radio. Stereo.
Yeah. Because the Benzie box.
Remember that, though? You would see the signs like, fuck, just leave my car alone. I don't have one. I'm telling you.
People pop their radios out by the removable road.
You would pop your radio out.
Yep.
When did that stop? Was it in the newer cars?
I'm trying to remember, because I remember 2001, 2002, that absolutely was still happening.
The newer cars were so they had dedicated systems. So you couldn't, if you had an old Blaupunkt that was an aftermarket thing, you could steal it and it could go in any vehicle. Now they're built into the dash, so if you steal a fucking stereo out of a certain car, it's got to go into that certain car. So it kind of fucked up the whole thing.
Yeah, and that business figured it out. You now buy a car with a pretty damn good system.
Right, yeah, it's not
but
just
they didn't
AM,
really,
FM.
Yeah, they didn't really give a fuck as much back in the day, so you had to go and get your customized
your
car
Pioneer
stereo.
Super Tuner.
There you go,
If you wanted your tape and your AM, FM radio, you needed the Pioneer Super Tuner.
I remember when I finally got one of those for my car, my Honda Accord. I was so excited to rip out the factory fucking car system and put in a nice little system.
Some of the systems that they come with now are nice. They come with pretty decent boats.
That's what I'm saying. In general, you don't really have to customize your car stereo.
Unless you're one of the homeboys that want to rattle your bolts out of your fucking vehicle, which is very passé now anyway. Whenever you see some homeboy fucking driving and you hear... You just look at, really, Mr. fucking 1990s? What are you doing?
Do you know what I heard? I told you I was in the Village one night, and I heard fucking Beat It playing out of a car like that, obnoxiously loud.
Really?
It sounded good, though, right?
It sounded great.
I would assume
it sounded, because it didn't seem like, what a fruity Michael Jackson. It seemed like a retro cool song. It just fucking...
Doesn't matter if it's something I guess, but when it's just all you hear is a bass fucking...
Oh, yeah, no,
It's annoying.
It sounds a little silly.
I hate that shit. You try to get away from them, and they're fucking right next to you.
Yeah. I like to play the music that Cabby played in Escape from New York. I play that really loud. Remember that, Ernest Borgnine? And then the snake gave the wrong tape to the president. Do you remember that? And then the president said, I wish peace for everyone, or whatever he said, and they put the tape in, because they don't test it first.
Of course.
And instead of just saying what he would have said, the tape being played fucks everything up.
Of course.
Snake was ripping it apart, smoking. Boom, boom. Remember that Escape from New York music?
Shit.
Stupid Snake.
You had a good cab driver yesterday, Jimmy.
A good what?
Cab driver. You were tweeting about him talking about the weather.
I was just boring. Yeah, I was.
They love talking about the weather.
But he really thought, he goes, here's a good story. And he actually said, here's a good story. People come in from the place, they can't drive. Sometimes guys come here from other countries, they get jobs as cabbies, they can't drive.
That's the good story?
Yeah, but that really wasn't a good story. No. I wanted to say, like, hey, here's a good haircut, as I shot him in the back of the head. He was a fool.
Yeah. Well, how do we get off on that little tangent?
We're just like that.
Because of Paul Revere.
Oh,
See
right.
what we did there? Started with Paul Revere.
The midnight ride of Paul Revere.
Oh, wow. First baseball game at Yankee Stadium 90 years ago.
Hey, Anthony, were you at that one?
No, you're not old enough to be there. There are people who are.
Yeah, I would assume.
And you know,
probably dead.
If Albert Einstein was alive today, he'd be 134.
Yeah,
wow.
That's rough.
134.
It's amazing he did all that shit without a computer. Einstein was a smart guy.
Yeah, going on a limb there.
Yeah, no, I just take the bull by the horns. But it's amazing how he did.
Controversial statements.
He didn't have a computer, and Stephen Hawking does everything just in his head. Like he hasn't been able to use a pen in fucking 30 years or type anything. He just thinks of shit.
That's fucked up.
And we got all our shit working pretty good, and we can't think of this stuff.
No.
How does that happen? Yeah, and you got to think there were a lot of. You think there were a lot of guys that were as smart as Albert Einstein, but no one was paying attention to them.
Yeah,
not a lot.
They didn't have the internet where they could connect with each other and stuff. So eventually they said, "Oh, fuck it."
Albert Einstein had the ear of many people too, so he was able to, put his ideas out there. If you're just some guy in fucking Arkansas that's that smart,
right? How do you?
The guy running the plow doesn't want to fucking hear your bullshit about fucking physics.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to get discovered with your special talent nowadays.
Yeah.
There were probably amazing musicians out there that just fucking couldn't get anyone to pay attention to them.
Yeah, working at a drugstore somewhere. And no one paying attention
There's
to them.
somebody out there as smart as Stephen Hawking who just is crazy and like it doesn't talk about smart things so people don't know that he's smart.
Or doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't even want to share it with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I've always thought there were people like that out there, too. He's probably a guy who's so brilliant, but doesn't give a fuck. He knows he's brilliant. He knows shit, but he just doesn't feel like sharing it with anyone.
Fuck smart now. We don't even need smart anymore with the fucking
smartphone.
Our little phones.
That's why it's called smartphone.
I was assessing. Every few years you have to assess where we are in history and technology. And when you really fucking think about these fucking things, everything is on here. Like you carry around this little device that answers your questions about everything in life, and it gives you directions. It lets you know what the weather's going to be. It's a miracle device.
We take it for granted.
You're basically carrying around a piece of your brain.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this shit you had to have in your brain.
Yeah.
Phone numbers and all that, like we've discussed.
But it's everything. It's
just
what
general
would be
knowledge and jokes or whatever, just so you could get by socially.
Encyclopedias, a fucking movie theater, a television, a cookbook, a fucking this, that. It's every fucking aspect of your life, communication device. When you look at the size of it and the fact that it has all that shit in it, it's fucking astounding.
Do you know that I lost my thought.
Oh, no, look in your phone.
When I watch the iPad sometimes, I'll be watching like The Wire on HBO Go or something, and I'll go into the kitchen, eat something, and I'll just take the iPad with me, and I'll be like, you're watching television. Like, if you had told me even 10 years ago that I'd be watching on, like...
You would just carry the TV around
my TV
with you.
is this big now. Like, it's fucking...
And that's how that's how they
amazing.
would have said it 10 years ago. There's going to come a time you're going to carry your TV around with you. What?
No,
that's
impossible. They're very heavy.
Right? Yeah,
They're very
because you
heavy.
can't think outside the box.
And they're very square. You'll hang your TV on your wall. It's like, no, stop
that's
it.
dumb. How the fuck could you do that?
That'll be silly. As a kid, one of my dreams as a kid was to have television and be able to carry it with you. Like I always imagine having a watch with TV on it.
Oh, that's
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
cool.
I used to think about being in school and kind of watching TV on a little device.
Wow, you
in
saw it coming in your
school.
little brain.
Oh, I wanted it so bad.
Well, you got it now.
Yeah. It's fucking amazing though, and I, not that we take it for granted because I think everybody kind of knows that, but every so often you got to just kind of look around and go, wow, that is classified as amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty fucking amazing.
No, it's like Louis' bit on airplanes, but
Yeah.
you really do take it for, because when all of a sudden, when I have bad service, I'm like, what a fucking piece of garbage. I can't get everything right now.
Yes. I can't have the world of information available to me at this second. But maybe in 8 more seconds I will, but right now I can't.
It is this fucking big, man. It's sometimes you really do forget to go how fucking fast we get used to stuff.
Yeah.
You get used to shit really. It's almost like when you date a hot girl. You know, it's amazing at first, and then fucking a month later, you're eating her ass going, oh, I wish she'd shut up about that movie. You just get used to things.
Yeah. It's, you got to think back to when, we didn't have this shit.
I was
And
ridiculing
how
Bob for
inconvenient
it.
that was.
Ridiculing dumb Bob Kelly talking about the fucking...
Really?
Yeah. And he was right.
Dude, you got your
fucking,
phone.
You touch it. He was always a touch screen.
Yeah.
Dude, Apple's coming out with this touch screen. I'm like, shut up! They're not.
I need tactile buttons.
Yeah.
Or how about even just before that? Like we've talked about in the past where you needed to remember your phone numbers and you had to get in touch with your friends Friday, like right after school or in school, or if you were out of school, you at work, wherever the fuck it was, because you didn't find them. You weren't able to just call them. You had to make plans.
It's kind of fun in a way,
beforehand.
Because you had to figure it out.
Sometimes it sucked, though, if it was a Saturday night and you couldn't find any of your friends. You knew they were somewhere, but you were, like, not included that day. And you're driving around like, hey, where are they?
Right.
I don't have anything to do. Can't find my pals.
Can you even imagine leaving your house without your phone nowadays?
I
Every once in a
panic.
while, you fucking do forget
freaks you
it.
out.
And, yeah, it's the weirdest feeling,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
By the way, this Apple CEO is a fucking cocksucker.
Why?
Because
Yeah,
Apple
wow.
was 702 in September.
Oh, it's bad.
It dropped below 400 yesterday.
Yeah, it came back up a little.
To 405. He
like over 4,
stinks,
but-
this guy. What is he doing?
I don't know if he totally stinks. I think everyone is finally catching up.
Then he
They had-
stinks.
They had such a huge
No.
lead, but then what do you do?
You don't make
How do you continue being the leader?
I'll tell you, you don't go from fucking the way they milk these iPhones. Ooh, next time it's got handlebars on it. You just make a great product, and you move on to the next thing, and they're not moving on to the next thing.
Right.
From the iPad to the mini iPad.
Well, they knew they
amazing
didn't have
guy.
anybody, breathing down their
Right.
back, so they were able to do that, and I think that really did piss off a lot of their customers in the end.
But Steve Jobs was an amazing guy when it
But do you
comes
think
to
he would have been able
that
to
end of
figure out how to keep the lead they had?
it. He would have figured something out. The guy
Do you
had
think, for real?
a great business mind like that. And
Yeah.
he was very innovative, and
I think he had a
and
nice.
he had,
I think he had a nice long run. I thought it was just time that everyone was going to start catching up.
And people had faith in him too.
yeah.
But then again, he proved to be an ass just like everybody else. He went away with a fucking homeopathic thing for cancer, and he should be alive today, that fucking dunce. He should be alive today.
Oh boy.
Western medicine is not always perfect, and sometimes alternatives are great. But people that just hate Western medicine and think everything homeopathic is good, you're dumb.
Yeah.
Matt in Jersey says there's an AT&T commercial in the 90s that predicted everything that would happen. It was voiced by Tom Selleck.
Oh yeah.
Can we see if that's available? I'm curious.
What did it say? Everything will be available on the phone, and our reception will connect you to none of it. Hunks of shit.
Mike in Ohio. Mike.
Hey, morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I'm doing well. No, I was just thinking
didn't
about
ask.
how technology has been exponentially progressive over the last, I'm 30 years old, and just going from the fact where I remember bag cell phones, and now you get to the point where iPhone, Android, whatever, smaller, can do so many more things.
Those bag
and then-
fucking cell phones. Wow. Ooh, that's way back when. How about no cell phones?
Right.
And
How
then
about-
streaming
yeah.
media, the fact that all that's available right now, I don't know, that kind of blows my mind.
The streaming media is a huge thing right now. I mean, that was a dream fucking just even a few years ago.
Right.
They just didn't have the compression technology there. It took forever to download stuff, the different formats. Nothing ever worked. You had to download all kinds of fucking shit in order for anything to play.
What was your phone? I remember when Ant came in. Was it to NEW or was it early XM days with that fucking phone that got
TV?
They lifted up and you got Fox or a few other channels on it. And you were like, oh my God, I can watch TV.
I'm watching TV.
You were walking down 57th Street watching TV.
So I wouldn't have to talk to Master Poe.
I remember how amazing that was. You were one of the first.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone else had that capability.
I think it was a Samsung. It was a flip phone.
It was around 2004. It was very early.
Yeah, and it had a little screen on it. It was very small. It was like hard to see
and horrible reception.
But well, it was actually good because it's digital, so either it was on or it wasn't on. But I would watch Fox News on the way to where, or they had different channels also, so I could watch
2004.
NBC and shit like that. And it was kind of cool. And it was really cool because, like I said, Master Poe would walk me to my fucking parking garage.
Right.
And if I didn't have that thing opened and watching it, he would be yapping to me.
Right.
Anthony.
It was fucking cool though. Or if you're just waiting like in a waiting room or something like that, it was cool to just pop that open and.
Oh yeah, that's what
watch.
we're all doing now. But the point is, you were doing that before anybody.
Yeah,
now, if we have we don't. I actually like waiting now because then I'm like, oh, all right, I'll check my numbers.
Yeah,
I'll play
just,
that fucking round of Candy Crush, all my dumb little things.
Yeah, check out some videos.
I don't mind waiting at all anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mikey.
And the toilet has taken on a whole new life.
Yeah, you said the other day, which is true.
Yeah, whereas you used to have to maybe find an interesting little book or a magazine or something like that, where you'd sit there, and now it's a nice quiet place to check your email and Twitter. And
you spend a little more time in there.
You spend a little more time dumping your mud.
Let me tell you, words with friends on the iPad while you're fucking dropping a mealy deuce pile. Nothing better, man.
Having two kids, man, that's another reason why I stay in the bathroom a little longer.
Do you lock yourself in there?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I horrified the playground yesterday because me and my son have a game we play called Stink Ball.
What is that?
Well, basically, I got this little like soccer ball, like tiny mini soccer ball, and basically we kick it around the cement playground, and then eventually I allow him to get the ball, even though we're both chasing it, and then he proceeds to find the garbage pail and throw it in the garbage pail. Thus, then stink ball.
It becomes a stink ball.
And when he's able to do that, he laughs his fucking ass off, and so do I. But all the mommies and the daddies at the playground are horrified that over and over again.
A lot of germs.
Oh, I have to wipe off food and all sorts of shit every fucking time. I take it out of there.
That's
yeah,
it's not good.
Yeah, it's bad parenting. I get it.
It's bad.
My wife saw me do it for the first time yesterday. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "We're playing stink ball." And he's like, "Yeah, stink ball." And then proceeds to show her how it's done. Then of course that made another kid play stink ball with his ball. And all of a sudden the mom jumps up off the fucking bench and fucking scolded her kid. Don't do that. Yeah, what are you gonna do?
The parents in the park thing, huh?
It's a nightmare.
Yeah,
it's a nightmare. It's its own little society.
Yeah, I would gather.
It's a nightmare.
I don't know anything about that.
It's a strange world.
A strange world.
It really is a strange world. Like, it's weird socializing with people.
It was going on all that time that you weren't a parent.
No, I know. I've spent many years choosing not to socialize with people, and now I go to a playground and I have no choice. I have to.
Yeah.
Have little chit-chats with other parents. There's an excitement about just asking how old their kid is.
Yeah.
And I don't care, but I know that's what I have to do in this
how old?
social world I'm in. And then they go, he just turned 3. And you're like, oh, wow, well, my kid's going to be 3 in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. That's the conversation.
Eek.
Asking each other how old your kid is.
If you really want to annoy the other parents, when they come over and try to talk to you, you ought to just look at all the kids and go, what the fuck is this no spanking culture, huh? Can't hit your kid, can't smack or punch the kid. How the fuck's he going to learn?
You'll never see that fucker act up. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, you watch. He gets out of line, you got permission to hit him.
It's like the old days. There's that 1993.
Yeah, we got the Tom Selleck.
The ads are titled "You Will."
1993. So this is 20 years ago. Okay.
Oh, boy.
So this makes sense today. Let's see what they were saying 20 years ago.
4 ads, by the way.
Let him roll.
Yeah, I can't see 'cause Sam's over there hanging out like he's by himself with his best friends.
Full screen, nice.
20 years.
Have you ever borrowed a book from thousands of miles away? Across the country. Without stopping for directions.
Wow.
Or sent someone a fax. From the beach.
Maybe email.
And the company that'll bring it to you.
Oh, no emails.
AT&T.
Wow.
Holy fuck.
93.
Have you ever paid a toll without slowing down?
What the fuck? They did a credit card swipe in the car.
Bought concert tickets from a cash machine.
Touch screens.
Oh, man. Cash machine.
Or tucked your baby in.
Sure. Payphone.
From a phone booth.
No, that didn't
Wait,
work.
pause that real quick.
hold
Just
on.
to show what that is.
Yeah.
That was like when she was on the payphone and there was a video screen. But that,
Right.
that's kind of what Skype is. They didn't seem to have laptops figured out on this.
Yeah, they just didn't have it.
Or
They didn't have it
FaceTime.
how it was going to happen, but they knew that it was possible.
They didn't have the fucking like FaceTime, the handheld phone. Like they
didn't
thought
realize-
that everyone was going to have a fucking cell phone
No,
in '93. No
Like,
one.
They didn't even realize it would be even better than that.
Even better than that.
Like, can you imagine if that thing, like in '93, if people saw like a phone that you carried and video chatted on, they'd be like, come on.
Come
this
on.
They
bullshit.
really believe
gonna happen.
payphones were going to survive.
Payphones are going to still be there. You
That's where,
will.
that's where the homeless hang out in New York City
Exactly.
now. Get rid of every single one.
That's 93. If that was 83, that would be amazing. But that's
Keep going.
only 20 years ago.
Keep going.
Dude,
So far, all
20
this shit
years
is
ago.
happening.
And they show the navigation system that was pretty
accurate, yeah.
as to what we fucking have
the,
now.
The fax thing is obviously that translated to email. 'Cause
Right.
People didn't realize that.
And they showed the guy with what looked like an iPad, kind of a
Yes.
gizmo.
Right. Yeah.
And he was he had a document on there and just pressed a few buttons and faxed
And a
it.
touch screen at the bow was a touch screen.
Yeah.
And then ATM machines to get your concert tickets. That's
Yeah.
pretty much all.
That's how you buy
kiosks.
movie tickets now. You go right up.
Kiosks
Yeah.
and
Oh,
things.
yeah.
But again, even better, you just do it from your fucking phone.
But
Instead
still,
of having
this
these-
is 93. That's pretty impressive.
Pretty
This is a year
goddamn
before we
impressive.
started doing radio.
Dude,
okay? That's
I
a
know.
long fucking time ago.
Yes.
If only Tom Selleck knew it wasn't going to be that great for his career.
Oh, poor
Yeah,
Tom
picture a time
Selleck.
where you have all day to sit around and think of these things.
Yeah, maybe Dopey Tom Selleck should have invested in some of these companies.
Hey, 3 men and a little lady. It's not going to last forever.
Tom
buddy.
Selleck was in on all this technology. He was in the inner loop.
Yeah.
And he didn't invest, I guess.
We were
Company
still,
that'll bring it to you. AT&T.
All right. Let's see the next one.
Have you ever opened doors
I'm home.
with the sound of your voice?
That's coming.
Our card, please. Carried your medical history in your wallet. Your wife's calling just
That's coming.
So this is where we stand on the atrium.
Or attended a meeting. I really like what you guys have been doing, but in your bare feet.
Go to meeting.com.
Go to meeting.com.
That's go to meeting right there.
Thank you.
Nice.
That guy did have a laptop, so I stand corrected. He did have a laptop there.
Yeah. They had some pretty archaic laptops back in '93.
Yeah.
I do recall that.
Right. Keep going.
Not much fun.
You will. And the company that'll bring it to you. AT&T.
Ah.
Have you ever watched the movie you wanted to? The minute you wanted to?
Flat screen
Boys,
TV.
all right,
what
that's
the
fucked
fuck?
up.
That's
It's on
fucked
demand.
up.
Dude, they're showing a giant flat screen
screen
HD TV.
93. I want to keep saying this is from 93.
Yeah, that's a big fucking HD TV.
And
then,
they're talking about on demand, which
on demand.
now
It
we
looks
all
like
live.
on demand.
We all live with on demand.
Watch a
obviously,
movie
but
when
back
you want to
then,
watch it. Yeah.
That was impossible.
No, you were fucking slave to whatever the fuck
Right.
the TV.
I bet you
schedule
this
was.
commercial is not that old. I bet they just made this and made it look like it was 83. So you're like, wow, AT&T really knew what they were talking
So
about.
AT&T looks like fucking rock stars.
They're pulling the Ron and Fez fucking April Fool's joke.
Right.
They went as far as to get Tom Selleck.
Yeah.
Wow, they got most of this shit right. Keep going. We're just about done with this.
Amazing.
Learn special things.
That's all taken from jazz. Now, any questions?
From faraway places.
Oakland?
So where did jazz come from?
Good place.
Or tucked your baby in.
Oh, again.
From a phone booth.
That baby's now
And the company
graduating
that'll
college.
bring it
Oh,
to you,
Jesus.
AT&T.
Wow, yeah. They did pretty good right there.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
They were working on all that shit. They knew what the fuck was coming up.
So what are they working on now? That's the question.
I don't know. Where's the new commercial, Tom
I don't know.
Selleck?
Yeah, where's
Yeah.
the new commercial?
Did you ever think of a girl and all of a sudden have a cyber pussy wrapped around your penis?
Yeah, with Apple now, they'd be like, you know, you will. It'll be. You ever think that you would have a phone 1 inch longer than the phone you have now?
You will.
Oh, wow. The innovation is just
You think it's slowing down a little bit?
just a little bit.
No.
I don't think so.
That's fucking funny, though.
Move it. It's getting, as I would say, exponentially quicker.
That's right. Kurz. I always forget his name.
Ray Kurzweil.
Kurzweil. Thank you.
Do you think society would cease to exist as you know it?
Yeah.
It will.
Ray
You
Kurzweil.
will, yeah.
Ray Kurzweil knows some shit, but he's kind of boring.
Yeah.
Do you ever think you'd have to take your shoes off at the airport? You will. Oh, well, we will.
Wow, thanks for that.
I would like future Jimmy to produce these commercials. Do you ever think that you
yeah.
would lose all free thought?
Yes.
You will.
You will. You ever think that people will eventually be persecuted for having unkind thoughts?
Oh.
You will.
You will.
That will happen once we're all in the same fucking thought bank, and we will be.
Oh. Future Jimmy scares me.
No, future
Jimmy's bleak outlook on
It's not bleak, though.
Oh, it's so bleak.
It's the continuation of the speech. It's what's going to separate us from the dumb dinosaurs.
I think we're separated from dinosaurs.
You're right.
Shorter.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
All right, listen, we got to take a break. Kevin Smith just tweeted, heading into the studio with Opie Radio, Anthony Cumia, and Jim Norton to talk about Groovy Movie and Cartoon Lagoon.
And Jason with him?
I believe so. Jason
Yes.
Mewes should be with Kevin Smith today.
Kevin and Jason are coming in.
Indeedy do.
And then Tom Sizemore at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock.
And then Ricky Gervais at 10 o'clock.
Star-studded today.
Yes, it's a
Star-studded.
great show.
We're going late today, so we're just getting started. Stay there.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Channel. Sirius XM.
Next week on a very special Opie and Anthony show. The guys learn old habits die hard.
Jimmy, you okay, man? You feel all right?
Yeah.
You seem sick or something. I'm just...
You fucking guys don't appreciate me, man.
When Jimmy shows up late, questions arise.
You all right? You sure you're
I'm
fine?
late fucking one fucking time.
Jimmy, I'm going to ask you something very... might be sensitive
What?
here.
Yeah, I don't fucking...
Do you-
What the fuck do I care?
Have you been drinking?
Who fucking cares? What, you fucking care all of a sudden? You don't give a fuck.
Listen as friends and listeners come together to solve a problem.
Well, Mongo the trucker, he wants to know how you feel about E-Rock.
Fuck Mongo. What, are you part of the fucking show? Go now, it's the Opie and Anthony and Mongo show. Get fucked, Mongo.
But at least he still thinks Gary sucks.
I think we've proven we care.
Yeah, fucking, where's Gary? Fuck him.
Laugh, love, and learn.
You're not going to drink today, right?
I'm just fucking doing what I do, man. You do what you do, I'm fucking just doing what I do.
Fair enough.
Next week on a very special Opie and Anthony show.
Fuck you, I'm fine.
Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show.
I believe we're going to have Kevin Smith very, very soon.
Yes, he and Jason.
And I heard we have Jason Mewes as well. We had him on once, years ago, right?
At Danny W, yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, K-Rock.
So-
No.
K-Rock.
Yeah, it was K-Rock. I remember.
I think to the XM studio. Like it matters. Sorry.
Oh, you might be right.
It doesn't matter. It was a few years ago. I know it wasn't in this building. We've been in this building 4 years already, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seems like 20. These motherfuckers.
It's kind of weird. We don't see any bosses ever. There's no real...
That's good, though. I like that.
I know it's good, but it's also like there's no real...
I see him come down.
I don't even know
the
if we're doing well.
the end of the show.
Like, it's so weird.
I could tell. There's a vibe.
I feel like there's a different vibe lately. I feel like we're on the uptick again, but
I
usually
like it.
usually have bosses sitting down with you with like real shit. Trust me, I don't
Yeah.
want to.
Yeah.
I just find it strange.
I got an Arbitron diary the other day in the mail.
Did you?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with it?
Fill out Opie and Anthony 24/7
Nice.
and send it in.
Yeah, you could do
Fuck
that.
'em.
Right?
Fuck them. I suggest everyone that gets one does that.
Remember the old days?
Yeah.
The old days, someone would call our show and go, guys, I got an Arbitron diary. What can I do with it? And man, that shit would scare the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
I guess if you were caught,
yeah,
I don't know what would officially happen, but you knew in the
What
back of your mind it was really bad. So we would kind of like, remember we would talk in code?
Yeah. What would happen is Arbitron would pull your station from their system, and then you wouldn't have Arbitron ratings to sell
Which
for
would be
your
really
radio
bad.
station.
So that would
which,
be your job. That's right. Okay.
You're out the fucking door.
That's right.
So, you couldn't say to people like, hey, write down, you couldn't get on the air and say, hi, everyone. Hey, by the way, if you get an Arbitron diary, make sure you fill out, shit like that.
That was such a primitive rating system.
Oh,
I remember working at radio stations. Every once in a while, a guy would come in and go, my wife got a fucking Arbitron. And then we'd have
like a big secret.
Oh, we'd have a party because that one person would represent 10,000 people in the market, whatever it would be.
Yep. So just fucking fill it out.
And we'd all be excited, like, all right, let me see. Oh, wow, yeah, across the board, she loves whatever it was, CMF
What would they
or
do?
whatever it
Just
was.
email them randomly to people?
Yeah, but every once in a while it would, and it said on it like family members and all that shit couldn't do it, but there was always they weren't really checking on that shit, especially if it was like a salesperson's wife or uncle or whatever the fuck it would be. Oh, you'd get so excited, like oh, there's 10,000 new listeners for the fucking station,
and they sent 2 crisp dollar bills in the envelope with.
Thinking that was
the
incentive.
Arbitron thing. That's what I got.
You got it?
Yeah, 2 crisp dollar bills and a little fucking thing. It's like, I
thought it's people meters now, though.
I don't know. It's fucking
You just
weird.
got one?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I was reading the Tom Selleck book. I'm sorry, Tom.
Sidebar. Maybe they're doing both people meters and
I think
old
they
school.
do. Yeah, maybe some kind of fucking survey. Whatever. I
That
don't
people
care.
meter really fucked up radio.
Oh, all of a sudden, all these fucking shows that thought they were doing good weren't, and
Well, that's why all your favorite radio shows locally, whatever, they had to start playing music and all that.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Because of the people meters, yeah.
they finally realized people weren't listening to you as long as they thought, as you thought they were.
And they always knew that.
Yeah. People aren't very specific on those Arbitron diaries. They, it's like, I was listening, I'm going to write down every 15 minutes what I was listening, or you're just going to go, yeah, I listened to that for an hour.
Because you're
listened
loyal
that
to
for
a
an
show.
hour.
So you're
Right,
like, I mean, we certainly took advantage of that over the years.
Yeah, but the people meter actually it read a signal that was coming out of the fucking radio, so it knew what you were listening to and how long you were listening to it, because the second you walked away from the radio, it's no longer, you're not listening to that fucking show anymore.
Did it work like, remember Shazam or one of those that can hear a song and
yeah, that's pretty much the technology.
That's what it did?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. And people had to wear it as a beeper and all that shit. But now I hear it's like a little necklacey thing, I think.
My life call that I got from my son, David.
Keychain? Oh, it's a keychain now?
They have it on keychains, too.
It's a horrible, horrible way to do ratings, but whatever.
It's probably more accurate.
It is more accurate, yeah.
Yeah, I guess a lot of radio companies realize that it doesn't matter who the fuck they hire. No one's sticking around.
No one. That really changed the face of radio.
Right.
It's like, everything we thought was true from the ratings books isn't.
No, they just want to hear a song that's familiar, and that's it.
That's it.
They don't give a fuck what the DJ's saying in between the songs.
And then they realized people were also walking into stores that had, like, the popular music channel on, and it would be read. Now, normally with an Arbitron diary, you're not going to write down, I walked into Lord and Taylor,
right,
and I listened to, this station, but the people meter would pick that up and add it to their rating. So,
even though you would, in a million years, you would not listen to the pop station in your town, but if you walked in, you're right, with a people meter, it would pick that up.
Picked it up.
But you, as the person wearing the people meter, didn't even notice you were listening to the pop station.
Yep.
Because you're out of that world.
So they noticed that those really, popular generic music channels
did real well,
popping in the ratings.
And that's why they fucking changed a lot of those stations into pop music channels.
But I wonder if they will take that into account know that when people are shopping.
No, they don't think they.
They don't care. They just know.
No, so far they haven't. For real, they know. No, so far they have not.
Is it because you are hearing it and that's all they care about?
That's all they care about. That's what they feel. But like I said, you're not really hearing it.
E-Rock comment.
Because of the PPMs, that the light music station in New York has been #1 for almost 10 years
since it came into
play. It's in malls and offices
right.
and stuff, and that's where they read it from.
Yeah, you play anything there. I mean, there's nothing going to offend anybody.
Yeah, and it's on everywhere. So, you're walking around with that stupid people meter. People meter, people meter.
What happened to Kevin Smith?
I don't know. He's never late.
This is filler.
He's always early.
I'll be honest. This is filler.
Oh.
I like PPM talk, but you know me.
We can't get into some long-term thing right now.
Filler.
And we're filling. He tweeted that he was on his way into the studio. I thought he was like on the floor somewhere.
No, I'm sure he'll be here.
No, I'm sure too. It's fine. I'm just.
How often do you check your Twitter, by the way?
Me? Well, because I sit around a lot more these days with my kids.
A lot, huh?
Yeah, it's more of just a habit, though. I know nothing.
I think so too. I was going to say that. I think I have a habit of fucking just checking it. Like if I'm watching TV, I'm constantly like updating and looking at mentions and seeing what I could put in there. And it's occasionally I just think how useless it is.
But how do you not though? Because it's basically we all wonder what people are saying about us. And it's all of a sudden it's like, what is everybody saying about me? I want to check. You can immediately know what everybody is saying about you.
Yeah,
but everyone is doing this.
Yeah,
like I'll go back to the playground yesterday, man. I saw all the mothers lined up against the fence. Their kids are in the swings going, watch me, mommy, watch me, mommy. And they're like this. God. They're like, oh, yeah. Like they look up, oh, very good, very good. And they go right back down to the phone. And I swear to you, I actually don't really check it that much when I'm in those situations. Because I kind of do like getting away from it.
Yeah?
I do, but if I'm in my house, it just kind of goes with being in my house.
I'm all over the place. I'm like, let me check my Twitter. Oh, Facebook. Oh, Instagram. What's going on there? The stock.
Yeah.
Oh, the fucking Drudge. Oh, this newsread. I'm like constantly looking at my phone.
I get really excited when I know I had a day where I didn't check a lot.
Yeah.
Up to that point, I'm like, oh, wow, cool. Today I did not check it a lot. That's good. I just know that's good in the end. Because I also know that nothing drastically happens in between every fucking 2 minutes or whatever it is. You're quickly doing a refresh.
Did you see the...
But I get really excited when I wake up in the morning. It's like, whoa, look at all the shit that happened while I was like in Sleepy Land.
Did
this big explosion in Texas.
They had the picture of the last pope being put in place.
Right.
And they had the audience in front of them. And then they had the picture of this pope being put in place and the audience and everyone's holding up the phone to take a picture or video in the new one. And the old one, they're just like standing there. And all you see are heads of people and them watching the event. And then the next one you just see, and it's everything. It's like, it's fucking like concerts and we were talking about that, how people just video. But if you took that picture back in time and asked people, what do you think they're doing here?
Right.
No one would know what the fuck it was.
And it's backfiring. When the technology first hit and you went on a Facebook or whatever and saw someone's like home video of their kid or whatever, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Because you never really saw that before. You might have saw a snapshot of a family member or whatever, but like, oh, wow, I wasn't able to go to my nephew's lacrosse game, and here's a quick minute of the game. Oh, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
But now I don't think people are watching any of that shit anymore already.
Yeah.
They're clicking past that shit like,
pictures themselves, you're getting a lot more useless yet candid shots. Like when you could only have 24, maybe you'd have your 12 or 24 exposure film and you'd put it in your fucking little Instamatic camera. You made sure
every shot had to be right.
You had to make sure, like, all right, I want to take a picture of this. Now you're just like, hey, look, it's a ball.
Right.
Click.
Right.
Hey, my dinner.
Right.
Click.
I clean up my phone and and I'll select delete shit, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, I'm deleting 300 pictures today.
Yeah, because
I finally get to cleaning it up.
You clean your phone off like with the deleting stuff?
I usually don't clean photos.
No, I'm talking about photos that I know just sucked. Because I'm like, click, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I just kind of leave it in the phone. Every once in a while, if I have some downtime, I go through and go, holy fuck, I just deleted 300 fucking pictures. Not the ones that I like.
You got to be careful of? Because I save, you know how you back up onto your computer when you sync your phone. So I back up my folders called like something like photo attempts. I forget why I called the folder that, but that's what I back up to. So now, if I take photos off my phone, I delete them, they're still in my folder on the desktop, so that it doesn't know, so it immediately syncs them up together. So I have to go into that folder too and delete them.
Oh, it'll just put them back on your phone?
Yeah, not knowing. Phone doesn't know nothing. Phone.
I kind of leave, if I take like 5 shots of something real quick to make sure I get get a good shot. I'll delete the 4 that weren't good.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I leave everything on there just because it's like a little fucking time machine thing. You could scroll back 3 months and be like, oh, yeah, that was going on, you know?
And then you realize it's the same thing every night, though?
Yes.
Just your 2 feet and a gun right here and a bottle there. Where was that from? 2 weeks ago? No, that was May of 2003.
It's just the background changes. There's a Christmas tree. There's fucking Halloween decorations. 4th of July. It's the same thing, though.
That's weird. And I think Google Glasses ship today.
Really?
I think so.
I thought they were still in like prototype
I think
phase.
they're starting to send them out.
Who's going to be the first motherfucker walking around with that to be laughed at or punched in the face?
Until everybody has
their face.
Till everybody has. What would happen is they're going to look stupid at first, then they're going to make them really thin, and then they're going to be like a little visor, and then they're just going to be contact lenses. And nobody will know.
They don't really look that stupid already, though.
No,
I didn't think they looked that bad.
Google.
I mean, when it comes down to it's about storage. When you could leave your house knowing you're recording your entire day, and then realize in your head like, okay, it's all nonsense, but around 2 o'clock I saw that homeless guy taking a shit or whatever. Then you could go back and go, okay, I want that, and to upload to my YouTube channel, or whatever. That's when it's gonna be cool. as shit.
Do you see how this is going? Like, wait, let's say in a year from now it's contact lenses, or 2 years. So everything you see is now recorded. Let's say this becomes as accessible as cell phones. Everything 300 million people see is recorded. That really is like, in a way, it's the first step to being in everybody's mind. Because everything you're experiencing and seeing is recorded. That'll be the next step in surveillance.
Future Jimmy, man.
But it's not crazy.
No, but
it's not crazy.
But I don't think it's going to be as important if everyone is doing it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It won't be as important. It will just become the norm.
Like now, when we all search for that silly video online, it's almost like, oh yeah, I mean, 10 years ago, you would have watched 100 of those videos going, holy fuck, this is kind of special and unique. But now it's like, now that there's so much out there, I don't think it's as important anymore.
But look at how fast, like finding these bombers. We have photos already.
Right.
And we knew that's what would happen. Like yesterday or 2 days ago when this happened, we were like, well, there'll be pictures of them because there's cameras everywhere. But 10 years ago, you never would have like, I don't know, I hope somebody saw them.
Dude, could you imagine how many fucking videos of Kennedy being assassinated there would be if that technology was available?
God.
Everyone would have had their phones up. There would have been 8,000 fucking shots of him getting his head blown
And
off.
there would have been no question how it was done.
Yeah.
But it's amazing. That was 1963, and there was still 4 or 5 videos of it.
Do you think there's...
Which is amazing.
Do you think there's a video out there that just is laying in an attic somewhere?
No.
Because not everyone is willing. Because I'll tell you this much. I know for a fact, it's either, and I forget exactly, but it's either my building or the building next to me. Someone filmed Sully going into the Hudson River, and they just don't want to fucking make it public. It is known in our parts that someone filmed it, and I even have asked to try to see if I can get a little closer to the person to see what the fuck it's all about. But it's a known fact. Someone in either my building or the one next to me has a video. They filmed the whole fucking thing, and the only thing we have is a security camera that plane going in.
I'll bet you there's a reason they're not showing it.
But not everyone is willing to fucking just give up their shit like that.
No, it's probably some married guy, and he was filming this girl's giant tits, and then behind him, Sully is landing something. There's something bad in the foreground.
Or fucking, it's from his apartment, so the reflection in the window is him getting blown.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it's not as important to everybody. So I just wonder if there's some kind of JFK thing out there. But the person who was there that day is like, whatever,
After
threw it in a
so
fucking
long,
attic.
yeah.
And will it be on Earth someday? Does it even exist?
I don't think it does.
I just wonder.
I don't think it does. I think that it's such a famous case, and plus there's enough video of Dealey Plaza where they know everyone who was in Dealey Plaza. There's video of everyone.
That's true. So they got video film.
Or photos, yeah.
And photos of people that were filming things.
So they know who it was. They like, and the one woman who just didn't know how to use the video camera who was in the book depository. So it's amazing.
What do you mean?
Well, there was a woman, I forget her name.
Oh, that dumb bitch.
She was like under where Oswald was supposed to be. And she was filming Kennedy come up. I always fuck up the streets.
Right.
But before the turn,
the left
she could have filmed from the angle Oswald was at.
Right.
She was there, and she had it, and she aimed the camera down, and she missed the whole assassination.
It would have been pretty much a rifle barrel view of what was going on.
So what? So what? She just didn't know how to film it.
She didn't know how to use the video camera. That video.
Oh my
video
God!
is
I did.
buddy.
Hey, Kevin Smith has entered the
Kevin.
studio. What's up,
Fellas.
Kevin?
Man.
That video, we're talking about the Kennedy assassination, and the woman who she was in the book depository,
Jason, take
and
a seat,
filming
man. What's up, Jason?
the way that Kennedy was going. She was from Oswald's point of view, but she didn't know how to use a video camera. I forget her name, but you can see, I've seen the footage.
I've never seen this footage. So there's alternate angle to the.
Oh yeah, but you don't see the
Dealey
assassination
Plaza.
because this dumb woman didn't
She
know what she was
pointed the
doing.
camera at the floor.
Wait,
It would've been a
wait.
rifle barrel
Wait,
view.
this has to be
pretty
online.
much.
I got to see this.
Yeah, it is.
And when did this come out? Because
Oh, it's been out for the entire time.
When did you lose so much weight? What
Oh,
happened?
yeah.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh,
I've just been going to
boy.
the gym and eating better.
He's been working
my
it.
God.
Fucking
I
AIDS.
don't want to come in anymore. I don't want to stand next to you. We look like number 10.
25 pounds, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, 25.
Can we see this video? I've never seen it before.
Yeah, maybe we have to have.
Then of course we'll.
You're out of your mind. Breaking news is Jimmy's thin.
Oh no, we've been talking about that.
I imagine.
Yeah, okay. Every pound we've been
I've
like,
never
holy
seen
fuck.
the video. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, it's.
Wait, so she's filming him before they make the left turn, and then all of a sudden the camera goes down because she's
Yeah, she fucks up the camera, but she would have
So
had
it's
the.
not. She doesn't drop it because there's a gunshot.
No, I think she just did. I think she
Can you
panicked.
find that real fast?
Yeah, look for JFK assassination from Book Depository.
She's like, "Oh, he's so handsome," and
He was
just
doing
fucking
something. She just didn't know
pointed
what
at
she
the
was
floor.
doing. Yeah.
She didn't see
Dummy.
What? Oh, it's silent, right? Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
You've seen the video?
Yeah, I saw it a while ago, like years and years ago.
No kidding.
What a dummy.
Restroom?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
All the way.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Go to the end of this.
Yeah, have the intern show you where the
End of that hallway, make a right.
Yeah, and then just keep heading down the
Yeah,
hall.
you'll find it.
And he walked on down the hall.
Who was it? Bill Hicks, who had the bit about, like, you know, when you're, I think when you're elected president, they bring you into a room, sit you down, and show you the Kennedy assassination from an alternate angle. What, like, any questions?
They got it. We understand who's in charge here now.
We were just talking about technology, and obviously, you know, if that went down today, we'd have so many angles of the Kennedy assassination. We would pretty much know exactly what happened. That
I mean,
day.
look how quickly they pieced Boston
That's
together.
what
What was
I'm
it,
saying,
Lord
yeah.
and Taylor security
Yeah.
footage?
Between
What
everybody.
I have not followed since last night. Have they revealed that they did arrest somebody?
No, that was a mistake, I think.
It was a mistake.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily a mistake. I don't know if they want to give too much out. Because
the police and FBI had said there
What's it-
isn't a suspect, and then today they're saying, well, there might be.
Right. I think
So,
they're
they're protecting their fucking.
Yeah, they're keeping it tight to that. Because if they needed the public's help, they would have fucking said, "This is the guy for sure we're looking for." And they
Right.
did not do that for whatever reason.
They don't want to tip their hand, as they say.
Yeah, I think they.
Well, they keep saying that, like, we have pretty good footage of a guy coming
Yeah.
in, putting a pressure cooker in a garbage can, and then walking away.
Yeah.
So,
why
at
when
that point,
why when they show the public that? Because one person would know that person.
Might not want
They
to
must have that
let
guy.
the guy
That's
know
what
that
I'm
everyone
saying.
knows.
They got. They're just not willing to give us
Now, and
more info.
and in today's news, the ricin thing is not related at all, right?
No, I think that's just coinky dink.
And then the Texas thing. West
That was
Texas.
a fire at a fertilizer
It just blew
place.
up a fertilizer that
Just blew
destroyed
the-
65 homes. or something.
Crazy. That
you see the explosion? You see the video yet?
I watched it. I didn't see the video of the explosion, but I saw the video of a guy who was talking about, like, a first responder. He was an EMT guy. He's like, there was a fire, we went over, and then the fire hit, and boom, got
Let us. It looked like a nuke.
Let us show you. We got to show you the video.
I'm still waiting to see the Kennedy assassination
I
from the
know.
alternate angle.
We're looking for that too. But basically, it's a father is filming the fire with her with his. It sounds like a daughter.
Right.
Just filming the fire, and then here it is. Here, Kev. Instead of explaining it.
Yeah. Somebody will
Watch this.
Send me that link, please.
This thing is.
Do you prefer it when people use their iPhone lengthwise?
No, I don't scream about
Don't
it.
you just want to
turn your fucking phone.
Or do you think, like, now we'll get used to this over the course of the next 10 years and be like, this is a
I think there'll be a built-in app that just does it for you.
Yeah, I don't understand why it doesn't.
Because this is ridiculous.
That's World Star Hip Hop fucking view.
You know. Here, just show Kevin this, and then we can move on with other stuff. So
that way.
So the father's just
so they were
filming
just
this.
shooting it for the sake of shooting.
Yeah, the daughter's in the car. It's like a cool moment they're having with each other.
This is crazy.
Watch this.
It's a big fucking fire, but it's like nothing compared to the explosion that happens. You gotta know you're too close.
It should collapse.
I would never think I was too close.
Really?
I mean, well, I guess you wouldn't put together that fertilizer explodes.
Oh, you okay?
Dad?
You okay?
I can't hear.
Come here.
I can't hear. Get out of here. Please get out of here.
Oh my God.
Please get out of here.
Crap.
Please get out of here. Oh my get out of here. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Oh my God! I'm so scared. I'm gonna cry.
Isn't that terrible?
Dad, go! Dad, go!
But you got to assume everyone's okay because the guy posted his video online. So that's how we figured it out earlier
that's
today.
kind of the most gripping part of those eyewitness videos now is just hearing people react. The Boston
the
video
reaction.
was the guy just going, "Holy, right? Holy,
Yeah, the reaction to the shit is like what is crazy.
Can you show him the still
screams
from that video? Because and then
again,
but
it's like a bomb going off.
Basically,
literally.
he's like, I think this is going to collapse soon. He's all like, he's in on it. I mean,
This
in
is
on
what a fire
the
looks
moment.
like.
Yeah.
But watch.
Hey,
look at the
darling.
still. Look at the still that.
That fucking thing is like it literally dropping a bomb out of a B-52.
That's why the entire town is destroyed.
Look at that. That's the actual explosion.
It was so intense it reached them.
Yeah.
In the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how far away they were.
A couple of 100 yards.
Our first guess was like 8 miles. And
8
we're like,
miles.
no, we're fucking idiots. It's not that far.
Not quite that far. Yeah, that's.
they show right there. Look.
Oh, they were showing it?
Had it like a
Yeah. That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up.
Apple stock tumbles below $400.
Oh, that's fucking
We were talking about that
awful.
today as well.
What's going on?
I think everyone's just catching up finally.
They lost like $25 yesterday.
I'm just miserable about it. You know why? Because I invested. That's why I'm responsible.
What do you get in at?
$390.
So what is it now?
It's 400, but it went up to 700.
Oh, at one point.
And I held it. Ooh, it'll be 1,000. Fucking
Do you think it'll ever go back up?
No,
Not if
not to
yes, as soon as I sell it. If I sell it, buy.
I don't think it goes to 700 anytime soon.
So
No
what is the
fucking
idea?
way.
You think like, well,
I think everyone just
we got this.
Everyone's started catching up.
Right.
That
I think.
Samsung phone really.
I'd go with the
the
Samsung.
Androids and whatnot.
I got the
That-
Galaxy
I thought you meant
S3.
all Apple people caught up and they're like, I've already got everything. I don't need it.
Well,
but I think you're right. It's like other people. Are
I think
making
everybody else,
smartphones.
they had such a lead on it.
They were really the only game in town for quite a while. I mean, they had other ones that are like, well, this is your iPhone killer. We got it right here. It's
Everyone
like,
was trying.
Really? Are they lining up at stores fucking for hours on end to buy that piece of shit? I don't think so.
I still like my iPhone though.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
But wow, man, that's a big drop.
Yeah,
you do
huge.
it?
What's going on in the world, man? Why?
I don't know. It's so weird.
Somebody on Twitter just hit me up this morning going like, I listen to your podcast and all you do is talk about movies. Why don't you talk about current events? Because they're fucking depressing.
Shit.
You're so right.
I'd rather just dwell in escapism and be like, hey, man, Batman. And that's it. And move the fuck on.
I think you give people a good release.
I think that's what it's about, right? It's certainly, you don't want to hear me talking about the issues. I don't have any deep
I love when
insight.
we push off to some silly, dumb, dopey thing.
I think
Just to
that's
get away
what-
from this shit
that's
for a
what
while.
people want. They're like, just make me escape. Particularly if you're listening to like morning radio and whatnot. You're listening to you guys. You don't want to sit there and be like, remind me how terrible shit
How
is.
shitty everything is.
Yeah.
and
Make
how
me
funny.
laugh, bitches.
Well, we're
That's your
like,
job.
we're kind of.
Yeah, we do delve into it.
But then
you
we're
have to.
aware enough, to try to push away from it and
Gotta goof on it.
Yeah.
So you did a cartoon, a Jay and Silent Bob super groovy cartoon movie. I'm always amazed at how it's hard to motivate me to do most things, and you are fucking always
You're
on
an
a
animal.
project. I can't.
I'm terrified of being irrelevant, so naturally I'm always trying to work. You guys got it easy because every day you wake up and people are going to be listening to you and whatnot. But like in my world, you wake up, you're like, I hope people are still interested today.
Yeah.
So if you're making a movie once a year or once every 2 years, it's a lot of time for people to be like, well, while you're doing something else, I'm going to fuck off over
Right.
here.
Mm-hmm.
So I like to kind of keep them intrigued, keep them interested.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things that came out of his sobriety. Homie here used to be all heroin and OxyContin out and shit.
Nice.
And now he's, as you can see, he got clean. I think it was like the second time. The first time he got clean, he was clean for what we thought was 6 years and turned out to be 5. And he was lying for about a year of it or something. He'll be like, I wasn't lying.
Were you a good liar?
He was pretty good. We
He
all
was
believed
good
him.
at it, yeah.
Even
Wasn't
the dude was
necessarily lying,
literally.
I was getting high for so long, I like sort of forgot how, like I thought I took my 6-year cake, like I was coming up on my 6-year cake, but I was really coming up on my 5-year cake, got surgery, started doing painkillers, and I was like, well, I was taking them as prescribed, and then when I was even taking more than prescribed, I was like, well, I'm not really getting high because I'm not doing oxys or heroin.
Oh, so it's not really getting
so
high.
It
right?
sort of was just not so much me lying as much as being confused on it. It really was.
The truth confused me, so I stopped telling it.
Well, no, I'm saying in the beginning, and then when we really sat down and like really thought about the date, like what the birthday was, it was coming up on 5 years and blah blah blah. So yeah,
you've been.
So that was the first time.
But he's been to hell and back, and he looks way better than all of us. What the fuck?
Oh, stop!
I saw that on Twitter. I put up a picture on Facebook of us yesterday, and somebody was like, "How come he doesn't age?"
You really don't
They
age.
said him, and I was like, "What about me?"
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, you fucker.
All right, so that was the first time. Then the second time.
First time, and then now he's on the second round and of longevity and sobriety. And you're up to what? How many days?
So I don't know. I think it's 1,000 in like 15 days.
Oh man!
So
is that over 3 years or no?
It's almost 3 years.
Oh,
yeah. I know. I always sit there. I'm like 360.
Yeah.
I try to count it up. I have. But yeah, it's like 1,015. So almost 3 years. I'm coming up on
1,095 will be 3 years.
Look at you, man.
80
Good
days
Will
away.
Hunting and shit with the math. Just busting it. So he was in his early sobriety, like in the first 2 months of this 1,000 days run. He was looking for something to stay busy. He was like, I need something to keep me busy. And so he's like, I want to do something in movies other than act. Like, what else is there to do? I was like, there's a bunch of stuff that he could direct. He's like, I won't do that yet. I said, what do you think about doing? He goes, produce. I want to be a producer like Scott Mosier. And I was like, do you know anything about producing? He's like, no. I was like, then you are a producer. Welcome to the club. So he was, I said, look, I'll give you some material. I gave him a script for this comic book I'd written a while ago called Blunt Man and Chronic, because Jay and Silent Bob are superheroes.
Yeah.
I said, everyone's superhero crazy now. Take this, maybe turn it into a web cartoon. And he went away with this dude, Steve Stark, who does our Smodimation. He takes our audio and makes cartoons out of it.
See, that's what we.
You guys, I don't understand why you aren't doing it now.
I don't.
Yeah,
we did an animation
have
thing
a few
that
of
went
them, but-
really
yeah.
well, and then I don't know.
You don't even.
We had an animation
now
fest.
where you just basically say on the show, "Hey, somebody make a cartoon,"
and
they will send you a cartoon.
Yeah,
well, we got
that's
Coke Logic, who does an
That's great.
amazing job, but we want to kind of get more looks at our shit. We should just do it and fuck the animation festival
course.
angle. We had an animation festival, like it was a highbrow event for once for us because we're always down and dirty.
Right.
It was people loved it.
They just took segments of our show and animated.
and animated on top of it.
We had a whole festival. We got a winner and all that shit.
Yeah, they were
it did
amazing.
really well.
Now, why didn't you do it again?
Well, because we were caught up in actually doing it as an event again. Maybe we should just say fuck it and just get it online. As
It should just be a show. It should,
Yeah.
it's a no-brainer TV show.
Because
But
you never know what bit they're gonna. They in their minds they want they want to animate, and then they have what they feel like what we look like in animation, which is
Right.
always different. So you have like 10 different Opies, 10 different Jimmies,
And it's just
10 different
flattering
hands.
to see somebody drawing you and taking your words
Sure.
and somehow
Fucking-
making you funnier.
That's
like you
amazing.
say funny stuff, but they animate on top of it.
Yeah.
and you're even more clever based on the visuals.
Yeah, it looks hilarious. I love those.
Good stuff.
But that's what you guys are doing.
We found a dude named Steve Stark years ago. It's going back about 5 years now. That he had sent us a cartoon off of one of the Smodcasts, and we were like, "Oh my god!" And we had the same notion of like, "Let's do this on TV." But that's like the old thinking. Like, I need permission. Somebody give me money to do this. And it was like Scott Mosier was like, "What do you want? Do you want a TV show, or do you just want cartoons about yourself?" And I was like, "I want cartoons about myself." He's like, "So let's pay for them. We'll just do them
Good for
here."
you.
So we started doing them. That dude's been around for a while. So Muse was like, I want to do this thing. I said, team up with Stark. So they went off, and he came back like 2 months later with like about 10 minutes. Actually, it's 5. I just watched it the other day. It's 5 minutes of like what was going to be the first web cartoon of Blunt Man and Chronic, it was called. And it was so good. Like they had done it, and like normally I'm there when he does the performance, and I'm directing and stuff. But he was doing his performance without me. It sounded great. They put together something funny. It took the script and something that shouldn't make me laugh anymore because I wrote it years ago and I know this stuff inside now. Made me laugh, man. And I was like, this is viable, dude. Like, never mind web cartoon. Like, you could turn this into like a whole movie. And he was like, if we turn it into a movie, can we take it out like Red State? And I was like, yeah, because I guess he liked the Red State tour. He didn't go on it that much, but he liked the idea.
That Red State idea was amazing.
It was fun.
And
So
I
that's
went-
what we're doing with this. Same thing.
Awesome.
But what's smarter about this one? Like, I love the Red State tour, but Red State was figuring, the tour was figuring out how to do it and make money off of it.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
we paid off our bills and stuff. But the only way at the end of the day, I was like, the way we could have done better is if the movie wasn't as pricey. It was a $4 million movie, which isn't that expensive. But if you're going to do this kind of touring thing and four-wall thing, you don't have as much leeway or as much headroom. So with this flick, man, they went into production without thinking it as a movie. They were just kind of doing it as a web short. Once they were like, it's going to be a flick, they put it together and they had a budget. So I was like, what's the budget? And he was like, $69,000.
Wow.
And I said, why? And he goes, because 69 nude. And I was like, the budget's based on a fucking sex joke?
Nice.
But they kept it to that. So the movie, the whole cartoon cost us 69 grand. That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys, crazy not to be making some animation. So we take it now. Like, we put our tickets on sale for the tour a couple months back. Day one tickets go on sale. By the time day one ticket sales are done, we're already in profit.
It's called, let me, by the way, let me plug it, csmod.com/groovy movie, because there's a whole bunch of venues you guys are doing all over the country. And there's like a...
one here in New York is the Best Buy. We're going to be here Tuesday doing the screening at the Best Buy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Can we go? Can we go?
Yeah, we'll give you guys tickets.
I would love to go.
I mean,
to
it's
that.
at night, and I know sometimes you guys
Oh, no,
shy
I'll
away.
fucking stay up for that.
Is there a talk afterwards?
We're doing the
okay,
movie first,
good.
and then afterwards we do our Jay and Silent Bob.
Can I tell you, when you did that with Red State, you get to see this cool movie, and then next thing you know, the actors are on the stage. I was blown away.
It was fun. We kept it going.
And other people are starting to kind of like follow your lead a little bit,
Yeah,
right?
there are some cats going out there, I guess. And I mean, look, it's not, if you want to be a huge success in the movie business, obviously do it the traditional way with the studio behind you.
That's boring.
Commercials, but this is a cool alternative for us. You know what I think about it is, like, this is for like us and the hardcore fans. We don't want to bother anybody. Like, sometimes, movies come out mainstream, you're inundated with ads and crap like that, and it's just like, ours is like, we don't want to bother anybody. We'll just be over here with our fans doing this thing, and it's been amazing. Like, it's like doing a rock concert.
Right on, man.
So we did that with Red State. Now we're hoping to do it with this as well. So far, so good. We start in Atlanta on Sunday, and then we go to D.C., Tarrytown, then we're back here in the city, and then Philly and stuff. So we'll do this all year long. And with it being in profit already, then it's just like we go out there, and it's
gravy.
You're printing money at that point.
You got an empire, Kevin Smith.
It's little, though.
You got an
everyone
empire.
says that. They're always like, you got an empire. I'm like, yeah, it's more of a blip-pyre. It's not very big, but what it is, it's cool.
We were talking about you the other day. I wasn't sure if it was on the air. Sometimes I get that I don't know, whatever, because we talked the whole time. But I can't believe how many podcasts you do a week.
Yeah.
How many hours is that?
I basically do the same amount of time or days. I don't even do time that you guys do, but I got 5 a week. You guys do 5 shows a week.
Yeah.
Same diff. It's not amazing. For radio people, you should be like, you're slacking.
Right.
Get more content.
No, because every hour has to be different with you. That's what's amazing.
Each show is different, but if you listen to all your shows, like based on the content you get every day, the people come in or the news you're talking about, every episode's different.
Well, now we joke because we're frustrated by all the podcasters because they do an hour a week, most of them,
and walk away.
We did our first hour today. I go, yeah, that's our podcast this week.
Yeah.
See you next week.
Nice,
know,
but we don't have that luxury.
Must be nice.
Do you guys podcast the show though when it's done?
We're not allowed to.
No, why would we? That would be embracing new media. That would be silly.
Wait. So once the show ends,
see me biting my teeth. It's so frustrating. I'm like, we have to be in the iTunes world. Do you understand?
Once it ends,
and we have
that's it.
You get on demand, but
they have their on-demand shit. But I'm saying, look, we have 8 years of material.
Yeah,
that we can't even play all the 8 years anymore because we're playing our newer shit. So take the old shit, put an hour on iTunes every week. So we're in the iTunes world with a little fucking commercial. These guys are doing fresh shows every day on Sirius XM,
and it drives everybody back to the Daily Show as well.
It's a terrible lack of embracing new media. It's embarrassing.
But
it's a little strange.
iTunes and you make the charts and all that. That's big.
Do you think it has everything to do with Sirius XM being like, hey, we got our thing going
on
here.
Lost.
We don't want to.
Yes, they're lost.
Yeah. They're very hung up on exclusivity.
But
they seem to be back in the day, but I don't think that matters anymore.
No, it doesn't, but try to sell them on that.
No, because you want to make it as inconvenient as possible for people to get it. Because you really want people to walk through a mile of shit to enjoy your product. That's the best way to do it. Why make it easy?
We don't have smart people around us. They don't have a vision.
But the good news is you're getting paid.
Oh, yeah.
That's the difference. Us podcasters, we may have some smart people around, but nobody has any money.
That's a good point.
Advertisers still not really there?
Not like it is here in radio. Like, you'll still get advertising, and there's definitely some great organizations that have discovered, like, hey, podcasts, this is a dedicated medium where the listeners will listen to the commercial. They're not going to walk away. They're not going to tune out. They're sitting there as part of it because you support the program. You support that which supports the program. So it exists. hosts, and you can make you could cover for us, we cover lots of our storage costs and whatnot. We move servers to kind of keep it cheaper as well. Because that's the thing. All these podcasts free for everybody else, but for the person that hosts them, that costs money on a server. Every time people hit them, you're being charged. Like for the first 2 years, I was like, podcasts are free. And my business manager was like, for everyone but you. Like, you need to pay for this crap. And I was like, oh shit. So that's when we started monetizing, going out on the road with it.
I was going to ask, how do you make your money?
I mean, for me, it was more about like, I just want to cover the cost on the server. So I'm not paying for everyone to listen to this stuff. But where I make my money, some people do the advertising thing. Like Adam Carolla, he does his podcast all the time. And his podcast is essentially his morning radio show. He moved to podcast form. So he kept the format with the commercials and ads and stuff. I don't mind the ads. I'm happy to do it. We do ads on our podcast, but I didn't want to be beholden to like the advertising dollar. Not that I'm like, you
didn't want to be held hostage.
Well, yeah, I want a little more freedom. And also like if you're dependent on advertising every waking moment of your life, you're like, do we have an ad for tomorrow? So I didn't want to be that. So I was like, all right, where do we make our money? And how I figured, it's not even I figured it out, but I figured, okay, all these podcasts drive people to the live show. That's it. Right. So basically for us, the podcasting is advertisement for the live show. And the live show, we make our coin.
That's what I try to tell these people, because it's like sometimes you can't put your hands on where the money's coming from. It just will bring more people to our show eventually. It'll all funnel down.
And also
but they have to see it immediately.
When marketing understands, like when the advertisers understand, put it together like, okay, yeah, TV is a wide net, but people don't sit there and watch commercials on TV. They kind of speed through them with a DVR. Radio, most people walk away during commercials. But podcasts, they will sit there and listen. You can put it at the beginning, middle, end, but they'll sit there and listen to it. And once they realize, like, you get 300,000 to 500,000 dedicated earballs that are like, oh, they're motivated and inclined to try out that product and stuff, they'll understand that that's a medium that they want to be putting more money. It's sick, easy money for an advertiser to be like, hey man, we're hitting this many people, and it's guaranteed. It's not like, I hope people are listening.
Well, they can see it's almost like YouTube clicks. They see in front of them the exact amount of you can't lie about the numbers.
Never lie.
But they can't change the way they do business either. You know, advertisers, they're having a tough time looking outside the box because they're used to a certain way as well.
But if I was an advertiser, I would be
you would think
this moment right now where I'm like, look, for years I've been paying this much.
And you could get in cheap.
And knowing about results about this. But now we could qualify and quantify our results. So I'd rather spend this much more effectively in different areas. You know, it's still TV's the big sexy where everyone's like, you need a commercial. But and I'm not denying that. Of course, commercials on TV, without them, there would be no television programming. But that's not the only place to spend your money. And people forget about radio. Terrestrial is still huge. Like, when I went out on the Red State tour, I would ask people, how many people are here because they saw me on TV promoting this? And you see a few hands go up. I'd be like, how many people are here because they heard me on a radio show? And that would be like 85 to 90%. People sit in their cars and go to work and listen to the radio. Like the way that for years and years people are like, radio's dead. Bullshit. Like radio is a powerful medium. That's why I keep trying to get into it. I'm like, that's the big sex.
We get a lot of celebrities that we hear, they just don't do radio. And I go, you're just dumb.
And we're not dumb publicists.
And we're not talking about the over-the-top A-listers that just for some reason feel they're above it. We're talking about guys that absolutely could use the help on their project, but they don't do radio.
I don't understand that.
Dumb, right?
Because there's no, I've been in this business nearly 20 years now. I've never heard anybody go like, ugh, radio, like, or in the real world. But I've heard a lot of people, like actors and stuff, who are just like, well, radio, do I have to call in, blah, blah, blah.
Let me hit up Tim in Michigan. He's got a question for Jason, who's also in studio. Jason Muse. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, I was wondering about, I have a terrible opiate addiction myself, and I was wondering how he maintains and got himself sober and managed to stay that way. I'll hang up and listen, but thank you guys.
All right.
Again, the podcast, what we're talking about now, for me personally, the podcast has been a big help because this time around, me sharing my stories and keeping fresh in my head things that I've done and where I don't want to go back to, like, Christmas time, setting my couch on fire and stuff.
A tradition?
Because, like we were saying earlier, when we were saying earlier that it was almost 5 years, I think when I got my, when I got the surgery and got the painkillers, I was like, oh, I almost have 5 years, or in my head it was almost 6 years, and I'm fine. But I wasn't going to meetings, and I wasn't talking to people, and I wasn't really accountable to anyone. I was hanging out with a few people that were just normal, and they didn't understand. So, to, like, even my one buddy, I was like, hey, man, I just got surgery, and I ran out of my pain meds. And he was like, oh, I have a bottle, because he didn't know any better. But now that I share with my friends and everyone around, I'm just straight up like, hey, you know, if they're like, hey, you want to go have a drink, you know, a glass of wine, I'm like, I can't. And they're like, what? It's not going to do anything. I'm like,
Jesus.
No, it will do something. So I think just be honest with people and go to meetings and find some people that you feel like you can open up to share what's going on with you, and to keep fresh, even if it's a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road. Keep fresh, like, hey man, things are good now or normal, but you know, all it takes is one drink or one puff and stuff. Like weed, to me, it's like I wish I could smoke weed, but I can't, just because it's the mindset. But I'm not against weed at all. Like, you know, to me, weed is a good thing. Like I have a friend and my mom who passed now, though. It was the only thing that helped them eat. So I actually think weed is good, but I still can't do it myself because it's the mindset of like, I can't
getting high.
Take me back. I look at weed too. Like that was one I didn't have terrible memories associated with.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I've used up all the good times, and it's the price I'm paying for having fucked up so much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Jimmy's like 26, 27 years in.
26, yeah.
26 and change.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. It's like I can't.
17 he knew.
So.
I was at a meeting once where a dude was talking about, he's like, I got 26 years clean. And I was like, 26? And he seemed young. He started talking about like he was doing coke at age 10. He lived out in Hollywood and shit like that. So he's like, Hollywood in the 80s, man. We'd come home from school and do coke. And I was like, at 10 years old. But he knew at age 16, he's like, I had a run. And then by 16, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And you would imagine...
He's probably lying about his age. He's in Hollywood. He was probably like, everything was 10 years. He was probably 20 and 26.
I was actually 20.
He was the producer in the room. He's like, I got sober when I was 4. It's a fucking miracle.
I was like, this guy's young and smart. That was weird, though, hearing that, man. I was like, that's a long time clean. And to clean up, to be young, I mean, but you're young as well at that point.
I don't want to say his name, but our buddy, my buddy, who I talk to all the time, he was like 14 when he was on the street using, and had like lost all his teeth by like 16.
Wow.
Like that's how bad.
What was he doing? Was he doing meth or heroin?
Hardcore meth, coke, heroin.
He talked about going to his first meeting, sitting in the back with his hand over his mouth because he had no teeth whatsoever.
At like 16, he was like homeless and like that bad. Fuck. Like he was really in bad shape. So yeah, it's pretty crazy when you hear people that young getting into it, but I mean, it happens.
What do you do when you get the urge?
It's not weird hearing them get into it. It's weird hearing that they get out of it. Like to have the presence of mind at 16 or 17
to just know,
to be like,
to have
I'm not going to do this anymore.
Right,
because usually that kind of
I put myself back to 17.
20.
I'm like, I'm just.
If you were 17, 16, you're like, this feels good. I'm never going to stop. Why should I?
But I think it is pretty amazing. I really do.
So when you get the urge, do you call somebody immediately, or do you?
I haven't had an urge, because I mean, between talking about it, like we're on the road all the time talking about it, and my wife and spending a lot of time with Kevin, and I mean, I would say what I have an urge for more, and it's not like a serious urge, is booze. Like I almost to that fact to where I'm just like, man, why can't I just have a drink? How awesome would it be to be able to go to a ball game and have a couple cold ones? And but the opiates,
that's true.
luckily,
over the last few years, that's the only thing I've ever heard him talk about. He's like, "You tempted anymore?" He's like, "Every once in a while, I see a beer commercial. I want a beer." I was like, "Why?"
Yeah,
it looks like everyone's having a good time, and I can't figure out why I can't do that.
They're not accurate though. You never see a fucking Bud or Michelob Light commercial where you fast forward, the guy's being pulled out of a car with a fucking a 9-year-old's leg in his grill. Beer companies never show you fucking trying to keep an erection, or for calling a woman, or confessing a childhood homosexual incident to a room full of male friends.
Good times were made for Michelob.
Exactly.
I want to get a beer for Jimmy right now. Oh man, I want to hear these stories.
They do paint a lovely picture, though.
What was it? Yeah. You keep mentioning the surgery. What was the surgery?
Oh, kidney stones. They put a tube in the
Oh, shit.
They put a tube right in my.
Oh, fuck.
It's no fun.
They couldn't do that ultrasonic shit.
I remember.
Were you awake when they were doing it?
No, they put me out, but when I woke up, they gave me something, and I just remember, like, on the way home, like, feeling the side of my car, and my wife at the time had never seen me messed up I had.
Oh, shit.
You know, we were like, I had like 2.5 years sober or so at that point. But I started like rubbing the side of the car, I remember, and just being like, this is awesome. And she's like, oh my gosh, is this what you were like? Hi, I don't want to be around your stupid.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, but it was kidney stones. It was pretty painful. But again, it wasn't that painful looking back that I couldn't have just done the painkillers as prescribed for 4, 5, 6 days.
I don't know.
But it gave
Dick
me
pain?
that taste. Well, after like the 6th day, I was like, man, it still hurts. And it was sort of my head tricking me. And I'm like, it says take 2 every, 4 to 6 hours. But it's, I have a high tolerance because I have an old habit. And I even called the doctor because I'm like, if I don't take it as prescribed, it's going to be a relapse. So can you put 3 every 4 to 6 hours?
Jesus
and he did
Christ,
change it
that's
for
true.
me. And the 2 didn't really, it
doesn't
took away
seem
the
to really
pain,
figure.
but the 3 took it to that like warm feeling, and I was just like, whoa.
Oh, man.
I don't know, but yeah, but again, hopefully,
Damn.
I'm not saying like, I don't ever think like, oh, it's nice to just zone out on some opiates. But I think at this point, again, I think it's so, I've messed up so many times and burned so many bridges. I don't think I don't think physically I could come back from it. I think I'd lose everything I've got. And this time it's really in my face because I feel like even last time, when I lost some stuff, but I don't feel like I fell too far at that point.
Kevin, were you ever in a position where you were ready to give up on him and just like, hey, fuck this?
Yeah, like, did you get
had it?
Yeah, there was
Really?
a few times. Yeah. I mean, the last time, honestly, like, I thought he was clean for 6 years, and then it outed that he was only clean for 5, and he'd been using for, like, the last year of it. And his wife, Jordan, told me. And he's right. Like, when he hooked up with her, he was clean, so she never saw, like, Junkie Muse. And she was scared. She was like, I don't know how to say this, but I think Jason's using it. And I was like, no.
Oh,
It was during Cop Out. And he was out here. He'd come out here at one point because he wanted to be a stunt driver in it. He was like, can I be in the movie? And I was like, I don't think there are any parts. He goes, no, I want to be a stunt man. And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, I see there's a car flip. I want to do that.
Holy
And so I asked
shit.
Warner Brothers, they were like, I guess if he wants to be, we'll send him to stunt school. So they're going to send him to stunt school to learn to drive. It was like 10 grand or something.
Hal Needham.
That's kind of cool.
He would have Hal Needham
I
and
know.
stuff.
You
But
were
then
just
he
hoping
did-
to get hurt and get painkillers. That's all.
I'm going to get nothing but oxys. But he, when she told me about it, she was like, he's using, and there was a really sad moment that actually, like, years later is kind of bittersweet and poetic. But I called him, like, when she told me, I was like, well, we got to get him here. We got to intervene. We'll get our friend DK over, and he'll take him right to a rehab. Like, that's the only way. There's no messing around.
Right.
You can't let him try to do it. I've been down this road. So I called him up. I was like, hey, man, what's up? And he's like, hey, how are you? And I was like, why don't you come over and we'll grab some breakfast? He was like, yeah? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, okay. And years later, or later,
set
he would
the bear trap in the front door.
And he said he knew it too. He was just like, I knew something was wrong because you never invite me to breakfast. And years later, that's what we do. We eat breakfast together. We spend a lot of time together now. But at that point, he was like, oh, there's something wrong here. And he got there, and I was like,
It's
we
like
all
calling
know.
up the guy to get whacked.
Totally.
Yeah,
He's
come
just-
on down. I got something I need you to do.
Jason put his pinky ring in the fucking thing.
I appreciate your honesty about it, and I do listen to your podcast when I can, and I love when you're telling your stories when you were fucked up. Holy, there was one I'm trying to remember where you were being chased or something and ended up on a movie set. Do you remember something like that? And you ended up being an extra in a movie you didn't want to be in because you were like trying to get rid of some dude.
Yeah, I borrowed my buddy's car and I was going to cop and we were at a red light and I dropped my cigarettes and I reached down but my foot must have came off the brake just a little bit and I swear my car hit it this boom that
barely
and anyway,
barely tapped it.
Yeah, and the guy's like, we're gonna call the cops and they're gonna be here and I'm like, oh, I don't have a license and I have a warrant and then I'm like, all right, let me pull over and he jumped through the window because he's like, you're gonna take off and I'm like, no, I'm just pulling out of the main road because people are beeping and stuff and he grabbed the keys from me so now I'm like, there's no way I can even try to sneak out. So I got out of the car and we're talking. I'm like, all right, I'm waiting for the cops. He like turned around and walked back to his car for a second. I was like, whoa. Like, jetted off and I'm like going down these side streets and then I saw a dude that had worked on one of the movies and he's like, hey man, what's up, dude? He's like, I worked on such and such and he's like, like, I'm an a PA for this movie, and I'm like, all right, I can dip in here and stay away. But then I was in the backyard, and they're like, oh, you're here, and while you're here, yeah, it was.
Did they put you on camera? They're like, why you're here?
Exactly.
They kind of put them on camera, or you were like in the background of a scene.
And then it somehow, and then somehow
we'll give you sanctuary, but you gotta ask for a Coke in the scene.
I didn't tell them why I was running and that I was running for this situation. I was like, oh man, and you know what? My car broke down and I have to go pay this guy. I owe money. And I was like, you know what? I was like, can you give me a ride down there to pay him off? So he even wound up giving me, the guy, after I shot a couple things and left, he gave me a ride to the Burger King where I used to meet my guy, and I got out and went over and gave the dude money. I was like, yeah, I just paid him off the money I owed him, but I was really picking up. And then I was like, I'll be right back. I'm going to the bathroom. You know, that was at the point where I couldn't wait to get in the car and get home. I'd like go in the Burger King bathroom and like shoot crack, and it was just ridiculous.
Shoot crack?
So, yeah.
How do you shoot crack? I thought you smoked
lemon juice. Oh wait, no, water. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I don't want to give away.
Yeah.
Like not a lot of people know that, but yeah, you can anyway. There's ways to do it, and it's better if you like that stuff. Anyway, it's bad.
Oh yeah,
it's bad and crazy, and
just bad shit.
It got worse and worse, and it was bad. So, but yeah, Jay,
you couldn't even go
Super
home.
Groovy Cartoon Movie is awesome.
Yeah, sorry, Jason.
Not at all.
Right.
The podcast. I mean, the only reason Jay and Silent Bob Super Groovy Cartoon Movie exists is because of shit like this. Like when we started doing Jay and Silent Bob Get Old, which is the podcast we do. It's kind of the intervention podcast. He sits around every week and talks about, he tells funny stories about fucking, and then he tells horrible stories about being fucked up. And, and we don't sit there and lecture. Our philosophy is like, handle your high. We got nothing wrong with like fucking booze or drugs. Obviously, I'm a fucking big fat stoner. But when it comes to, your substances, life is hard. If you can't handle your high, put it the fuck down. In the case of Jason, he's just one of those people who can't handle his fucking high. So we went out. We've been doing the podcast for now, what's going on, 2 years, like 103 episodes or whatever. Always a live show. And it's nice because I sit next to him, and every time, like, I've watched him become a really wonderful raconteur. He can tell stories. Like, in the beginning, you'd have to pull the stories out of him. Now, you give him 20 minutes, and he just holds forth, and you're the more reactionary guy than anything else. But during all that, I think the first 2 months after doing it, that's when he was just like, I want to do something else. Like, he wanted to do the podcast every day. And I was like, well, if we did a radio show, I guess we could do it every day. But podcast every day, I don't know. And that's when he was just like, well, I want to do something else. And it led to the movie. So the movie he was kind of doing to stay sober. And it kind of worked out. Turned into something.
I think it's going to be great. I can't wait to see it.
It's funny shit, dude. It's like, I've been in a nice position of not having to like work on it. They go off and do the work, and then they're like, what do you think? So I'm just the opinion guy.
Right.
And I can be like, well, you can lose this because you don't need this, or you can add this, or we can record a new line. But generally speaking, it's been such a gift because, like, I'm doing a bunch of other shit, and then periodically you get an email with a file in it, and you're just watching this cartoon flick. So it slowly came together over the course of about a year and a half, and now we're ready to take it out, and it's fucking funny. It's total stoner comedy.
Nice.
Good fucking. I look forward to this. Is the weird thing about this is every other flick we've ever taken out, even Red State, I've seen it with a bunch of people by the time we bring it to an audience, but this was so isolated and insular, we haven't even screened it for him. Nobody's seen it except me, him, and his lady, and the guy that mixed it, and people that did some songs and stuff.
I'm going Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
Give the website out again too. It is csmod.com/groovy movie. There's a lot of dates up. You can go in because there's too many to give out, but there's like 20 different cities or dates. And of course, it's at that Kevin Smith on. And who are you on Twitter, Jason? You on Twitter?
At JAYMEWES at JMuse. Yeah.
Okay. And
that's out in the world. That requires you to leave your house to go see us. You'll be able to hear the podcast for free later on at smodcast.com.
But if you want to go see these live events,
but if you want to go, you got to leave the house. However, we also have a cartoon that if you don't want to leave the house, you can actually watch right now. We just put it up on iTunes yesterday. It's called Kevin Smith's Cartoon Lagoon, and me and him are on the story is
70s sounding cartoon titles.
It's so 70s, dude. It's Space Ghost Coast to Coast with a little bit of Pee-wee's Playhouse with a little bit of
Sid and Marty Croft.
We have a puppet, dude.
Do ya?
All right, that we interact with, and we're in a cartoon sub that got lost going to Poughkeepsie, and we're being chased by a great white shark that Ralph Garman does a voice for, and then we show cartoons. It's fun, dude. You want to talk about
that's great
stoner activity though? Like I watched it. when it was all finished, and I was like, this wouldn't exist if I didn't smoke weed.
Right. No
The
kidding.
only reason it exists is because you're like, let's do a puppet show, you know? And we wound up doing it, and it was a lot of fun. So we're going to try to do it. We have all these cartoons that Stark and other people have made off of our podcast. So we're like, well, let's put them in a framework, and the framework is us trapped on this sub fighting this great white shark who comes up through the toilet, and the only way like we could fight him off is with cartoons, so we just keep showing them cartoons. So they can go get that now. Kevin Smith's Cartoon Lagoon on iTunes.
I got to ask you one more thing.
We got to bring Tom in, too.
Tom,
We're
Tom's
out
here.
here, yeah,
I got to ask you one more thing, though, because obviously you're aficionado as far as comic movies go. Superman, what are you thinking?
Oh,
are you
trailer. I cried at that trailer.
The trailer's fucking great.
When Kevin Costner goes, "You are my son," like, and he has that crack in his voice.
Yeah.
That really got to me. Whenever they're doing the voiceover about like he'll be this, it's messianic. They're talking about a Christ-like figure, about you're going to go to Earth and be this for these people. It looks big, like the opening shot of the trailer with all that chaos. Krypton is exploding, and it's just single piano cues as opposed to like da 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 da. It's everything about it screams like you know all these beats,
and
but we're presenting them. And Zod. And there's a moment in the trailer that looks like they're doing a version of the Kryptonian prisoner sentencing, because he's sitting there going, "I will find him," and he's kind of looking in cuffs, and he's not on Earth. So it looks like they're going to start kind of the same way. I got excited. Dude.
I got totally excited. I saw your tweet. It's just like kneel before Zod. I'm like, oh fuck, the trailer's out.
Do you think he says it? Do you think they'll say it?
I don't know.
He's got it.
Such a fucking cool
I hope
line.
to God. It looks fantastic.
It looks
I
great.
love that dude. I used to watch the Tudors, and he was always like a really good dude in the Tudors, like one of the few characters in the Tudors with a moral compass of some sort. He looks like he's doing the job.
And Russell fucking Crowe.
Perfect casting.
Yes.
Like all the gravitas that he brings to it. I just cannot wait. It looks phenomenal. The air strikes. Did you see him punching people in the air?
Yeah.
Have you played? I know this is a little close to home too, and we'll get out of here.
No.
There's a game that we did a commercial for called the Injustice Gods Among Us. It's a fighting game by the guys that do Mortal Kombat. And it's all DC Universe characters fighting each other. This game, dude, we've lost so much fucking time and productivity. Because you could just be Batman beating the shit out of Batman, or you could be Batman beating the shit out of Bane, Superman, Batman fighting. It's so fucking badass. But when they have a special move, every character has a special move. And the Superman special move is like, you do the fucking combo button. They zoom in on him and like, get ready for the special move. Superman punches you. You go up through the ceiling, up into the upper atmosphere. You break clouds. You're in outer space. He zips past you, then comes above you and punches you back fucking down to Earth. It is so cool. As much as I love Man of Steel, man, this game it feels like you're actually in charge.
They have it for your iPad and your iPhone too. It doesn't have all those specials, but it's really the fighting is awesome.
It's not a shooter game, but it's a fighter game. But it's by the people that did Mortal Kombat, like Ed Boon and stuff. So it's a pretty bad, like get over here kind of badass fighting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we're off. I got to piss.
You can stay.
You can stay. We actually more than
it's really up to you.
I know we got some stuff to do. I don't want to take my man's got.
Okay,
give him the mic.
But I don't want you to think we're
No, never.
You're more than
what are awesome.
Thank you
welcome to stay.
Hey, Jason, thanks so
Hughes,
much,
Kevin
man.
Smith, of course, Jay and Silent Bob's super groovy cartoon movie. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going I'm going
we
next
got tickets
week.
for you. We'll put aside.
Where's the Best Buy Theater, by the way?
It's right in Times Square, I think.
It's easy.
2 blocks away. Perfect.
We'll find it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. All
and
right.
the great Tom Sizemore coming in next. His book is fucking amazing.
Right on.
The Opie Anthony Show. The Opie Anthony Show on Sirius XM. And now back to the Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Well, we're very, very excited and happy to have Tom Sizemore back in our studio. We were here about a year ago, I guess.
Was it a year ago? About that, yeah.
Probably about a year ago.
Yeah, it was that long ago.
Because I remember you telling us that you were going to write a book. And guess what? The book is here, and it's amazing.
One of those rare times I did what I said.
Yes. Out today is called By Some Miracle, I Made It Out of There. And I guess I'm about 85% of the way through it. And it's extremely honest. I mean, you really, you don't paint a pretty picture for the sake of painting a pretty picture.
It wasn't pretty.
No, but it's nice that you talk about it.
I know, it's easy to just say that, but a lot of guys certainly would leave out a lot of stories. I think what's going to sell this book is the honesty of it.
Yeah, just push that thing up real.
Just break it in half. Who cares?
Yeah, there we
I don't
go.
want to break anything anymore.
No?
And here you can break shit. We don't care.
Broke myself, so. I wanted to make it honest, so I just get it all out there, and
yeah,
there are no more skeletons in the closet now.
Was there anything that you were talking about? Because I said to Tom in the break, I'm like, you really name names, because meaning that you name the people. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people don't mention.
I don't know. Name a name sounds like a punk to me, but I don't think I named names. I talked about certain people that had impacted my life.
Well, naming names, I mean, you simply.
I didn't say anybody like did drugs. Or
No. But you mentioned real people.
Shit. Well, the people that were in my life were real.
Still, how many people don't do that when they write a book?
I don't live in a fantasy world like our young people.
Right.
Or you can just say whatever you want on the internet and just slam somebody and then bomb somebody, whatever.
And then not have any accountability.
Go to a commercial.
Yeah.
Right.
No accountability.
Nothing.
Was there anything that you were covering that became really painful that you kind of wished you didn't cover while you were doing it?
There's a book signing tonight at Barnes & Noble.
Is that what he's throwing at you?
Yeah. I think.
Tell him we'll get to it. We know what we're doing. It's not my fucking first day in the rodeo. I know how to do an interview. I'll get to the plugs.
Panicking already, that guy.
He's panicking.
No, he's not. He's my manager. He's a wonderful guy.
All right, I'm sorry, Tom.
What did you say?
Was there anything?
I left out about 99% of the people that are assholes.
Was there anything that you were covering that you kind of became really painful while you were talking about it, and you kind of were like, oof, I wish I didn't go into this, but it's too late. I've already started.
Anna and David and I worked on the book for a year and 4 months.
Wow.
And we met 3 times a week. And we started, initially the first meeting was, we were trying to figure out what we would do and how we would do it. And I said, my first memory is when I was 4. And I said, why don't we start there, and we'll do the age of 4, and then we'll do the age of 5, and we'll do the age of 6, and we'll do the age of 7, and we'll do the age of 8, and that's how we did it. Right. So it was a huge amount of, she'd ask me questions, and I would have come in with things I wanted to talk about from age 7, and she would tape it, and then she would have it transposed, so you could read it, and she'd edit it, and then give it to me, and it was a painstaking process, and it was a tome, and that she was able to cut it down to 226 pages is quite a testament to her talent.
It must be kind of freeing, though, to put everything out there so no one could really hold anything over your head anymore, right?
All the skeletons are out of the closet.
Yeah.
The first time you tried crystal meth, you were sober when you heard about that, or that kind of was a relapse for you?
Well, I was sober. I mean, I was clean. I wasn't doing drugs, but I wasn't sober. I mean, I wasn't working a program or anything. I just hadn't used since '97.
Okay.
So, I initially was going to meetings and stuff. That's what I do now. I mean, now I do the footwork. All these these cliches that I just thought were, silly, and they all work. That's why they're cliches. Such as you got to get a sponsor, and you got to work the steps, and you got to go to meetings, and you got to get a commitment. And if you feel like you don't want to do something with regard to your sobriety, that's probably what you should do.
Yeah.
And I don't like being such a serious person. But being sober is serious business, and it has gotten lighter and more lighthearted. And Bob Forrest keeps. I don't get to talk to him enough. I talk to him often. Bob said as time goes on, the lightness in life returns, and but I was in seriously in bad shape. So I had to take it very seriously about. I just can't put anything in my body. I got an allergy with any type of substance. I mean, if I drink a glass of wine, I mean, it's just. I mean, I've done it enough times now that I know that I don't stop.
I was amazed at how many, because you talk a lot about the relapses, how many relapses that you actually planned. Like, okay, I knew I was flying to Chicago. I think you said at the time your wife's mother was ill. She's like, I was planning to relapse and to get high.
I didn't say I was planning to relapse. I was planning to get high.
Well, yeah. Oh, get high.
Yeah, because I was going to be out of sight of my wife, who I lost because of this addiction. And it was, you got to pardon me, Opie. I've been here. I've been in New York for a few days, and I'm just a little tired. I don't do drugs anymore. So well, I would be probably really more tired, or I might be like, really off the wall. Like, when can we get this guy out of the studio?
Strung out.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm just a human being right now, and I woke up. You know, fine, man. I'm trying to drink my coffee and wake up.
It's all good.
But I lost Maeve over. I just exhausted her. I mean, I was much younger, and I was when Reggie Bush was at USC of drug addicts. I mean, I could just get through any kind of crack. You know, I see a little bit of ray of daylight there to get downtown. You know, I landed in New York at Kennedy Airport, and I had the same driver, and I didn't have to tell the guy what to do. He knew where to go. We went to Alphabet City.
Jeez.
And you know, I had set up a system, I guess you would call it, where I could use drugs when I wasn't in front of people. That's hard to do when you're an actor.
Yeah.
And you're married. And, you know, when you get caught enough times, you just go, oh, the hell with it. It's like, you know, she finally caught me enough times, and because a long time people, I mean, no one knew but her for a great deal of time. And, finally, you know, I just couldn't hide it from her anymore, and I didn't want to hide it. I mean, I had this huge secret.
Yeah.
And it was killing me too. And it was impacting my work, although I could tell, no one else could tell, because it was very subtle. You know, I was missing the nuances, and I wasn't as facile. Because, you know, acting's it's a indefinable type of thing, you know. But the one thing that does happen is that you do something, then I do something, and
right.
what you do predicates what I do is predicated upon what you do. And if I'm not able to really see what you're doing, or to watch it, you know, and see the nuances in what you might be doing, and I miss it, then the scene starts to, you know, doesn't feel right. And trust me, when I tell you the couple actors I worked with pulled me aside and said, what's wrong with you? You didn't see that?
Wow.
I mean, I know it was very subtle what I did, but and people thought I was a very good actor. And I would say the same thing all the time. I'm tired.
Right.
I'm sorry. I won't miss it again. And it didn't happen often. I didn't use that much at work. But, you know, if you've ever used drugs, I mean, one of the times you're at your worst is when you don't have the drugs the first couple weeks after you've had a long run. You're in withdrawal, regardless of what the drug is, and you're just not hitting on all cylinders. And I'm almost 4 years sober now, and I don't really think I'm hitting on all cylinders yet. I'm markedly better. I'd say I'm 80%, 85% better.
Are there actors that you had worked with that have completely won't talk to you or work with you anymore? Have you burnt bridges to that point? No. Okay.
Well, yeah, maybe.
No, baby?
Yeah, one guy. But he's done a movie in 15 years.
Yeah.
He only did one. He's a singer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Mark Anthony, because there's a nice part in the book where you talk about fist fighting him.
I didn't have a fist fight with anybody.
Didn't it say you had to pull you guys apart?
I haven't had a fist fight with anybody except my brother Aaron since I was like 17.
What happened? They had to pull you apart? Were you yelling at each other?
My brother was a bad son of a bitch. I mean, he'll kick the shit out of you, as he did me. He's 18 months younger than me. He started doing push-ups under the bed when he was 12, pushing the bed up in the air.
Jesus.
To kick my ass. Specifically to kick my ass.
Wow.
With Mark, I mean, what was it? Did you guys just not play?
What am I going to do? Hit him? Kill him. He's 92 pounds.
What didn't you like about each other?
What is there to like about him? I don't want to talk about the guy. I don't even want to talk about the guy. I mean, he told me, I said, who are you? He goes, I'm the next Frank Sinatra. It was downhill from there.
Yeah, it's not really a humble
I never met the next Frank Sinatra. I still haven't.
No, of course not. It hasn't been born yet.
I knew Frank Sinatra.
Did you really?
Yeah, I was offered that miniseries with Gina Gershon back in '92. I was offered to play Frank.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And I met with Tina numerous times, and I got to meet the old man. And
what do you think of him?
He's Frank Sinatra.
No, I mean, what did you think of him when you met him?
He's Frank Sinatra.
Just as simple as that. He
was really great.
Right.
He gave me a couple ties. He said, if you do this, you got to lose about 30 pounds. You're going to play when I'm young. And I didn't think I had enough time to do it. And then as I thought about it, that's the kind of movie you would do with Scorsese or something.
Mm-hmm.
I turned it down. An actor named Phil Kazanoff did it. I don't know what happened to Mr. Kazanoff, but he was good at it. But I haven't met the next Frank Sinatra, nor have I met the next Michael Jordan. I haven't met a lot of the next guys. I haven't met the next Larry Bird.
Right.
And you don't hear Kevin Durant going, "I'm the next Larry Bird."
That's cocky.
I'm the next Larry Bird.
Right.
I mean, Kobe Bryant. I mean, can we talk about Kobe Bryant for a minute?
Yeah.
17 years with the same team. He had more minutes played than any NBA player in history. You know that, right?
I didn't know that.
More minutes on the floor as an NBA player, and you take into account his postseason. They've gone deep in the postseason 12 times, and then the Olympics, and he's played that however many minutes Michael played. He's played half again that many. He's played the equivalent of Chamberlain's minutes at 41.
Wow.
And he's 34. He's 17-year-old when he came in the league, and I feel like he's a. He said he thought that everyone in Los Angeles was his brother and sister, and I just hope he gets better. And they say it's a 9-month rehab.
They wore him out.
He wore himself out. I mean, he didn't. I don't.
He
think
wouldn't take himself out of the games.
D'Antoni's getting a bad rap here, but I think that I don't know how you stand up to Kobe. I mean, look.
Kobe pretty much demanded to play every minute of every game because
he wanted to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they were in it, and he blew out his Achilles.
And I really
which is a rough injury.
No, listen, they tore it in half.
Yeah, I know.
He got up and made the free throws and walked off the floor. Now, Terrell Davis did the same thing and said he couldn't walk for 9 months when he tore his Achilles. Kobe didn't even act like it was really hurt. He got up, he made both free throws, he walked to the bench, he sat down, he refused any help, and he walked to the locker room. And no athlete that has ever torn an Achilles tendon has walked anywhere as they tore it. And I've maintained that it's Michael and Kobe, the two greatest individual. I think Larry might be the greatest team player in Magic. Those are my four guys. And I wanted to say to Mr. Bryant and his family, I hope that Kobe, I've been in LA the whole time he's been there. And I do feel like he's a brother of mine, and I hope he gets better. And
it's going to be tough.
So many great enjoyment over the years, and you're the greatest athlete of my generation.
Do you feel like, you're obviously a very, very respected guy in the business. You're a very respected actor. Your work is tremendous. I mean, Natural Born Killer, Saving Private Ryan. I mean, there's a lot of amazing work. And then you had a downfall. You went to jail. And do you feel?
I went to prison.
Okay, prison.
Jail's a Holiday Inn.
You went to prison.
Prison's not the Holiday Inn. Prison's prison.
Do you feel like you're kind of back where you want to be, or you're still kind of fighting your way back?
Oh shit, man! I mean, I'm not where I want to be. I lost 8 years. Getting them back. That's just a fact. I've had to do over again. Of course, I wouldn't have done these things. I was really hitting my stride there with my work, but once I started to do well, I was incredibly uncomfortable doing well, and I can only. I'm just guessing. I'm no doctor, but the story's not about it. This isn't a book about addiction. This is a story about a guy, me, who was from modest beginnings, who had a dream about being an actor, and against all odds became one, and then was working with the greatest people on earth. The only guy I ever had on my wall was Pete Maravich and Robert De Niro, and this guy becomes my closest friend for some time, and.
Took part in an intervention.
When I let me finish. Don't be Howard to me. I can't finish with Howard. He won't let you finish. I love him, but he won't let you finish.
I wasn't trying to not let you finish. I was just.
Don't mad at me.
I'm not mad at you. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're a little mad at me.
A little irritated. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can tell.
Good.
It's okay. It's okay. That I got what I wanted, and then I destroyed it. I worked my ass off to get it, and then I ruined it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all I ever wanted to be was an actor. Once I just started to do it.
Any idea why?
I was uncomfortable with it. I was uncomfortable being successful. I wasn't ready for it. And I always felt like when I initially started to do well, that someone was going to come over and go, hey, go home. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. Go home. And I don't know why I felt like that, because I wasn't full of shit. I mean, I wasn't, it's just, I'm sure everyone here has been around people that they admired and stuff, and then, felt a certain kind of nervousness. I didn't have a certainty about myself that I wish I'd had. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I didn't,
Where does the uncertainty come from? Your upbringing, Tom? Can you trace it back to something, or?
Yeah, I don't. You know, it's really easy to blame your parents, but I'm going to blame them anyway. No, I'm kidding.
I think in the end we all blame our parents.
And it's really easy to blame your dad when he leaves your mother. I'm going to blame the shit out of him. Well, my father, nothing was good enough. I mean, he went to Harvard, and
oh wow,
a lot of guys go to Harvard, and things are good enough. I mean, I'm a father, and I just want my kids to do the best they can do, and that's great.
Yeah.
I would do algebra story. I remember doing story problems, and he would be over me, and I'd be crying. And he would say, "Are you the dumbest son of a bitch on earth? You don't know what the fucking answer is, you fucking idiot." Now that is no way to talk to a child. That's not no way to talk to a kid in ninth grade who's in honors algebra. When I said I'm not ready for honors algebra, I don't want to be in honors algebra. I don't know how to do this. I mean, I got an A in math last year, but I mean, I didn't do. It was hard. I didn't like it. I don't really get it. And he would do it anyway. And there was no discussion with him. It's like this, and that's it. You couldn't go, "Hey, Dad, you know, no, you get your ass kicked for that." Not ass kicked. You didn't do it. You just, I knew it from early age. You just didn't take him to task about a goddamn thing. You didn't ever take as a question is what is this? He was the authority figure, and what he said was the way it was, and that was it. I was in the middle of the first by Thanksgiving. My algebra teacher had called my mother and father and said, he's way behind. He's getting a C. He's going down to a D. We got to put him back into just regular algebra. And I was punished for that, and just with his looks for like a year. And I said, "You humiliated me." I don't know, how did I humiliate you? I mean, I just didn't know how to do it. I don't like math. I mean, and I liked, certain things I liked. And, when I wanted to become an actor, he called me Steve, because I didn't know what he meant. He called me Steve McQueen.
Oh, Steve McQueen, yeah.
Hey, Steve, where's your car?
Well, maybe that's part of it.
Oh, so he didn't support your line of work.
My desire to be an actor was not met with any enthusiasm at all by anybody.
No.
Wow.
So I don't think many parents, I mean, if my kids wanted to be actors, I would be hard-pressed to go, "That's a great idea." Being an actor is just a really easy thing to do. You can make a great living at it, and you meet wonderful people. You meet a lot of nice people, but it's not an easy thing to do, and it's very hard to be successful at it, and it's hard to sustain a career. I mean, how many actors do we know that just aren't doing well right now, that didn't do anything like I did, and are having trouble getting work?
Yeah.
It's just not a consistent way to make a living. But I would support them.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you.
But
you would at least support them, but you would lay it out like, "Look, it's not as easy as you think it would be."
I'd lay it out there like this. Here, this is what the probability of you. I don't want to dissuade you from it, but here's what, from being an actor, this is what you're going to look. This is what it looks like. Now, knowing this now, you make up your mind. Now, they couldn't do that for me because they didn't know. They just thought, my dad would look at the TV and go, "You think you're going to be on this TV? Are you the biggest asshole that ever lived?
Jesus,
you're an idiot. You're a moron. This is Spartacus. You're going to be in Spartacus?" And I go, "Well, I'm not going to be in Spartacus. They made it already." "Okay, you're going to be in the next Spartacus." You just got to leave the room.
Tom, so the question is this. How did he feel when you made it? Was he around?
Yeah, he was happy I made it. Listen, he was a mixed bag. My dad was my hero. I loved him. He was the things I'm talking about here were those little glitches that would happen when big decisions had to be made. By and large, my father was a wonderful father and a loving father. He was my hero and my idol, and I loved him. He was a great teacher and a great person and a loving father, and he loved the hell out of his kids. But with regard to like our futures and what we were going to do and be, and he had a lot of opinions about it. They always weren't the most what's the word I'm looking for? Someone's
don't ask me.
Someone's trying to, give you a little boost. Encouraging. Yes. He wasn't the most encouraging at times about what you might want to do.
Right.
Well, what was his career path? Obviously, he was into math.
My dad?
Was he a math guy? Why was he pushing math?
No, he was a lawyer, but he was very good at math.
But yeah, he pushed math on you, so I assume he had some kind of passion for that.
He was in education.
Gotcha.
It was in education.
Okay. We got to plug the book properly too. You can see Tom tonight at the Tribeca Barnes & Noble, 6 o'clock. It's 97 Warren Street here in New York. He will be signing this book, so you can go in and say hello to Tom and get a copy of the book. It really is a great book. It's called By Some Miracle, I made it out of here. I'm sorry, I made it out of there.
I'm sorry.
What?
Are you going to do the next fake dog shit with me?
I might, yeah. It just depends on schedule. If I can, I will. Yeah, I'll tweet that out as well. Coming up, we got Ricky Gervais coming in.
Yeah, he's right outside the
Oh,
studio.
Ricky out there?
Do you know Ricky Gervais?
Oh, cool.
Is he a singer?
No, he's a great comic actor.
Oh, I know he is.
Genius.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yes,
I know he is.
Great guy. So the book, you can see Tom. Check him out tonight. I mean, if you're in the city, go down to the Tribeca Barnes and Noble and buy a copy of this book. It's out today, and it truly is a great read. It's the first book I've read in a long time where the backstory of the family kept me very, very interested.
Really?
Yeah.
It really did?
Yeah, the father being a genius and not going back to Harvard. There was a tremendous amount that I found fascinating. So,
thank you very much.
I recommend this book highly. I got to piss.
Yeah, we got to
So,
take a quick
Tom
break.
Sizemore, very talented,
Tom, thanks, man.
gifted guy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bye.
The Opie and Anthony Show continues in moments.
Fine films are meant to be enjoyed in a relaxing and intimate setting, something usually reserved for the prominent and wealthy.
I went by. It was really fun.
Anthony Cumia cordially invites you to join him in his private theater to watch films the way they're meant to be experienced.
It was just so awkward. He was just standing there with a beer in the middle of this fucking castle by himself. Not a friend to be had.
Our welcoming host will ease your every worry.
While he stands there with a weapon.
Enjoy state-of-the-art equipment.
You gotta kind of watch on the screen and half on the ceiling.
Crystal clear picture.
I've never seen a giant movie screen show half a fucking film before.
Engrossing sound.
The lips were moving and then sound would come out 40 seconds later.
World-class concessions, including the finest food and beverages.
A big plastic jug of wheat pretzels, fucking warm water.
And an authentic popcorn machine.
He's showing me things that will be fun someday. Like, hey, look at this. This will make popcorn someday, but not when you're here.
You'll leave wondering how you could possibly enjoy a movie anywhere else.
I would have rather watched it through a Viewmaster. Fucking shitty night that was.
Cumia Theaters. Luxury, isolation, and heavy artillery.
This is the Opie and Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
Yeah, you weren't going to help him at that point.
No, I was not going to.
All right, listen, we got Ricky Gervais in studio, but Ricky, before you talk, we were told we have to give you an intro.
Who by? This is.
One of your people.
No,
one of my people. I haven't got any people.
You got
so
people.
I know you're lying.
You got people. They said you have to introduce Ricky Gervais in a certain way, so we're going to do that for you, sir.
I think there was something that had to be read.
A certain thing that needed to be read, which we have here in red.
Yes.
What?
That's what they said we have to introduce you as. So Ricky wants to be introduced this way.
Yes.
So this is how we
But
came
we
up.
figured, why
just read it when we could do it proper?
I don't believe any of this.
I swear to God.
Go on then.
He is the creator of The Office and Extras. He's just wrapped up the lead in the new Muppets movie.
It's all true so far.
And his award-winning show Derek comes exclusively to Netflix this summer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Opie and Anthony Show, Ricky Gervais.
Wow.
That's amazing.
That is a good intro.
I want that on everything I do.
It should be.
I just hand that to Letterman. That's perfect.
And you're the first one. We've never done that before.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
We almost did it for Louis C.K. once. Almost, but no, you're the first.
Well, of course, we didn't do it for Tom Sizemore.
No.
Now, what did I miss?
Oh, wow.
Well, we have to talk about it.
Yeah, of course.
Ricky, do you know Tom Sizemore?
Yeah, sort of.
Natural Born Killers.
Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Private Ryan.
I don't know him personally, but yeah, I know of him, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
He, it was a little weird. I mean, he's promoting his book, and Jimmy was his best friend in this room because Jimmy read 85% of the book.
Yes.
I've read a couple stories. I know it's a great book and all that, but Jimmy was all in and excited and
this
was more
worries
than
me as
willing to
well,
promote
because
and help him out.
Jimmy's not only sort of lost weight and he's sort of cleaned up his act, he's sort of quite sensible and everything. I think he's become a Buddhist because, it's
creepy, right?
You say he was insulted, but he didn't jump in, he didn't say anything back. This is worrying me. What's happened?
I commented to him, but I didn't want to be. He didn't do anything that deserved me to be an overly confrontational asshole. So I didn't want to overblow what was just an irritating moment for me. I was like, all right, fuck.
Yeah,
him.
you were irritated.
But I do like him, and honestly, the book is great. I can't shit on the book because I loved what he wrote. I like a douche, a whole bunch of questions. I'll ask
this
Tom
is the
that.
Jimmy I want. This is the Jimmy I want. This is it. Well done. Wow.
A full page of questions. You're right.
Yeah, I'd worry he was going to AA or something. The way
But Sizemore was a little wordy, and he was wandering around a little bit. So Jimmy was kind of just trying to help him to a spot, and Tom thought he was interrupting him.
Here's what he was talking about De Niro, and there's a big thing in the book where De Niro helps and because De Niro is this mythical figure to all of us. I know you love him. And De Niro took part in an intervention for Tom Sizemore. Like, he cared about him and got into this intervention, which was a really nice thing to hear about one of his idols. So he's talking about how he was nice. He got to work with De Niro. And I just threw it. I'm like, and the intervention, like, just hoping that he would kind of go in that direction.
And he said, "Shut up, you fucking asshole, Jim."
Yes, but not quite that honestly. He said, he goes, well, he goes, well, don't interrupt me. He goes, let me finish. Don't Howard me. Howard interrupts me. And I was like, okay, that's it for me. I'm finished.
Wow.
And he knew I was irritated. And I said, yeah, I'm irritated.
He knew you were irritated.
Wow.
Yeah. You're irritated.
This is how you know I was irritated. I love Tom Sizemore, and I didn't ask him to sign my photo together.
Wow.
That's how you know I was irritated.
You have no idea, Ricky. He has to have everything signed.
Do you not want to look at it?
No, it's just, in happier days.
Rip it up.
I'm just going to hold it up. Jimmy can remember.
Oh, wow. Can we put Tom Sizemore's face on Ricky Gervais? That could be fun.
I know.
You can relive this.
Ricky's been consistently great. Just one of my favorite guests and people.
I didn't think Ricky was going to come back. I was explaining outside the studio. The last time you were here, me and Aunt just bailed on you.
Yeah.
We just left, but we really had to go. And I was thinking
I quite like the casual nature of this show. I have to check that we're on air when I walk in.
You did,
There's people swearing and
we don't really pay much attention to the show.
We really had to go that day, and I'm like, he's never coming back.
Storm. I think you had some trouble with your house or something.
Yeah.
Was that just a lie?
I stayed till like 10:30, I think, or something.
Oh yeah, after
he jumped right out.
I had to pick up my kid, and I'm like, he's not coming back. We can't insult him like this, but it does happen.
How did you and Juliette Lewis hook up? I'm just asking questions that I had for Tom.
It's all typed out.
Was I ready to go? This is going to be a home run, guys.
Hold on. Can I do this? Because I noticed this was going on. I'll be Tom Sizemore. You ask the questions you would have asked Tom. Go ahead. Give me one.
So I didn't realize you almost got Buscemi's part in Reservoir Dogs.
I never almost got that.
I didn't think you did. Sorry. Well, when I mentioned that, I'm such an asshole.
You got that part?
You said in your book that Edie Falco was a better fuck when she was drunk. Is that true?
I never said that.
I didn't mean to paraphrase that. Why would I have made that up?
I would never say that about somebody.
Yeah, I know. Why
he prepped. I don't want this to be like a lesson learned that he goes straight back to living in a bin and drinking meth. I don't want him to have been hurt by this experience.
Well, ask for the Ricky Gervais page. Where's Ricky's question?
Ricky, I don't have any questions because Ricky is such a fun guy to chat with. All I wanted to do is talk about how fucking I love the return of David Brent.
Yes.
And the music video.
Oh, that was fun. That was
music
marvelous.
video.
Oh, cheers, man. Yeah.
What a wonderful music video that
Absolutely.
was. Equality Street.
Equality Street. David Brent trying to change the world one street at a time. Trying to end racism and homophobia in a reggae song.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love it.
Really, the fuck with the button suit jacket. Oh. Cringeworthy.
Oh, it's so much fun playing it because you can't be wrong. You just do anything, and it's good.
Right,
it's meant to be bad. So,
why do you think people are so attached to that character?
Because everyone either sees themselves in it and goes, oh, it's not so bad, other people like me, or they're laughing at him going, oh, thank God I'm not like that.
That guy,
But we're all a bit like David Brent, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely,
It's tapped in, particularly men. Men as boys, we never grow up. We all want respect. We always worry what people think of us. So, I think we're all a little bit, insecure. So I think that's why. And he's funny as well. He's a funny. I never
hilarious.
thought of him as a bad person or a bad boss. I'd love him as a boss. You could
Yeah.
have so
He'd be
much
the
fun.
greatest boss.
It'd be great. You get around him. You could do anything you wanted.
Right.
As long as you said, David, you're great at squash, aren't you? We should have a game. You go, yep. He'd turn up with his squash kit. You know what I mean? you'd have an hour
Yes.
off work. Yeah,
Just give him a little like boost about what
exactly.
he. That
Well,
he
it's
thinks
just like with teachers at school.
funny. Oh
It's
god,
just
yeah.
a teacher, you go, sir, what motorbike have you got? He'd go, it's a Honda, and you'd have a whole conversation.
Sure, yeah.
Because he found his passion. So you'd get away with doing work. So I think that guys like that are quite transparent.
Yeah.
They just want to be one of the gang.
Yeah.
They just want, they want to hang out with you. They want to be your mate.
And but what makes it such a masterpiece is the fact that it's not forced awkwardness. There's a lot of phony, forced awkwardness now on TV, you know, and it's just crap. But with when you did David, you would take it to the uncomfortable moment, and then when everybody was like, "Whew," you wouldn't let them off the hook. You'd wait the extra beat. We're like, "Oh God, that hurt."
It's because David Brent was trying to entertain you. He wasn't a nasty person, so he was trying to. He wanted to show the world what he had to offer. So he's sort of a nice guy deep down.
Right.
And also with the music video, it's not that they're comedy songs. It's a middle-aged man shouldn't be doing them.
No.
They're not terrible. They're not bad.
No.
It's just inappropriate. He shouldn't be doing it in the office. Even if he was as good as Bruce Springsteen, he shouldn't be doing Bruce Springsteen.
No.
He should be doing his accounts. You know.
But he also, in a music video, when someone says equality, he shouldn't be pointing at himself and the other guy. Like, it's just such an obvious thing.
Yeah, exactly. He can't, in the thing, you know, he can't believe he's got a black friend. He introduced him, he said, this is Dom, my black friend. You know? And Dom goes, just friend. Just friend. You know? He's never got over difference. He's never got really... He's that guy who thinks that if he talks about equality and all that, he is it, you know. But he's never really got over, you know, the one black guy in the office, the girl in the wheelchair, any sort of difference, you know. So yeah, that's it. Oh, I'm glad you like that.
Wow,
I
continue to love the
absolutely love it.
character. Yeah.
But I also love the other stuff you do. I mean, like, you really have this amazing way of being kind of just bringing whoever you are into every movie you do. And that sounds easy to do, but it's not easy to do.
See, you could look at that as he's the least versatile actor in the world. No, I agree with you. Why not yourself? Why, you know, if you put on wigs and funny teeth, you're in makeup for 2 hours. I learnt that. So no, I always do this hair, this face, this voice. They're lucky if I learn the lines. One of the first things I ever learnt with filming was that, you know, if you're sitting down and there's a bell goes, and you get up to answer the door, with all the different angles, that's a day's work of getting up and down.
Yeah.
So now I change that line to come in, and then I can stay seated. And then I'm sitting down for a whole day. The first thing I look at is things like that. How long's the makeup? What's the...
That's funny.
Is there any running? I think you'd be sitting down in this scene. There's a reason why David Brent was always sat behind his desk.
Made your day a lot easier.
Exactly.
And he's the lead in the new Muppet movie, but I think we got about a year before that actually
March
comes
of
out.
2014.
And I was telling them...
that was great fun.
Yeah, the first one was great with Jason Segel, and I've seen it probably 200 times because I got a kid. And I think I'm going to see you in my fucking dreams and nightmares.
Well,
eventually.
I watch Muppet Christmas Carol every year, probably twice a year around Christmas, and I haven't got a kid. So I love that movie. I've been a fan for.
Who are you playing
years.
in the new movie?
I'm the villain.
Nice.
That's all I can say. I'm a villain, and I have an accomplice who's an evil frog, and we take down the Muppets. It's a bit of a heist, so we have to infiltrate the Muppets.
An evil frog.
Yeah, an evil frog. I'm talking about it like it's like Usual Suspects or something.
Yeah, you just changed a little bit.
Maybe I'm taking it too seriously. Honestly, it was great fun, and I discovered that the puppeteers are amazing. They're always on. You know, they're actors and comedians themselves, and when that puppet goes on, it's you don't see the human. That puppet brings it to life. And sometimes I'm chatting to the puppet character, and I forget. And you see sort of extras sort of looking out the corner of their eye, thinking, "This is weird." He is talking to a frog or a pig.
It's amazing.
It's a great film as well. It really is. I think people think that it's like a knockabout TV project, but It was a $200 million movie that last.
Oh no, it's going to be huge.
It's huge.
The franchise is back,
and the production values are amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
They built the Tower of London. It was unbelievable. It's going to be great.
Was it CGI as well as
yeah, I mean everything. Yeah, I mean they've got that's what takes the time. You know, they take out all the sort of like the rods and the stuff.
Right.
There's lots of teams of people dressed in blue making these puppets come to life sometimes. But it's amazing, yeah. And I had to sing and dance.
Right.
Oh wow.
I'm an all right singer. Dancing,
not so much.
Awkward.
Really?
I think you can see how uncomfortable I am in some shots. But luckily I was meant to be uncomfortable.
I think you danced well. You've mixed a little bit of flash dance with some MC Hammer shit.
That's right. Yes. Yeah.
Lower lip.
The white man's overbite. I've still got the moves. Yeah.
Now you filmed the movie already. Now you got to wait a year. Is that frustrating at all?
No.
Being a creative person, don't you want people?
No,
Sorry.
because it's sort of not my. Are you interrupting me?
Yeah, I know. I was.
Oh shit!
I'm gonna take it differently than Jimmy. Yeah, I was. Awkward.
No, I think you just sort of like. I'm very excited about it, but you sort of put it out of your mind because there's now a team of 50 people take over.
Right.
You know, and as much as I loved it, and it was, you know, they say it was designed for me. You never know. But it was very me. I read it and I thought, oh my god, this was written for me. And they said, yeah, it was. Well, I don't know, but that's very nice of them to say so. It's not my baby, you know. I'm not like the other stuff I've done.
Right.
You know, it's like I have it a year before we film it and a year after, and you know, so I feel that this is one of the first times. It's the biggest movie that I've been a lead in that wasn't my baby, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
So I've just got to sort of let it go and hope it's great. And I don't know why it wouldn't be. Every day was funny.
Yeah.
You know, the script was funny. I've never grown out of talking frogs and prawns. I've never grown out of that. I never will. I never will. I don't know what age I have to be where a Spanish prawn isn't funny talking. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome. But it's weird to give up the control, right? Because if it's your project and you have a hand in it, you certainly have a certain say over it. But once it's somebody else's work, once you do it, you just have to trust it.
You're like, I hope they don't fuck it up.
But I do that so. You know, things I do like that are so few and far between. But that's nice as well. It's nice to walk away. You know, I think you have to be 100% involved or not at all. I think it's that middle ground that stitches you up.
Right.
Where you have to, you know, have your credit and it wasn't you, or you know, or vice versa. So I quite like this. Once there's a great team and you can trust them, and they've got a proven record. The last one was great.
Oh hell yeah, yeah.
You know, so yeah, and I was very flattered to be. I'm always flattered that someone wants to work with me. I can't believe it. You know, me? What? The lead in a Muppet movie? I thought, you know. So yeah, it was great.
You're very active on Twitter too. I enjoy you on Twitter because it's nice to see such a large celebrity who isn't afraid of being confrontational or stating opinions. Or it's just nice to see because so many guys back away from stating a real opinion, and you seem to really enjoy it.
Well, I do. I mean, I've never grown out of that. You know, you sometimes want to be above it, and you say, "Oh, let it go. It's an idiot," and then you think, you know what? Let's see what happens when I answer that. Let's see what happens when I go, what? You know. But I did it. You know, partly as an experiment. Like, you know, everything you do is a bit of an experiment. You know, you do the podcast, you never know whether they're going to work or anything. And a marketing tool. You know, you want to get up. It's part of the media.
Sure.
Really, you know, 4.5 million followers is bigger than some newspapers. So you want to go, you know, buy this or no, I didn't say that. You want to sort of, you know, have your own story. But then I realised how much fun it was and how many lunatics were on there.
Yeah.
Right.
Crazy people that are fun. And also, you know, I follow philosophers and neuroscientists and they're great as well, but I do like some of the people, they don't know what they're saying. You know, someone sent me, I think I told you this last time, that everyone is entitled to their own opinion, so shut up about your atheism. I just don't see.
Don't you see that when as a joke? That's brilliant.
Yeah.
But as a serious comment, it's tragic.
There was one guy on there about Jesus, and I said something about Jesus being Jewish, and that some creationist said Jesus was not Jewish, he was Christian. Was he? He was Christian, was he? He called himself. Hey, Jesus.
Named after himself. That's like Lou Gehrig's disease and getting Lou Gehrig's disease.
Exactly, yeah. No, it's fun. It is fun to see. To just put it out there and agitate. So, yeah.
Did anybody retweet your, what was it, 10,000 pounds you were offering? If
that
nobody
was unbelievable.
retweeted?
I'm just bored. You know, I do a lot of driving from place to place, and you're never alone with Twitter. As you go on there, think, what's going on, you know.
True.
And I said, someone had said, could you tweet something so offensive that no one retweeted it? And I said, no, impossible, right? Just like I couldn't tweet anything that no one found offensive.
Right.
You know, and so I thought, and I said, if no one retweets this, I will give £10,000 to charity. 500 retweets, I mean. Because they want to get it out there that this is an issue that I go, right, you don't understand. Let's try again. People are going, those fucking idiots, they're idiots, right? And so one person said, all your followers are idiots. Well, if that's true. And then I said, okay, let's try again. If no one retweets this or comments on it or replies, right, I don't know, 15,000, 500 retweets. Okay, one last chance. Yeah. So
it is an amazing social experiment.
It's an amazing social experiment. And as a sort of observational comic, which I am vaguely, you know, I'd have to go to institutions to meet people like that.
Maybe they really knew what they were doing and they just hate charity. They're like, we don't want this money being given to charity.
Well, I think some people can't resist, you know, there's too much, people want to blurb everything out there these days.
Yes.
It's the equivalent of, it's graffiti. You know? Twitter is being able to look at every toilet wall in the world and write something on it if you want. I mean, that's amazing. And delete it if you want. You know, it's just, it's graffiti for everyone.
I was saying, as a kid growing up, the equivalent of Twitter was the school desk, because in like third period or fourth period, you'd sit there and be like, whoever sits here during fourth period sucks dick. And then the next day be like, fuck you, asshole, I'm gonna kick your ass. You couldn't kick, and you carry on a dialogue day to day to day with somebody on your desk. Now it's instant, but you know what? The content hasn't changed.
No, of course it hasn't.
Fuck you, asshole.
But it's exactly the same as cavemen blowing woad on their handprint.
Right.
I was here. And that's what fame is. That's what people think fame is. Like, I was here.
Right.
Well, you're here anyway. You don't need to prove this to anyone. You are here. But it's just an extension of that, you know, the Andy Warhol thing. That on Twitter, everyone can be famous for 5 minutes.
And if somebody, like, is the first to retweet you with whatever you tweeted, even if it's $15,000 or pounds to a charity, they want to be like, oh, look, I retweeted it first.
And the Holy Grail is getting retweeted by someone with a lot of followers.
If you retweet someone.
And now people don't care. It's like they don't care whether they're famous. There's no difference between fame and infamy now. So someone can say something really nasty and makes it look stupid, and I can retweet it, and everyone can go, you idiot, you fucking idiot. They retweeted going, I just got retweeted by Ricky Gervais. But he made you look an idiot in front of the world. Why is that? Why are you happy with that? Why is fame better than dignity? I don't understand.
They rarely go hand in hand, by the way.
It's like this easy, really?
It's a high five from somebody famous.
It's acknowledgement.
It's a high five from somebody who you admire.
It's a punch in the face. But you didn't like it when someone famous told you. You didn't go, wow, I was insulted by someone I really like.
No, I didn't care for it at all.
Oh, the look on Jimmy's face. Wow, I wish I had that on camera.
He was out of it right then and there. It was like,
I started getting excited. I'm like, this is going to be Jesse Ventura all over again.
Would I have liked it, or would I have felt awkward?
I think you would have felt awkward.
You like car crashes?
One more altercation between them, and it would have gotten very bad. But it was right at the precipice where it was
could have
still
went either
okay.
way.
Jimmy was annoyed. Sizemore knew he was annoyed. So if he would have done something to Jimmy again,
forget it.
To annoy Jim would have like.
There's no way you would have controlled yourself.
Again,
no way.
I'll tell you this. Even though I was irritated, the book is great, and I'm not going to shit on the product because I meant what I said, how good it was.
Yeah.
And I still think he's a genius actor. I mean, there's a price to pay.
Is integrity.
But I really mean that.
Are you sure you're not a Buddhist?
I know, I'm just angrily ripping the book up and crying while we talk.
Yeah.
But it was.
You showed self-control
because it was.
You were ready to go.
It would have been unreasonable to be overly rude because again, he just said something in a moment, and whatever, that was his right. He didn't want to answer certain questions, and that was his right. I don't have to like it, but I can't be dishonest.
And I did see you starting to get annoyed even before that with his lack of candor.
Well, yeah,
I think it's more from what I wasn't here. I think it was the injustice of it that you were actually trying to help him and you were such a fan.
Yes.
It's like I remember once my sister when I was a kid that the cat caught a mouse and she got the cat and she saved the mouse. She took the mouse out and the mouse bit her and she went, "You little fucker."
Threw it.
His mouse had just been saved.
I bring it up all the time because there's so many examples of it. But the frog and the scorpion, where the scorpion jumps on the frog's back, and why'd you do that? You're killing us both. It's like, I'm a scorpion.
Well, how would that have worked out? You knew I was Tom when you plugged my book.
Yes. You should have known.
I was just trying to help the guy. I wasn't punching him in the dick. It was just, but it was like it's really
weird.
That's
not bad actually, because that's 40 minutes before you brought up your dick.
It really is.
He has changed.
I know. I'm getting to be. I am a little Buddhist, maybe. Ricky's right. I'm wearing lighter colors now. I'm feeling better.
It is strange to see you
philosophical.
In blues. You've never worn blue before.
Not light blue, no.
Hey, getting back to the idiots on Twitter.
When blue and Jimmy is in the same sentence, it's usually
exactly
different spelling.
It's usually a verb.
When you said the idiots on Twitter, we got to mention Justin Bieber before we move on with that whole Anne Frank thing.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
I couldn't believe my luck.
Yeah.
So he went to Anne Frank's house. And to be fair, he's a young kid.
Right.
And, he went to Anne Frank's house and apparently he spent an hour looking around and he was fascinated, and that's great, okay? And also he had to sign the guest book.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? That's pressure. I get it from autograph hunters, and they say, "Can you say something funny?" And you think, "Wow, I want to sit down and put some glasses on and go, right, funny," and I want to spend time on it, And so, he's a kid, he's under pressure, and he writes, "Anne Frank sounds like a great girl."
Which is hilarious enough, right?
I know. Yeah, great girl. Yo, for Anne. Yo, Anne.
A great girl.
Shh, keep it down. Is that you, Justin? Yo, Anne, it's Justin. Shush, keep it down. Right? So he writes, this Anne sounds like a great girl. Hopefully she would have been a believer. Can you...
It's just unbelievable. How stupid can you be?
What the hell?
And so I tweeted...
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure Anne Frank would have been a believer. He does music that is absolutely perfect for being played really, really quietly, so no one can hear it. And then I started doing things like, "Yo, Joan of Arc, you were a great girl. Hopefully you were a Javatheist." But you know what? He's a kid. And everything's under scrutiny these days.
Yep.
Can you imagine people finding the things you wrote on a school desk?
Exactly.
When you were 19.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're hanging around the school at 19, but yeah.
Simon Pegg tweeted something about him in that context and said, wow, I guess all of us at 19 were just writing amazing things about people, and you can't even fill out a birthday card coherently at that age.
Yeah, no, it's that double-edged sword of fame and infamy where he gets the benefits, and he's got like 30 million believers thinking that he is a deity.
But in your head, you've got to think
of course,
somewhere that the reverence of Anne Frank and
well, I mean, I think you're allowed to satirize and tease people for doing stupid things, as long as you don't do with what he is. He said something silly, And I think people know deep down that he's not an evil person. It
Right.
wasn't like we were saying having banned,
Yeah.
you know,
It's
take him out.
justice.
He's an anti-Semite.
Right,
he wasn't.
right.
He was being
Yeah.
nice.
So
You
I-
know,
I
he was
sort of-
actually being nice.
He was
but
trying to be nice.
It came out. It came out a little bit crass.
It's a lot nicer than what Ahmadinejad signed in the fucking book. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where we punish each other for making mistakes, and it's really a weird thing because we all do it, and we're all kind of opening ourselves up, and as soon as somebody trips up, we pounce on them.
Well, even the
yeah.
slightest things, spelling, grammar errors on Twitter are pounced upon.
Well, I think it's that there is a society of Schadenfreude now where we want people to do badly. If they're doing well, we want people to do bad, which I've never understood, really. I've never understood jealousy of someone that it doesn't affect you in the slightest.
Right.
I don't know what that is, why they want, you know, to bring you down. And I think, you know, we tease each other all the time. But if we were in a bar and someone else came along and insulted Jim, you'd go, whoa.
Yeah, what are you saying?
He's our little gimp to insult. I mean, if anyone's going to insult him, we are. And I think that's the difference. That there's a real affront to when a journalist bothers to absolutely decimate your character for no reason. You want to go, why are you doing that? If not to, you're rallying the mob there. You don't know me. You don't. And I think that's what people make the mistake. People think they know you, and it's a difference between your character and reputation. Reputation is what strangers think of you, and it shouldn't matter. But it does. It gets to you. You know.
Yeah.
So I imagine being Justin Bieber is hell. Do you know what I mean?
It must be. Looking in from the outside, it's like, wow, you get the cars and the money, the girls, the this, the like, all that stuff. But he has that, so that's just there for him.
I mean, he
now
must
there's
get bored.
only the shit part.
Of course. I mean, that's it now, isn't it? What's he going to do next? Where's it going to end?
Yeah.
It's like you know, it's as big as anyone's ever been with no foundation, really. But I sort of feel sorry for him, really. I don't mean no foundation. He's got no talent. I mean it happened too quickly.
Yeah, one day all of a sudden there's just explosions at the malls of girls going to see him.
And I don't think you should ever be held accountable for things you did or that happened to you when you're 14, 15, 16.
Right.
It's so unfair in this world.
And to try to hang on to that,
it's
it's
bad
gotta
enough
be.
being 50.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what it's like to have that sort of attention when you're 19.
To try to hang on to that fame and recognition, and adulation has to be unbelievable at that age. Like knowing that you made it so early.
I think that's the mistake. I think they try and hang on to the fame, which is the least important and worst bit of it. You think you've got to hang on to why you were famous.
Yeah.
If you're a songwriter, keep writing good songs.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what people, they get desperate. They get addicted to the upshot. Of what they used to do, which is the fame thing, and it goes wrong. So they start doing celebrity rehab. You know?
Oh boy!
They do it. There was a thing, the Celebrity Spa, where people who used to be famous for 10 minutes are now having enemas to get another 10 minutes. On and I want to go. You don't have to do this. No one's sitting at home going, "I wish that bloke was on my telly again with a tube up his arse." No, you don't. Don't have to do it. Just do what you enjoy doing. If that makes you famous, so be it. If it doesn't, so be it. Yeah.
Right. And you got to, you know, not to quote the Office again, but you got to, what is it? If you want to enjoy the rainbows, you got to sit through the rain or whatever.
If you enjoy the rainbow, you got to put up with the rain.
Yeah, and that's the way it is when you're performing. I mean, you're going to have your little down times. They'll just make you appreciate the better times, you know. And then so far, I feel the 23 years of downtime, something great is about to happen
any moment.
No, you've already turned your life around.
I figure once you bounce your head in mediocrity long enough, you know, sooner or later you're going to break through.
I'm slightly disappointed.
Why?
Well, because I used to come in here and I used to get this little huddled mass. you look like a little angry bee who'd been given some sort of like illegal drug, and you were just and now you've turned your life around. It's no, I'm not disappointed.
No, I really am a phony though. I look out, Ricky, baby. You know,
I was waiting for the day where I'd get a phone call and go, no, he's dead. I go, we don't know. There was stuff coming out of different orifices. He just went too far.
A belt around his neck and a pornographic magazine. Apparently he was alone. Believe me, that's how it's going to happen.
But what is that? What is autoerotic
asphyxiation?
But why do that?
That's crazy.
I mean, the first time you do it, and you're hanging there, don't you get a glimpse of yourself in the wardrobe mirror and go, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah, what am I doing?
What I'm never gonna, what the you know, and do they leave notes to their friends going, listen, I'm into nearly hanging myself. If you come round and find me with a tie around my neck, just take the tie off. And say someone strangled me.
Yeah, or pull my pants up.
At least, take my dead hand off my dick.
I don't really get that whole thing.
No,
I've known a couple of girls that want to be choked.
That's what you told yourself.
I can't leaving. This is too scary to me. Yeah, this is
not to completion. Not to fucking death. But like a hand on the throat or that, I don't understand it. Like, I'm not that guy. I can't fucking play act like that. It's like, what happened to the passion? Where's the nice little rose and the candlelit dinner? I don't need to fucking
but
pull some serial killer.
Do you go for it or what?
No, I got to lean a little.
All right.
Lean a little.
Lean a little bit.
It's scary because you don't want to hurt
when
somebody.
do they break that to you? Is that in the restaurant?
It would be nice.
Do you want dessert? No, I want to be strangled. I'll be sick. I can't have a cheesecake before you strangle me to near death.
It would be nice to have that and know that was going to be thrown in there. But no, it's usually in the middle of the act, and it's grab the hand and go, just squeeze.
What do you mean usually? Who are these girls?
There's been a couple of instances.
There's been a few.
Oh, God!
There was a girl that literally wanted me to hold one of my pistols to her head.
Jesus.
And
what do you mean your pistols? What, you've got a gun and you strangle girls? What is this?
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you. We want to thank you for this.
They've taken all the bad shit from Jim Norton and they've injected it in you. It's like one of those terrible 80s body swap movies.
Right. No, there was a girl who wanted me to fucking put her in my brown Volkswagen and kill her in Florida. Really, Ted?
No.
But listen, it wasn't me. Jesus told me.
Yeah.
Jesus said this slut needs.
Well, the gun thing's fucked up.
That scares me.
And obviously, I am a responsible gun owner. I would not do it because you don't do that. It's crazy. No, I didn't. I swear.
Did you get a toy gun?
No, I just said that's nuts.
I prefer a girl. I've been choked a few times, like lightly, and I can't take it too difficult.
I love it. Oh God, he's like a character from Breakfast at Tiffany's. Chokey Go Lightly. Hello, my name's Chokey Go Lightly. What the?
No, that's too fucked up for me, man.
It started off so well. It was like a normal interview for the first time. I mean, last time we had chicks with dicks and sending pictures.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Who was here?
We were doing the Buck Angel Bailey J thing with Ricky Gervais. I forgot about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We put you in a tough spot that day.
You've never been in a situation where it was like a little like, wow, that's kind of weird sexually with a girl.
No, go on.
Yeah, with a girl.
No, go on.
No?
This is your show.
Oh shit!
What? Just me?
Yeah,
it's just me, right?
Yeah.
Anthony's coming unraveled. You've never had them say no, but you knew they meant yes. You've never put blackout curtains on your van window. No.
It just needs one person to agree.
Oh, have you ever injected a girl with a maggot and watched the fly hatch out through her eye?
Nothing makes you feel worse than when you're pulling that rolled up carpet out of the back of your van in some meadow somewhere. Yeah.
Oh God.
Are you still doing stand up?
Yeah, but I haven't done it for ages because the pressure to do a new show. I mean, in England you can't really. Once I've committed it to DVD or or on TV, you've got to start again.
Yeah,
right.
Brand new. Yeah.
I have been doing some stuff in Europe though, where it hasn't been released on DVD. And that's been great, and that's been sort of like the greatest hits. I felt like the Rolling Stones going out there.
Right.
Oh, cool.
They've seen it, but it's on YouTube, but you get a round of applause.
Right on.
It's like, wow, this is good.
Hey, he's doing Satisfaction. Yeah,
but same in America, in England, and America. If you're a high-profile comedian at all, you've got to do new stuff every time you go out on a tour.
Even if they don't hate you, they will. It's hard to make them laugh twice at the same. Joke.
It's different, isn't it? With you you can't con them. You've got to say it. If I did it again, I'd say it was the old show, but you know, also part of the fun of it is doing a new show.
Yeah.
As much as long as that takes, you know, it takes a year to get a new show together.
Right.
But then, you know, if you can play it around the world, it's not like it's a waste of time. You know, I think I undersold my first few shows. I did about 20 and I put them on DVD because I wanted to start a new thing.
Right.
But I milk it a bit more than that now, and also because my profile's up around the world now, I do want to sort of play it out more, and it's fun. It's a nice experiment, you know, playing it. Because the thing I've learnt is, with outside the language barrier, if they speak English, it's the same everywhere.
Yeah, there's little references you change, like a cultural reference in London,
reference,
something.
Yeah. The winner of Big Brother in England wouldn't be, you know, travel here.
Right.
You can either change the joke to make it, you know, but. You know what? I'll tell you what makes the biggest difference around the world is the day of the week and the venue. So
Really?
the warmer, the cozier, and nearer the weekend it is.
Oh yeah,
That's what makes the difference. It doesn't matter whether you play New York, London, out of town, Stockholm, anywhere. If you've got that comedy crowd, they are the same. Those
People
jokes
love
go
their
down
weekends.
the same. If you put you know, laid it out on a sort of, you know, a sonic graphic layout, it would be exactly the same shape.
Wow.
Every joke, every gasp, every bit of timing. It's the people are the same. People are the same wherever you go. Just remember that. And here's the Quality Street.
Do you work out? Because again, when you have a high profile, you know, like I've seen Chris Rock work out material, obviously Louis. And you know, people have a certain expectation, so it's almost ego deflating to go in and go, look, I'm just gonna shit the bed if I have to.
Yeah, you've got to do that. You've got to do, but more than that, when your high profile is, you've got to put it out there. This is the first time you do it. This is a work in progress. It's $5, right? But journalists still come along and say it was a bit ropey,
right? Oh,
and you go,
and they know.
Of course they know.
They know the process.
They know. You
That's
know,
frustrating.
It's really annoying. So, and where do you do it? You know, because when you're going to play an arena, there's no point warming up in a bar because it's pointless. It's a completely different vibe. So I book a theatre, and I use other comedians to make the bill up, make it really cheap, and then gradually phase out other comedians till I'm doing an hour of warm up, and then I can go out.
That's smart.
But it's hard. It is hard because you want to. You can't do anything in private anymore. You know.
Yeah.
Particularly around your house.
Yeah, well, lock the doors and put up the gates.
I had one woman slap me in the. She was on top of me. It wasn't angrily, but she was being very dominant, and she slapped me so hard that my fucking head rang, and I was like, oh, it's too hard, and then she just mocked me. For my fucking
This is some sort of weird confessional. It's great. I love that. She was being dominant, and then she mocked me.
Oh, she did.
This is great.
Yeah,
Did you ask her to hit you?
Well, we just kind of knew it was the vibe. You know what I mean? She was telling me, "Do you love mommy?" Yeah, she was a fucking wild one.
Wow.
Yeah, she was a good egg.
That's weird.
And I said I did. Look, whatever. You know, I was gonna.
My only regret before you cleaned up your act like you have is that you never went to prison. 'Cause that would have been a great book, wouldn't it? How you survived in prison.
And we all know how I would have survived.
Definitely.
The same way I make my living, with my mouth.
Oh God!
But no, I'm the same guy you've always known. I haven't changed. Like I've been sober since I was a very young age, so I didn't clean up. I just got a little bit thinner, but I've been the same kind of.
Why did you lose the weight? I don't think we ever asked you. You're about 25 pounds
between
down.
25 and 30. Yeah, I just had a moment of clarity. Oh, Kevin asked me. I just had a moment of clarity where I just got sick of the self-hatred and being in the mirror, and it was just. I'm still working on it, but it was just that fucking that visceral, like, you are shit, like that feeling of in the mirror, that hatred of your own body, the embarrassment.
Would you take your shirt off when you were with girls?
I hated doing it, dude. I put on one time an acrylic, like like a nylon shirt that was form-fitting, and as I'm rolling it, it's bubbling over my tits. I'm like, this is why I don't own a shotgun. This would be all over right now. I was rolling it down my fucking body after a shower when the steam is clinging to you. And now it's like you buy shirts, it's like you don't have to obsessively look for an XL that your shoulders will hang over and it will hide the it's like it's okay to buy a medium. That's like, I mean, you know, you lost a lot of weight, so you know
also, it's the health thing as well. It's good thinking that, you know, I'm going to live a bit longer now.
Right.
You know, it's more, eat more pizza and drink more beer. You know, and that's it. I haven't given up. I haven't dieted at all. I just work out. I try and
What you eat, what you want to eat.
I eat what I want to eat, and I think of it as fuel now. I think, right, I've done that cheesecake. That's 20 minutes on the treadmill.
Right.
But that beer's half a mile. That beer's
okay.
So you know what I mean? I think, right, I'll work out for. Sometimes I have to work out for an hour just to know
the cheesecake.
Exactly. Yeah. But no, I don't.
That's an amazing way to look at it.
And also, I'm not thin. I'm just thin.
No, you lost a lot of weight though, but
I'm healthier,
without changing your diet, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. I didn't want to give up. I didn't want to give up drink. You know, 6 o'clock. I've worked out. I'm in my pajamas and I'm having a bottle of wine, watching TV, and that's that's sort of sacred.
How often do you go to the gym? Like how often?
Every day, because I do the bottle of wine every day. Yeah, and that's it. You know, but now I've tried to flip it. I used to think. That I'm going to do this and then I'm going to punish myself the next day. Now I flip that, so I think I've worked out today, so I'm going to reward myself tonight.
Right.
Yeah. So I've just done it. I've changed the cycle a little bit.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
You just needed that one day of kind of catch up.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not punishing myself tomorrow. I'm rewarding myself for all
There
today.
is something about just relaxing with a bottle of wine and
it's amazing. I'm addicted. I'm sort of addicted to the. You know, what they say about heroin addicts. They found out that most street heroin is less than 4%. Heroin.
Yeah.
And what the addiction is the paraphernalia.
The ritual that goes with it.
Yeah, they found that the placebo effect worked nearly as well with some.
Yeah.
They just like the and that's me. It's opening the bottle of wine and thinking I've been to work and now I'm gonna
relax.
It's the ritual of it.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's great. It's brilliant. Yeah. It's amazing.
Great.
It's funny. I read a book recently. I don't want to mention any names, but about a guy who was a heroin addict and a brilliant actor, and he was on methadone. And they said, and Tom Sizemore said that they weaned him off methadone through his Tang, and it was like 70 days before they told him you're off the methadone. They kept lowering his milligrams, but he was so addicted to that ritual.
Right.
I'm sure if I said that to him, he'd go, "That's totally wrong."
No, that's wrong. It couldn't happen like that.
But it's you know.
What actor? Does he name the actor in the book?
No, it was him.
It was him.
Oh, it was him.
It was him. I was just joking. I was just joking, but it was Tom. And it's amazing how this ritual, like for me, it's sex. And I used to, when I used to cruise street prostitutes. But this
was, go on.
This was before the internet.
Yeah.
I had the ritual,
pain, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awful.
Jesus.
Yeah. So much easier. It was like it's like fucking going to the mall. Like, now it's so much easier to go on eBay. But I would go to. They would always have to come
second hand. One mental owner.
They would have to approach my car from the right side. The ritual of seeing them and pulling up and then approaching my passenger window. It was all a weird ritual that came with it that was much more important.
Why do I just accept this from you? If someone came and sat next to me on a bus and started saying, "Can I tell you about when I used to cruise prostitutes?" I'd get off. I'd leave.
Oh, of course you would.
But with you, I just go, yeah. Go on, Jim. Tell us.
Yeah, why not?
It's fascinating.
Yeah, I guess because none of it hurts anybody, and it's all. It's not. I'm not ashamed of any of it. I mean, maybe moments of it, but it's not all. It's not terrible stuff, and it's stuff that a lot of people do. I don't know why. I'm guessing. This is why I wouldn't be embarrassed to hear it.
Yeah,
you got a good book out of it.
I think you could do your own life story.
Well, I've always been. I figure if I'm going to attack other people or make fun of other people, I always try to tie in my own shit. Like when I was making fun of Mel Gibson or Tiger Woods, I tell the truth about myself because then it's like, yeah, I got the right to make fun of you, but this is me first. You know, I'm shitty too, and a lot of guys don't want to do that.
That's usually the worst crime with anyone who's pointing the finger is hypocrisy.
Yeah,
you know, that's what it's like. These evangelists. They're talking about family values, but nothing's further from the truth.
Or the people who legislate against gays, and it turns out, like, how satisfying is it to see one of them caught?
I mean, I think outing, of course, is wrong, but you could see why they were getting frustrated.
Yeah.
Going, well, you're stitching up our life, and we know you're gay. It must have been just nearly impossible not to blow the whistle on them, you know? Yeah.
And it's never really like, wow, he was caught in a house having a fine dinner with another gentleman, discussing things, and then going to bed and having a wonderful lovemaking session. Yeah. It's just the dirtiest bathroom with a hole in the fucking stall wall, shoving his shit through there. It's just always some degenerate sex that they get caught with.
This story went round when I was a kid, which I assume must have some truth in it because it made the local paper. There was a guy, a 17-year-old guy, who went to our school. We didn't know, we were much younger, about 14, 15, and he'd got done for lewd behaviour in a toilet. And there was this place they used to go down, you know, the glory hole, which I always wonder what those holes were in toilet walls. I made why are there these holes appearing, right, in toilet cubicles? So he waited there for ages, apparently, and sooner or later, you know, a dick came through the hole, and he sucked it off. And when they went out the cubicle, it was his dad.
Oh shit!
Come on.
Now that's the story. And
holy fuck!
Yeah, and whether it's apocryphal or not,
the Brady Bunch, the lost episode.
yeah, it's funny. The Partridge Family would have been such a different show, wouldn't it? I just think of the kid going home after school, going, "My dad, yep, fine, yeah, not too bad, yeah, that's too much, isn't it? That's literally too much to imagine.
Yeah.
True.
That'd be really bad if you saw the dad bringing the old drill up to the bathroom at home after that. Well, I mean, it broke the ice.
But I tell you though, when you look at a hole like that in the wall, you got to respect somebody who's willing to put their dick through. There's no greater moment of faith. When you put your dick through a hole and your face is against. You don't know who's on the other end.
Exactly. You know, someone from Seven just puts a hat pin through it, and then you're stuck there. Yeah, a hat pin gives you a mobile phone and go, you call your wife. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh God! Or an angry boot, or you know, it's either going to be wonderful or terrible.
You got to be crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. Well, I'm glad we touched on all this.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay,
it was lovely. It was just like my time on Charlie Rose. It's
wonderful, right? He's a great interviewer, right, Charlie Rose?
He's brilliant.
He really. I saw him interview Bloomberg and I forget what other mayor. It might have been Schwarzenegger together, but a couple of high-profile guys, and he's just so comfortable with anybody talking about anything.
I think he's because he's so trustworthy. He's one of those people that sensationalise. He does his, you know. I do like those old journalists. I think people have given. I mean, journalism's given such a bad name in the last 20 years, and rightly so, because most people they're scum now. They're bloggers. They're graffiti artists. Most journalists, you know, you see it every day where everything's tweet this if you agree with a comment, or after a blog, and they just want traffic. So they say the worst, most horrific, contentious things. And again, they don't care whether it's abuse or not. They keep their job because they've got all this traffic.
They just like numbers.
Internet traffic is everything now,
right?
Because they look at it in terms of it's just like column inches, but now it's monetarized. They look at it now. They go, well, this is worth. This article made the paper £10,000 with hits and eyes on.
So the content
adverts.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's just not.
No, it's sheer
just
amount
driving
of
traffic.
Eyes on the
So
page,
what's going to get people to look in? Some controversial stuff.
So it's the shock jocks now. The shock jocks that used to be only on radio and are in big reputable papers.
But they're never held. This is why I hate them so much, is because they're never held accountable the way they expect entertainers or other people to be held accountable as far as apologies and saying you're sorry. When they do more to what's the word, to damage people than comics do or than anybody else, but they're never expected to say they're sorry.
They have an absolute position of privilege, is that everyone believes everything they read. That's the terrible thing.
Which is weird.
How many times you can prove a paper lies, the next time you read it, you believe it. And you believe it, you know, I read stuff about myself, and it's about 50% inaccurate. It's never anything bad, you know. They don't go around saying I strangle women or, but it's all 50% inaccurate. Okay, and so am I to assume that everything I read is probably
you have to?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. I've read things about my friends, and I've gone to them. Why'd you do that? And they went, I didn't. And I go, oh, of course you didn't. I'm such an idiot. People believe everything they read.
And
papers know that. They know it.
There was a time of journalistic integrity where I guess you could, believe what you were reading, and the journalist, to his best knowledge, he was writing the truth. Now, though, it's like, a blogger, he's got no ethical fucking gauge that he's got to live by.
But it's much better in America. The interviews I do in America, they've held on to that, that semblance of integrity. And
they're starting to lose it.
They do try and, whereas in England there are some papers that really don't care. They know they're lying.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
I found out, I did this thing where someone asked me about, oh, now you've got all this money, how do you avoid tax? I went, I don't avoid tax. I love paying tax. I came from a background where I was, you know, some of my family on welfare. I went to a state school. I wouldn't be where I was. I'd probably be dead. I love paying tax. I think everything I get is half mine. And, I hate tax exiles. You know, these people that just, you know, they rape their country and then move away so they don't have to pay tax. I hate them. So the headline was Ricky Gervais slams tax exiles, such as.
Oh, no.
I
didn't say that.
And then that got picked up
Right.
to straight Ricky Gervais slams so-and-so. And so I said, I didn't say that. And I called a lawyer and said, that's libelous, isn't it? He said, no, you can't sue over a headline if it's explained in the copy.
Who just did? Someone else just did that.
That's terrible.
crazy.
Isn't that terrible?
Someone else just sued over a headline, though, because they said it was put there for everyone to see and get and they said people walking by it.
Of course. You know what? People assume in a headline. I mean, I'm scared of the percentage of people that see a headline and don't read the copy.
Don't read any of it, right?
It must be big, you know.
Huge. Of course
and so, and you know, it's not a big deal because I don't like tax, but for that person thinking, well, why is he mentioning me? What have I done to him? And it's just not true. That's the point. I didn't mention them, and they know that, but. Again, it looks like confrontation. People want to see fights. That's that Schadenfreude. You know, people watch reality shows. They don't want to see people sitting around getting on in Big Brother. They want to see a fight.
Yep.
They want to, you know, that's what they want. We're aggressive.
Right.
We're
Action, the
aggressive
drama.
species.
Yeah.
We want drama.
Have you ever thought of I've thought of doing this too, videotaping your own interviews, like when you're
Yes,
doing...
I have, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I fantasize about following journalists home. You know, and now I think, but then I realise that no one cares, actually.
Yeah.
You know, this journalist who's slagging you off, or a blogger, he's getting $50. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's a troll.
Yeah.
And he's not happy.
But if they
the
misquote
worst
you-
thing you can do is actually engage them, because then they've won. So it's just swatting flies. Just ignore them.
Yeah.
They're nothing.
But if they misquote you, because you have a big enough following and a powerful enough voice, if somebody misquotes you and out like something like that, which is really an egregious lie, and you're able to post the audio of it or the video,
of course,
and say this person is lying.
But here's the thing: so there might be a snipey headline of me, right? And he's in a shitty little paper, and I've got 4.5 million. I can retweet that and go, "This bloke's a liar." He will get so much shit.
Yeah.
But 4 million people have seen it that wouldn't.
Right.
So why am I giving him publicity?
That's true. Yeah.
No, if I don't retweet it, no one's read that shitty little article. If I retweet it, they've all read it, and he's won because he got traffic.
He just wants more eyes on his shit.
You can do that with
They want
Twitters
you to engage.
Yeah. People that
They've
tweet.
won. If you don't engage, no one's heard.
When
of them.
people tweet and they have like 1 or 2 followers, it's useless to retweet them and bash them on it.
Yeah.
So I just direct message them that their mother does sexual favors of some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
And that I will be blocking them, and then you block them.
Exactly. Yeah. Blocking is fantastic.
Yeah.
Because being a troll is literally the weakest superpower you could have. You troll someone, you say they block you, they're gone.
Yeah.
They're virtual. They don't exist anymore.
Right.
It's literally the shittiest power you can have. it's shouting out of your own bathroom window when no one's around.
Yeah.
They want attention. Just block them.
So how pathetic am I, though, fantasizing through Ricky? Like, wouldn't it be great if you could have a Predator drone film everything and then follow the people home and prove that you were right?
No, everyone goes through that. Everyone goes through that thing because it's the injustice of it.
Yeah.
And deep down, decent people hate injustice, and that's what it is. It's injustice. You know, the people want to. But again, it's their all these people that spend their life slagging off Madonna with vitriol. They want to be a friend.
Yeah, of course.
If Madonna called them up and said, "Listen,"
Oh
to
my
her,
God, they'd be pals with her, yeah.
Honestly, they want to be their friend, and they haven't got it. They've got no access. They've got no. There's a great bit. My new favourite show is House of Cards on Netflix. It's
Kevin Spacey's.
amazing. I'm on episode 6, which I watched in like 2 nights before I came. It's amazing, and there's one great bit in it that's sort of analogous to this. There's this sort of homeless guy, and he's chained himself to the railings outside the Senate, and he's screaming and shouting, and Kevin Spacey comes out, and they go, "Don't go over there," and Kevin Spacey just goes up to him and goes, "No one can hear you. No one cares." And he just leaves the bloke chained there and he just walks away. And that's exactly how you should treat these trolls and these bloggers and these people who want attention. They'll never get it. Don't give it to them. Suffocate them.
Yeah, it's hard.
Not literally, like,
no. Like Anthony.
In a moment of passion, perhaps. If I can't get my pistol out and ram that in the back of her head.
I think we should stop there before we say something.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we learned a lot about Anthony today. That's for sure.
We have to.
Ricky, it's always a pleasure, Mike.
That's
I love having Ricky
properly
on.
promote.
Yes.
The great Ricky Gervais. YouTube.com, of course, Ricky Gervais, and it's just Ricky Gervais on Twitter. But his the Muppets movie, it is called Muppets Again. It comes out March 21st of 2014, and you know.
I'll get you advanced copies of Derek as well, which is coming to
Yes.
Netflix.
Yes.
Please do.
I'd love you to see
great,
that.
man.
Yeah, I'll get them sent over to you. Yeah.
And we didn't talk about Derek. How many seasons are you on with Derek? You done one or two?
Just one.
Okay.
Just one. First 6. I'm right in the second series now. It's just been picked up again, but it hasn't even come out here or the rest of the world, which is happening soon. So
Netflix is what you need. Netflix is
the future. Man.
Everyone has it.
It's the
Love
future.
it.
It's the future, and so is YouTube.
Yeah.
Netflix and YouTube.
Yeah, we're really breaking
and the
internet.
Muppets. The Muppets, the real future. And Twitter. Brilliant. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Ricky.
And in more good news before we close, I will be at Magooby's Joke House in Baltimore tomorrow and Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah. Lots of seats available.
Go and see him. I'll tweet it. Tweet me a link. I'll tweet it. I'll tell him to go.
All right.
The great Ricky Gervais.
Cheers.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you later, man.
Bye.